It had been 3 years since Aang last journeyed to the spirit world. 3 years since he spoke to any of his past lives. 3 years since the coming and going of Sozin's comet and his failure to defeat Fire Lord Ozai. It wasn't that he hadn't tried to speak with Roku or Kyoshi or anyone else. He meditated whenever he had time, whenever he had enough safety to do so. Infrequent, constantly interrupted meditation was not enough to get him in a deep enough trance to project his spirit to another world or dig deep enough to unearth the wisdom of his past lives. How could he, when his mind wandered so much, when he thought about all of those people he had failed or abandoned or was unable to protect? This time, apparently, the stars must have aligned, or he meditated in a place of power where monks had attained spiritual enlightenment long ago. He didn't think there was an equinox or solstice, but it was hard to keep track nowadays. Or perhaps he was simply at his lowest point. He knew he had done it this time before he even opened his eyes. The spirit world stretched out before him, an open field of strange, twisting trees with orchids instead of leaves and jade instead of bark. The sky was bright and blue, unnaturally so, without a single cloud. Aang had never been to this part of the spirit world, but he had only been here once before. For the first time, he wondered how large it could be, if it could be mapped and explored, or if he and his friends could one day escape here in safety. He stepped forward, his boots sinking into spongy moss that wasn't actually moss because it dispersed into fuzzy green creatures, spirits upset at being disturbed. He examined them for only a moment before proceeding onward, careful to step only on the softly swaying grass. He had no time for idle curiosity. He needed to find his past lives. "Roku, are you here?" he called out. "I need your guidance." "I am always here with you, Aang," said the voice of an old man, behind him. "None of us have ever left you." He turned around to face the wizened man in red robes. The boy remembered him as being much taller, but Aang supposed he had grown a lot in 3 years. "Then why haven't I been able to connect with any of you? To use the avatar state? Not since that time so long ago, beneath Ba Sing Se, when Azula. The energy within you is blocked," said Roku, hands folded in his sleeves. "I know," said Aang. "And I've tried to unblock it. I've tried so hard, but I failed. I've failed and I've failed over and over again, and now the world is more out of balance than ever before and I don't know what to do anymore." His voice shook and he stared down at his clenched hands, hoping that Roku wouldn't see his eyes getting wet. Roku sighed. "I understand, Aang," he said. "Truly. I trust you remember the story I told you of my time with Fire Lord Sozin. Our friendship and my failure to stop his dreams of conquest. I do remember." They were silent for a moment. Sometimes, when he lay in his bedroll trying in vain to sleep, he silently blamed Roku for everything that had happened. Sometimes it was tiring to only blame himself. Then again, he supposed, Aang and Roku were one and the same, so he only had himself to blame to begin with. "Perhaps you should seek the wisdom of our other lives," Roku said finally. "Others who have not made the same mistakes as you and I. You have spoken to Kyoshi before, have you not?" "I have," said Aang. "Well, not directly. She did make me admit to murder once as I was on trial for it." The corners of Roku's mouth quirked up. "Indeed." It flashed away just as quickly. "I am sorry, Aang, that I cannot provide more wisdom for you and only leave you to clean up and suffer from my mistakes. Just remember, be decisive. Learn from what I have done so the same does not come to pass yet again." The old man vanished, leaving Aang alone again with orchid trees and living moss spirits. But the scene around him dissolved as if splashed with water and he fell deep into the earth, landing within a bamboo grove. He did not feel as disoriented by it as he would have expected to feel. Avatar Kyoshi emerged from the bamboo, her makeup and clothing making Aang ache for the familiarity of a friend he had lost. "Aang," she said, "I am sorry for nearly getting you killed that time." Aang almost laughed. "It's okay. We got out. You've changed. There is hardness in your eyes now, gray like stone instead of the sky." He wondered if that had to do with the fact that he didn't find her so intimidating before, so unlike him in her directness and willingness to carry out justice. "I have changed," he affirmed. "I need help. I need the power of the Avatar state so I can finally end this war. I need to make up for my failures." "You may never make up for your failures," she said. Her tone was flat, hard enough to make it seem like she struck Aang in the chest. "What? They can take lifetimes to be fixed. Anything you do here and now can one day affect your successors, just like my failures have. Did you know that I was the one to establish the Dai Li? In my time, they were meant to preserve the cultural heritage of Ba Sing Se, to root out the corruption of the Earth King. Aang's mouth dropped open. The Dai Li have caused him no small amount of grief, even now. But they're the most corrupt part of the Earth Kingdom. Kyoshi closed her eyes, her face impassive. Every action has consequences. It is impossible to predict what the future may bring, and foolish to attempt to do so. All I can suggest is to be swift and decisive now, to mete out justice where it is due, and fight not to lose yourself in it. As I nearly did, so long ago. I don't see how that's going to help me now, he said, crossing his arms. Go back further, she said. Speak next with Avatar Karuk. She vanished. He vanished, too, before he could even say a word. He found himself in a swamp next, his head on a stone as the rest of his body lay in brackish water. He pulled himself up, disgusted, the smell clinging to his hair and clothes. He wished he could bend it off him, but bending was impossible in the spirit world. With a start, he found himself recognizing this swamp. This was the only part of the spirit world he had been to before, back when he visited Ko the Face Stealer. He wiped his face of all emotion. That was much easier for him now. A form in blue and white emerged from the fog, a spear of wood and bone in his hands and the visage of a wolf on his head. It took Aang a moment to realize he was a man in a wolf helm like Sokka sometimes wore and not a man-wolf spirit hybrid. You must be Avatar Karuk, Aang said. And you must be Aang, said the man. He wore an easygoing smile. Nice to finally meet you. Can you help me? Aang asked. I need your wisdom. I need a way to access the Avatar state. Hate to break it to you, kid, but I was never really known for my wisdom in life, he said, sticking the end of his spear in the mud. I was a go-with-the-flow kind of avatar. I was lucky enough to live in a time of peace where I didn't really have to do much. But my life was fraught with failure, too. I left the affairs of the world to my much more responsible and capable friends. But I was punished for my complacence. Ko the Face Stealer kidnapped someone very important to me and I've been hunting him down ever since. Even now, he hefted his spear again, turning away from Aang. So I leave you with this, fight for what's important to you. Never let it go, but never let it get in the way of doing what you need to do, either. And what's that? Aang asked, but Karuk disappeared again into the fog, perhaps in pursuit of his greatest enemy once again. The fog thickened, obscuring his view so much that Aang couldn't even see his own hand in front of his face. When it finally dispersed, he found himself sitting atop a mountain in the lotus position beside an air nomad nun, her arrows displayed prominently on her shaved forehead. Not like Aang's own, hidden by his hair and a headband for survival. Avatar Aang, she said by way of greeting. Her eyes stayed shut. I am Yangchen. Yangchen, he said, what wisdom can you offer to me? What type of world do you want to leave for your own successor? She asked him. He stared ahead, deep into the fog and the rocky crags partially obscured by it. Far away, he could see colorful creatures soaring through the sky, like kites. They must have been spirits. I haven't really thought about it much, he said finally. I just want to have a successor, to leave them a world free of the war with the Fire Nation. And, failing that, I want to leave things so that they're able to pick up where I left off. To finish it in my stead. To finish what? She asked. He hesitated to answer for a moment. He looked away from the sky, as if afraid of what his own people would hear him say. He had never admitted this aloud to anyone before. The Fire Nation itself, he said. To do to them what they did to us, Yangchen. Our people. She didn't twist in her seat to look at him, didn't so much as open her eyes. I do not believe you truly think that, Aang. He was about to open his mouth to protest, but she continued. You were raised by monks and taught to value all life, as I was. And I did value life, but also recognize the necessity of death. I put the needs of the world before my own spiritual beliefs, as any avatar should. And the world needs balance. At that, she finally opened her eyes and turned to face him. With the way the world is now, it may never achieve balance, he said. Everything's different now. The airbenders are gone. They may come back, one day, she said. She smiled. You never know. Have hope. She turned back to face the open sky. Besides, don't you have a close friend who is a firebender? Do you mean to eradicate him, too? Aang bit his lip. Of course not. Zuko's not like them, but obviously Zuko would never let him do that. He knew it was unrealistic and desperate and he did not have the power to make it happen, anyway. I know, okay. It's stupid and it'll only make things worse. He sunk down next to her again. I just feel so helpless. Everything is so wrong. This is not how things were supposed to go, she admitted. But to go further, we think it is time for you to see the world from another perspective. To take what you have learned and fix things so your successor can live in a time of peace and balance. Who is we, and how? What do you expect me to do? All of us. Roku appeared, floating in front of the great chasm before Aang and Yangchen. Kyoshi appeared next to him. We've decided together. You will do it all over. Then he saw Karuk. Learn from your mistakes, and change them. Yangchen turned toward him, placing a head on his forehead. All of his past lives cycled in his vision, floating past him and spinning and pulling him apart and putting him back together, hurtling through space and the stars and seeing unrecognizable faces from every nation that he knew better than anyone else, ending with a man with messy hair and blinding white light. He was unknowingly ancient and young at the same time, and his hand, like Yangchen's, was on Aang's forehead. Good luck, Aang. Book 1. Fire. Chapter 1. The Boy in the Volcano. Uncle had told her once, years ago when she cared for stories such as these, that the twin volcanoes began protecting the island after the last firebenders had been taken. The villagers on her island simply called them the twins, or even the sisters, because the last two firebenders happened to be such a pair, and beautiful ones he knew in his youth, if Uncle was to be believed. Stalwart defenders that stood on opposite sides of the island, it was said that they began erupting the very next day after they had been taken from its shores, steadily draining lava into the sea for all the years since with no sign of stopping. The water tribes didn't dare to approach, too afraid of the poison sea to reach the village nestled in the valley between the twins. Her uncle had believed that the volcano spirits protected their little island, but the water tribes had proved him wrong not long after that. That had been when she stopped listening to his stories. The raven-haired girl sighed at her brother as she chased him through the dense jungle, pushing aside dewy palm fronds as they ventured further and further from established trails. He refused to listen to her taunts about him being an incompetent hunter, which only seemed to spur him on. She didn't even know why she came out here to hunt with him, her sense of irritation growing like a stoked flame when sweat dripped from her brow. Her face twisted into a grimace as she and her brother continued to chase their elusive prey. They nearly had a whole village to feed, so couldn't they get a break? Zuzu, you really need to work on your hunting skills, you know that, she said to her older brother. She came across an ancient statue of one of her tribal ancestors, just a giant head now, cradled in the crook of a massive tree's roots, the trunk high above her. It wore a placid smile that taunted her just as she taunted her brother. Zuzu, where are you? She sang. Shut up, Azula, he whispered, his voice a harsh whisper. And then she saw him crouched in the foliage, his broadswords held out as he watched the rabbit fowl standing on a pile of vivid green leaves bigger than both of its predators' heads. You can't hunt an animal like that with broadswords, dum-dum. You've got to be kidding me, she said with a dramatic sigh. At the sound of her voice, the animal dashed away again with a squawk. You let it get away again, he yelled in frustration to her, running after it. I bet I can get it before you, she challenged with a smirk, running alongside him as they ran. She gripped her bow, made from strips of bamboo, and ensured she still had her arrows in the sling at her back. In her hands it wasn't much more use than his broadswords, but she didn't need to remind him of that. Breaths filled her lungs as she tended to her inner flame in preparation for their little contest that she knew he wouldn't turn down. The air was heavy and moist, carrying the rich scents of wet soil and something floral. His golden eyes narrowed. You're on. Her smirk grew wider as the two ran through the trees and the dense underbrush, avoiding the gnarled roots with practiced ease, neither of them taking their scrutinizing golden gazes off of their prey. They followed it over a clear river, balancing delicately on a tree that had fallen across it. Zuko almost fell when the animal diverted its course toward the mangroves along the river's edge, but recovered in time to avoid falling in the water. Azula grinned in triumph over her better sense of balance, but stopped short when she noticed they had been heading up a progressively steeper incline. Azula looked up at the long mountain pass stretched before her. The foolish creature ran right up the rocky, dangerous road through the mountains. Even Uncle didn't know what lay beyond. You go first, Azula dared her brother. What? No, this place is forbidden, you know that, he said, taking a cautious step back. Ah, my big brother is trying to abide by the rules like a good little boy, she said in a mock baby voice. Honoring Uncle's rules, like always. It's not like the place'll explode. What are you talking about? That's where the volcano is. You know what those are, don't you? They explode, he said to her, arms crossed. She thought he looked like a petulant child. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm not gonna give up chasing that annoying little creature so soon. I'm going in, she said, setting her jaw and leading the way up the mountain slope, the one the village called the elder sister, though Azula could never figure out why, or how they could tell. Weren't they supposed to be twins? Vegetation grew much sparser here, unable to pierce the blackened earth blanketing the soil. Uncle had said that one day all kinds of things would grow here, as this would make the soil much more fertile over time. But that day hadn't come yet. Zuko groaned. Why do you have to be like this? If you die, it's not my fault, he said. Azula just laughed to herself in a way that she hoped demonstrated bravado. The siblings walked forward slowly as the heavy, rotten smell of sulfur hung in the air. The heat rolled over them in waves, causing even more sweat to fall from their brows. Azula looked up at the sun as if trying to convince herself that, as a firebender, the heat shouldn't bother her this much, but even as the thought crossed her mind she envied Zuko in his sleeveless vest. Zuko wore dark red trimmed with yellow and black boots. He couldn't have been much cooler than her, she told herself, in a thin short-sleeved robe with the same color scheme and a yellow sash tying it together at her waist. After a few minutes of walking, they came to an opening in the path where steam and hot gases belched from vents in the earth with hisses. Azula had to remind herself that there wouldn't be any ferret snakes up here. She walked forward without pausing while Zuko stopped behind her. Coming, she asked him, looking over her shoulder. Are you crazy? It's only getting even more dangerous. By now, the thing's probably fried, he told her. Either that, or it left already, he muttered under his breath. Let's keep looking. This place is pretty intriguing, she said. He hesitantly stepped forward, and when he did, a jet of steam shot from the ground right in front of him. Zuko, she yelled, running over back to where he stood, narrowly dodging another spurt of the scalding air. Zuko, she called again, unable to see him. Her heart pounded in a frantic rhythm as she searched all around and avoided blasts of steam and smells that made her feel nauseous. She felt ready to choke. The sulfur seemed everywhere, in her lungs, stinging her eyes. Zuko, she shouted, her voice betraying anguish. No, he couldn't be gone, this was all her fault, she made him come. He was practically all she had left. She threw her arms up into the air, pulling them down again as she shouted for her brother with a stomp of her foot. Zuko, stop hiding, you have to be here. A crack as loud as thunder ripped through the rock wall next to her, causing her to jump back with fright. Magma surged from the gaping wound like blood, forcing her to scramble away and further up the mountain pass to avoid being burned or worse. A red glow pulsed from within the crack like a heartbeat. The gap widened and the earth rumbled as if the sister bellowed in pain. Azula's eyes widened when a shaft of white light erupted from within the wound, blinding in its intensity and unlike anything she had ever seen before. Azula, a familiar voice called out. Relief washed over her when she saw a pale hand reach up from the cliffside, gripping the rock as he tried to pull himself back onto solid ground. She thanked Agni for perhaps the first time in her life, grateful that he had managed to grab hold of something as he fell. She ran over to pull him up, and with their combined efforts, Zuko climbed back on the mountain pass and they retreated far from the rapidly cooling lava, panting with exertion. She fell to her knees and gave a weak laugh. Zuzu, you're such an idiot, falling like that. What did you do? He asked, looking over to the cracked rock which still webbed across the side of the mountain. What would happen if the sister opened up and unleashed all of her rage? This side of the mountain faced the ocean, but that sort of thing still couldn't bode well for their village in the valley. Wait, you think I did that? She asked with shock. She regained her composure and narrowed her eyes. Not possible. Firebenders can't bend lava no matter how good they are. You're the only crazy bender around here that I know, he answered, throwing his hands up in the air. The wall exploded outward, thankfully far enough from both of them that the convection didn't burn. The magma surged within and a gargantuan semi-translucent stone toppled out, like a ruby orb, rapidly cooling as it became exposed to the air. Zuko shouted in alarm and turned to her as if she had all the answers. What is that thing? Azula narrowed her eyes when she saw the dark shapes inside the stone. Wait, there's someone inside. She pushed herself to her feet and walked over to it, curiosity winning over caution, and examined the fiery red stone closely. What kind of material was this? The person inside of the stone had their legs crossed and their fists pointed into each other, with glowing white arrows on the backs of their hands and on the forehead. The figure seemed bald. What the? And then the eyes opened, glowing just as bright as the stone and the arrows. Azula let out a small gasp. He's alive. We've got to do something, she said to her brother. She widened her stance, holding out one hand. Her palm faced the stone as she braced her wrist with her other hand, and taking a deep breath, she forced her energy into it. A ball of flame shot out of her hand, but it did nothing to the stone. Azula, it could be dangerous. Zuko yelled at his sister. Even from what they could see, the stone was bigger than any statue in or around their village, with much of it still concealed inside the mountain. The magma that had gushed out of it already began hardening into volcanic rock. Azula kept blasting the stone with fire, but it did nothing until hot air burst from a crack in it, pushing her back. Zuko caught and braced her as more cracks split the rock with all the fury and noise of a typhoon. One huge rift split it up the middle and smoke and steam flooded their vision, broken only by a brilliant white radiance that shot straight up into the air. A wooden ship cut through the currents offshore, navigating through the choppy waters of the island chain with caution and precision. It sailed with blue masts that had a giant silver orb in the middle, the insignia of the water tribes. A boy, deeply tanned with brown hair shaved on the sides and a warrior's wolf tail pulling it back, gasped when he saw a shaft of white light reaching into the sky from one of the islands they had passed. Finally, he said to himself, narrowing his icy blue eye. The other eye was missing, carved out years ago and leaving only a vertical scar over the socket where it had been before. He turned to the old woman who sat cross-legged on the deck not far from him. "Grandmother, do you realize what this means?" The old woman sat calmly, playing a game of pie show with the cook and eating seal biscuits. "I won't be able to finish my game and biscuits." She had gray hair, and her face was lined with age, but she was as equally tanned as her grandson. She wore lighter, breezier clothes in water tribe blues while her grandson wore heavier leather wolf armor despite the heat. He scowled in irritation. "No, don't be obtuse," he said, turning to the light again. "That light came from only one place, the Avatar," he said, face set with determination. He looked so much older than he really was. "Oh, it's probably nothing," his grandmother said with a sigh. "I do think the heat is getting to you, Prince Sokka. Come, sit, and watch me destroy our friend in this game. It's rather challenging." "He's gotten better," she said, scratching her chin as she placed down another tile. She cackled with delight. "Ooh, I've got this game. Here, have a biscuit." "The heat is not getting to me," Sokka said, directing his scowl at her again. He was not going to let her temper his excitement. "I might just finally be able to catch the Avatar. Waterbenders, head a course for the light." His grandmother cooled herself with a fan made from palm leaves. "I'm not sure that is the best course," she said. "Volcanoes constantly churn magma into the waters around that island. It makes the water poisonous and the currents treacherous." Sokka glared. "What do you know of seafaring, woman? I didn't bring you along to give me counsel on things I know better." His grandmother shrugged, her voice hoarse. "Fine, suit yourself. Man, it's hot." Azula and Zuko tried waving the smoke away as the beacon died out. When they could see, they spotted the boy trying to push himself out of the rock, his eyes and arrows still glowing. The siblings looked up in amazement. "Stop," Zuko said in what Azula assumed was his most threatening voice, regaining his bearings. He held out his swords. The young boy stood up straight. She wondered what Zuko thought he was going to do. The bright light all around them died out as suddenly as it came and the boy's arrows turned blue as he lost consciousness, falling forward. Azula ran forward and caught him. She laid him down gently on the ground, her arm holding his head up. "How is this possible?" she asked. "Could he be something delivered by the spirits?" The boy let out a weak groan. Aang's eyes twitched as he felt air come into his lungs after so long. His eyes were closed, but he didn't want them to open. He was comfortable, and warm. He didn't feel this truly at ease for such a long time. But then he felt his head lying against stone, and someone moving his body. He weakly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was rather nice, two golden eyes peering down at him curiously, with just a hint of cautiousness in them. "Don't look like that," he mumbled. "I'm not dangerous." "What's he saying?" another voice asked. The deep voice didn't fit the pretty girl. "I can't tell." The girl shushed the boy. "Wait a minute. Golden eyes. Black hair. Eyes as sharp as a hawk's." Azula. His awareness hit him full force. The first thing he did was thrust his hands forward, producing a mass of air that struck the girl, sending her flying backwards. He stood up with another gust of air, his movements pure reflexes. Azula tumbled down the rocky path. Where am I? What did she do to me? He didn't have time to ponder it, right now he needed action. What are you doing? The deeper voice roared. Next thing he knew, someone attacked him with broadswords, reckless swings that Aang easily dodged. He spun quickly and launched the boy into black volcanic rock that stopped his fall. He got into a stance. No more running from Azula. He decided that a long time ago. Ignoring the boy, who ran toward him again, he ran full speed toward the girl who tumbled down the path. He didn't notice that she lacked her normal cat-like movements and that she was oddly clumsier than usual. He didn't even realize that he wasn't bending any other elements, the air came so easily to him. He pulled back his arm once he gained on the girl, ready to strike her, ready to finally end her. Stop, a voice desperately shouted, and he suddenly felt force against his arm, grabbing him and pulling him back. Aang looked at him with anger. Let me go. Leave my sister alone. The boy yelled. Aang froze. His sister. Now, he finally looked closer at the boy, a little taller than him, maybe around his age. His eyes were just as golden as Azula's. Now he recognized the face. It was Zuko, but he was different. He had no scar. What? His gaze hurriedly switched to Azula. She knelt on the ground, looking up at Aang with fear, but also with the determination to defend herself, hands curled into fists. And then it hit him. This wasn't Azula. It couldn't be. She did not have the coldness, the lack of mercy, or the condescension in her eyes. I'm sorry, he said, his voice catching in his throat. He couldn't look at her. I thought you were someone else. So you attacked her? Zuko asked him, still full of anger. Tell us who you are, Azula demanded. Those attacks, I couldn't see any of them. Are you, an airbender? She stood and dropped her combat pose, framing her chin with her thumb and forefinger, peering at him. Yeah, Aang answered, scratching his head. She forgave him, already. Or was she still just shocked? As he scratched his head, he realized something else. He didn't have any hair. After the failed invasion on the day of the Black Sun, he decided to let his hair grow out again. But now, he was bald, again. How'd you get in that fire stone? Zuko asked, arms crossed. He seemed to hold back his anger, for the time being. Azula, on the other hand, looked more curious than anything. What? Aang asked, looking around him. He laid his eyes on the red stone, now devoid of glowing energy. This all seemed familiar. What was going on? Could it be? He jumped up with the aid of air, landing on the inside of the stone. Yes, it was the same. Appa curled up in the hollow stone, a mournful groan to signal his waking. But how? How did he and Appa end up like this? Last time he remembered, he was with Avatar Yangchen in all of his other lives, including one he didn't recognize, far more ancient and primordial than any other. Yangchen had wanted him to abandon his regular mission for the time being, and make new friends. She said he needed to see the world from all perspectives. Was this what she meant? Was he on some kind of crazy spirit quest? His chest burned with all the things he didn't know, unless that was simply the volcanic gases seeping into his lungs. Appa, wake up buddy, the Avatar said to his bison. He climbed onto his head and pulled open his eyelid, but he didn't move. He went over to tug on his mouth as Zuko and Azula walked around to see what he was doing. Zuko gaped just as Appa woke up and licked Aang. What on earth is that? Zuko asked, holding his sword in front of him, in case Appa attacked him too. Appa, my flying bison, Aang answered, with a ghost of a smile on his face. Appa began to inhale, unleashing a mighty sneeze that Aang ducked beneath in time. A mess of green goo launched toward a gaseous vent and plugged it just in time for a burst of steam to shoot and make it bubble and burst. Azula grimaced. Ugh, that's disgusting. That thing can't fly, Zuko stated, his voice solid and certain. That's impossible. You guys are from around here, right? Aang asked. Zuko pointed his swords at Aang again and glanced sidelong at his sister. Don't answer that, he probably signaled the Water Navy. He's a spy. His accusatory tone cut through to Aang in a way that the swords couldn't. Aang's eyes widened. Did you just say, the Water Navy? His voice and his legs felt weak and nearly buckled. Duh, who else? He thought that was Azula, but suddenly he felt lightheaded and dizzy. What's wrong with him? Zuko asked. I don't know, but there's definitely something weird about him. First he attacks us, and now he's having a seizure or something. You know, I don't really care, Zuko said, folding his arms. Aang fell to his knees, clutching his head. What was going on? Did his previous lives just dump him into some twisted, separate dimension? Am I just dreaming? Tell me everything you know, please, he said to them, looking up at the two. He chose to just accept the possibility that he was dreaming. Why should we? Azula scoffed. First you attack us, then you go crazy, and now you just expect us to do what you want. So it's the Water Tribe, as in, waterbenders, that's controlling the world? He asked, voice unsure, ignoring her protests. Of course, everyone knows that, Zuko said, speaking slowly. I think I feel sick, he mumbled. Please, tell me everything about the war. It's been going on for 100 years, Azula informed him. 100 years ago, the Water Tribes invaded all the other nations, and they were winning. The Earth Kingdom and the Fire Nation fought back, but they wiped out all of the air nomads, she said, adding the end almost like a weak afterthought with a look of sympathy that he thought didn't suit her at all. I thought that might happen, he said with a sigh. Keep going. The two looked at him oddly as he casually dismissed the destruction of his people, but Zuko continued. Our father and most of the adults in our village went off to fight. I'm the last firebender in the whole southern archipelago, Azula said with a sigh. My father looked all around for a master, but I haven't been able to find any. Anyway, I'm Azula, and this is my dumb brother, Zuko. Shut up, Azula, I don't think you're a Water Navy spy, she said, inspecting him from all sides and ignoring her brother. By the way, it's considered polite to tell us your name after we've introduced ourselves. Oh, my name's Aang, he said, offering a weak smile. Just go along with it. I'm just dreaming, doesn't matter, Zuko said, turning around back to the path. I'm leaving, I need to protect the village. I don't believe him. Excuse my idiotic brother, Azula said to Aang. Zuzu, he's an airbender. The only one in 100 years. He's kind of interesting. That's the only reason why I haven't immolated him yet with my firebending for almost knocking me off the mountain. You wouldn't be able to do that anyway. Zuko turned around, his outburst sudden, but he snickered at her. You lost, Azula. Well, he surprised me, Azula protested, crossing her arms. As the two siblings bickered, Aang thought to himself. How am I going to wake up? He tried pinching himself, but it hurt. Oh, Zuko. And Azula, he said. This will take some getting used to. Appa can give us a ride. I'm not riding on that thing, we're walking, Zuko said. Aang remembered another incident, way back when he first came out of the iceberg in the South Pole, but before Zuko could walk much further he stopped in front of the blazing hot lava that spilled over the path down the mountain. Aang stepped in front of him and swiped his staff over it with cool air, making the redness die down into an uneven path of black rock. Oh, he might need some rest anyway, Aang said, remembering. Let's go, Appa. The bison groaned tiredly, walking slowly around the stone to join them on the cooled path. He didn't seem distrustful of Azula or Zuko. And then Aang wondered, was this Appa the same one that went through all of his adventures with him, back in the normal place? Did he have the same memories and experiences as Aang, or was he in that stone for 100 years? Appa couldn't really talk to him and confirm it or anything. He folded his arms and thought for a moment. He looked at Azula again, her black hair not as sleek as it normally was, her face somewhat more tanned from a life in the sun, her nails not as sharp, and her eyes not as cruel. Why are you staring at me? She asked, turning to look at him. Oh, nothing, he replied. Then he remembered. The real Appa had a scar on his back right leg, a long gash cut into him by Mai. Aang sifted through the white fur, looking for the scar. Nope, nothing, he thought. He was alone in this dream. If anything, that proved that none of this was real. It couldn't be. He slapped himself. What are you doing now? Azula asked, narrowing her eyes at him. Told you he's crazy, Zuko whispered to her. There were, lava glow bugs on my face, Aang quickly lied. Azula and Zuko raised an eyebrow. Sokka remained on the deck of the ship, not taking his eye off of the approaching shore. He didn't want to admit that their progress was slower than he had intended. His grandmother had been correct about the treacherous currents. He knew underwater volcanoes could have an effect on the sea, and that geothermal vents far below could sink ships no matter their size, so he had the waterbenders fight against that specifically as they sailed. But he didn't count on floating pumice stones barring their path, coating the sea in a film that looked matte brown from a distance. They had to push those out of their way as they sailed, but it was no different from the icebergs at home. They could do this. Prince Sokka, I'm going to bed, his grandmother said from behind him with a yawn. An old lady needs her rest. So do you. Off to bed, you can't tell me what to do. Sokka barked without turning to the old woman. Haven't you learned yet, or are you going to continue being stubborn? The Avatar is close. I know it, she sighed. Even if you're right, and the Avatar is alive, your father and ancestors have all tried and failed. I know that, Sokka said, tracing his hand over the scar of his empty eye socket. But all succeed where they failed. I have to. I can't give up and I can't seem weak. The Avatar's 100 years in hiding are over. The sky blazed a brilliant orange as the sun set beneath the twins, making way for a clear, starry expanse. Zuko walked ahead with determination, but Aang felt weary and wanted some time alone. Azula trailed slightly behind Zuko, her steps a little more sluggish than his. Hey, I was wondering, she began, slowing to a pace to match Aang's. Do you know what happened to the Avatar? He was supposed to be born into the air nomads. What? Oh, I don't know, Aang said with a half-hearted shrug. His clothes clung to him in sweat. The air itself seemed heavy with moisture that he tried to fight off by keeping the space around him circulated. He listened to the chorus of evening insects and tropical birds all around them as he swatted away gnats swarming in clouds every few feet, but with every puff of air more seemed to replace them. A hog monkey yelled somewhere in the distance and another answered its call. All right, if you say so, Azula said, nodding. She let out a long, cat-like yawn. I'm tired. You can go and, rest on Appa, if you like, he offered, not believing his own words. This was Azula, but she was different. He tried not to groan. After a few more hours of navigating through the rainforest, where Zuko didn't complain once, they found the village. It was well into the night, and it seemed deserted, but there were a few torches lit. Most of the structures were wooden, surrounded by a small wall of sticks and brambles. You can sleep in this one, Azula said, gesturing to one of the few structures not made of wood, near the entrance. It was little more than a simple lean-to, but Aang had slept in worse. The firebender jumped off of Appa and led him to it. It's not much, but you'll be fine. Night, he mumbled, collapsing onto a heap of blankets. Sleep mercifully came to him and he hoped he would wake up back with his friends. He fought in a mass of people, blood and dead bodies all around him. Everything burned. Lightning cracked through the sky as the enemy firebenders drove the rebels back. A fireball soared through the heavens, heading towards the earth, bestowing the firebenders with unstoppable power. Aang fought using the full rage of the Avatar as his allies fell around him, one among them being Jung Jung, who had 10 firebenders all around him as each of them fought with as much strength and power as Aang. The firebending master, as skilled as he was, fell to the inferno. No, Aang shouted, waking up. Aang, what's going on? Azula asked, storming into the small tent. She stumbled over him, not expecting him to be sitting up. I'm sorry, Aang said to her, hugging his knees. It was just a bad dream. Oh, well, come on then. Everyone wants to see you. She pulled him up and outside, and the sudden, sweltering heat made him sweat all over again. Aang, this is our entire village. Everyone, this is Aang. He looked over the cluster of people, mostly children and elderly, and the village beyond them. Many of the homes, now that he could see them clearly in the sunlight, seemed much more solid than the structures in the Southern Water Tribe ever did. Some had multiple floors, with tiered outsides in the Fire Nation style and trimmed in yellow paint. A village shrine rested in the center, upon which painted scrolls of ancient figures hung with incense sticks below them as a tribute to their ancestors. Just beyond the northern wall, he saw the ruins of a stone temple claimed by the trees around it, its shadowy entrance yawning with a frame of coiling roots. Beneath the tree bark, he could just barely see a splash of color, all the colors of a rainbow, in fact, though it had long faded with age. He hadn't seen temples like that in the Fire Nation since before he had been frozen in the iceberg. Nice to meet you, Aang said, grinning sheepishly. He hadn't been put on the spot like this in so long. His eyes fell on one particular man with a potbelly and a topknot wearing an easygoing smile. Iroh. He looked the same as ever, so achingly familiar that he felt a painful sensation in his stomach. Azula continued, he's an airbender. Now they looked interested. An airbender? Iroh asked, stepping forward. I have never met one. It is an honor. He's our kooky uncle, Azula informed Aang. Iroh gave him a wide grin. Call me uncle. Is that a glider? He asked, pointing to his staff. Of course, Aang smiled. He's alive, I can see him. Iroh had helped so much and had become so close to all of them. To think that Azula, the girl standing next to him, had ended his life, it was unfathomable. Want to see it in action? That would be most wonderful, Iroh said with an excited grin. He hadn't changed at all. Aang unfurled the glider's wings, soaring up into the air as a skeptical Zuko watched in awe. Most of the children cheered. When Aang landed again, many of them crowded around him while even Azula looked interested. Zuko grumbled to himself. Iroh approached Aang with joined hands and an eager glint in his eyes. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Azula has errands to finish. The firebender rolled her eyes but walked off. Now, Aang, would you like to talk over some tea? I would love to hear some of the stories of your people. Aang grinned. Sokka stood on the deck of the ship once again, but this time he didn't face the approaching shore. 3 Water Navy soldiers stood in front of him while his grandmother sat off to the side. The soldiers got into a stance. Again, she commanded. Water rose from the sea at Sokka's gestures, hitting the soldiers' own streams of water. One threw ice knives at him which Sokka blocked with a newly formed ice wall. Water lashed out at him, but he dodged between the whips and launched a direct attack at their legs in an attempt to break their roots. He landed on both of his feet, facing his 3 opponents. No, you're doing it wrong, the old woman said a little harshly. Waterbending is passive, it flows all around us. It is a redirecting power, not a blocking defense. Water cannot be forced by us. As little energy as possible has to go into bending water for defense, so make use of its cutting ability. Watch, she explained, pulling up thin tendrils of water from the sea. One of the soldiers threw a flurry of icicles at her which she cut clean through without any signs of effort. See, try it that way. Sokka threw his hands up in the air. Still not good enough, I've been working at these forms for. He counted on his fingers, calculating a time span, but grumbled and clenched his fist. Forever. No, you are too impatient. Keep doing what you were doing, she ordered. Sokka growled, pulled up a jet of water and sent it at a soldier. He tried redirecting the attack with more water, but was pushed back. The Avatar is over 100 years old. He's an airbender. He's had plenty of time to master all 4 elements. I'll need more than basics to defeat him. He averted his gaze, swallowed his pride, and wondered how his men would view him for forcing out his next words. I'm gonna need your help when I face him, Gran. His grandmother seemed to think this over, but answered him with a supportive smile. Fine, but after I finish my biscuits. We'll face him together. Aang, Azula called to him after finishing her chores. She opened the tent flap, looking inside to see Aang and Iroh joyfully sipping at their tea. He was almost able to forget that he was dreaming, and that the war was still going on. Someone who had died had returned to him. Yeah, he asked, stifling his laughter over a joke he and Iroh shared. Can I talk to you for a minute? Sure, he said. He followed her out of the tent, but she walked out of the village toward the border of the jungle. Where are we going? On a walk, she replied. When he caught up with her, she turned to face him. Can you teach me firebending? Firebending? I don't think so, he replied, his voice sullen. The day before, as they walked through the night, he had tried lighting a fire in his palm, but it didn't work. It was as if he totally forgot how to bring fire to life in his hands. He tried everything, moving rocks, conjuring water, but he could only airbend. He didn't know what was going on, but something wasn't right. There's nobody else to teach you. No, like I said, I'm the only firebender here. What, Iroh and Zuko can't bend? Of course not, she said, smirking in a haughty way. The only firebenders live in the Golden City. Aang almost froze in his tracks. That explained a lot of things. Before, he saw Zuko lighting a fire using flint and tinder, and Iroh boiled his tea with the same method. And there was something else now, too. What's the Golden City? He asked. How long were you in that volcano? She asked. I'd say about 100 years, since I don't know about this war with the water tribes, he said offhandedly. But what's the Golden City? You seem to be taking that well, she said, raising an eyebrow. You're a very odd boy. Anyway, it's a city to the north. It's one of the only standing Fire Nation cities left. Well, I'm sure there are firebenders there. Why don't you go? It may as well be on the other side of the world. I can't just simply walk there, she said, sighing in defeat. I've never left this island. He couldn't believe he was about to say this, but he needed to see if he could firebend again. It was the only way. I can bring you on Appa, he choked out. What? I can bring you on Appa, he said more clearly. What? It sounds great and all, but I don't know, she said, averting her eyes. Aang almost slapped himself again. This girl was definitely different from the Azula he knew. His Azula was so clear and precise, and never indecisive. Well, think about it, he said. Let's head back, said Azula. It's time to eat soon. As he followed after her, Aang thought this must be the weirdest dream he had ever had, and he had never forgotten the one where Appa and Momo engaged in a sword-fighting duel. Sokka looked through the telescope after his ship had managed to maneuver around the floating pumice stones and volcanic currents. They had been treated to the sight of a consistent lava flow churning into the ocean along the cliffs bordering the island, like thin red fingers grasping for water. He and the crew had covered their mouths with sealskin half-masks to keep from inhaling the sulfuric air, but after they had sailed through the worst of it, they had rounded the southern half of the island where the air felt clearer. Because of its proximity to another island, the water was shallower and choppy, so he dispatched the catamarans when he saw a village nestled in the verdant green valley between both volcanoes. With all of its natural protections, it would make sense for the Avatar to hide here, he said to himself, trying to quell the feeling of triumph that tried to surge in his chest. He wasn't so arrogant to assume he had one yet. Tell my grandmother. I think I'm about to find him. Aang and Azula walked back to the village, the young Avatar fanning himself with small gusts of air from his fingers to cool the both of them. The absurdity of the situation got to him and he couldn't help but laugh at himself while his previous nemesis stayed silent, staring at him completely perplexed. As they passed the village border, Aang looked around, wondering where Zuko and Iroh had gone off to. Some of the children waved shyly to him, but most of the older children resisted, trying to uphold their proud demeanor as they cast their fishing rods in the stagnant pond on the far side of the village. An awful smell, something sharp and almost fishy, assaulted his nose and he followed it to see some adults dyeing fabrics in a bucket, washing them in and out and staining their arms with all sorts of colors. Beyond them, Aang spotted Iroh playing a string instrument along with another older man who played a flute. Life bustled here in a way Aang hadn't expected and he couldn't help but be impressed with his brain for imagining all these details. There are a lot more people here than I thought there would be, Aang said to Azula. Well, that is a strange observation, she said, staring at him again with a look that indicated she didn't know what to make of him yet. But there used to be a lot more of us. All of the able adults went off to help fight in the war, including our father and a cousin. Aang felt a chill go down the back of his neck despite the oppressive heat. Your father, Zuzu, what are you doing now? Azula asked with a hand on her hip, pulling Aang away from his train of thought. Aang followed her gaze, seeing Zuko on top of one of his crude wooden watchtowers overlooking the village with a moody glare. I think someone's approaching the village, he said, squinting. All I see is blue sails. Wait, they're the water navy. Some of the villagers gasped and everything changed all at once. The elderly gathered up the children and shepherded them inside. Older kids did the same with the village's meager livestock, herding them into a hut on the village outskirts. Some even found weapons, blades like Zuko's or wooden spears dipped in snake ferret venom. Is Iroh here? Can he help us? One of the villagers asked, hands clasped together in panic and worry. Zuko jumped off of the watchtower, drawing one of his swords and pointing it accusingly at Aang. You called them with that light, he yelled, jabbing it repeatedly at Aang. He threw his arms up in defense. No, I didn't do anything. Get out of our village before you cause any more trouble. Zuko shouted at him. Aang bubbled with fury. Zuko was trying to banish him from the village and he did nothing to deserve it. He wanted to call him a dirty hypocrite. Wait just a moment, Zuko, Iroh said, approaching after extending his calming presence to the other villagers. This nice boy has done nothing wrong. I find him to be a very interesting individual. Let us calmly speak with the water navy and see what they want. Now Azula spoke up, angry. Are you out of your mind? Don't you remember what they did to us, what they did to Mother? Iroh was effectively silenced. Fine, forget it, I'm leaving, since you want me to go so badly. Aang yelled back to Zuko, unable to bottle his anger up anymore. Azula bit her lip. Aang, wait, she said, turning to him. We need your help. Please, stay. Azula, he's siding with them. Zuko yelled at his sister. I'm not taking orders from you, Zuko, she said, her voice edged with danger and her eyes hard. Aang's eyes widened. That was closer to the Azula he knew. He's staying. Now Zuko was silenced. I suppose I'll try to come up with a plan. Prince Sokka prepared for a battle, expecting the Fire Nation rabble to try and fight against them, as wild as they were. He was willing to keep the village unharmed as long as they gave him the Avatar. The Avatar himself was going to be a formidable enemy. He outfitted himself in wolf armor of the toughest leather available. The men accompanying him wore the same armor, but wielded bone weapons and durable shields made from shell and bone and coated in a hard resin. Sokka himself was unarmed except for 2 pouches of water on his hips. Finally, he put on his wolf-like helm, the creature frozen in a menacing growl. He was ready to face the Avatar, his destiny. Aang was safely hidden away in one of the small huts, as Azula wanted him to. He was going to be kept their little secret, for now. It was unknown what the Water Navy would do to one of the air nomads who were supposedly extinct for the last 100 years. Azula stood proudly at the gate of the village, while Zuko stood on guard on top of his makeshift tower. The catamarans approached from the south side beaches, a stretch of the island mostly uncovered by the jungle from village to shore. One man in the leading boat stood erect, his hands clasped behind his back. Zuko gulped, but went down to meet his sister, readying his swords. Once the small boats hit the shore, the Water Tribe men unloaded their buffalo yaks off the vessels and rowed toward the village. The enemy dressed like wolves reached the village shortly, looking very imposing and dangerous on their steeds. Only one had foregone the use of armor, an old woman who trailed behind them. Zuko and Azula took a step back. "Where is he?" their leader asked them, looking out behind them. Zuko realized that the rest of the village was there, backing the 2 of them up, brave men and women, even children, who refused to give up without a fight. Not again. But who was he? Were they looking for their spy, Aang? The man stepped forward, walked right past the 2 siblings and stopped in front of the villagers. He grabbed Iroh. "Is this him? Are you the master of all elements?" Nobody said anything. "Take him away," he said to his soldiers. "Get away from him," Zuko yelled, running up to the Water Nation man with both of his swords. He swung them both erratically, but the soldier did easy work of him. The waterbender ducked under his blows and sent a sphere of water into his gut. Zuko fell back onto the ground. He rolled backwards, clutching his stomach in pain, but quickly regained his bearings and ran toward him again. This time, the water struck him twice in the face before Zuko could even get to him and slapped him to the ground again. Azula's voice rang out, pointing at the soldiers with a command. "Now, shoot the darts." The villagers pulled bamboo tubes from their pockets, blowing on them as one. Their blow darts launched in a flurry toward the line of enemy warriors. Many missed or failed to pierce their leather armor, but some struck true. The darts, coated in a poison made from the skin of a cobra frog, induced heavy sleep a few minutes after striking. Zuko had to give his sister credit for coming up with the strategy in a matter of minutes. Most of the time the blowguns were used for hunting, but the first time he tried it he accidentally stuck himself with a dart, slept for a whole day, and swore them off ever since. "Fire Nation trash," the leader snarled, and from the growl of his voice, somehow he seemed kind of young. Azula threw herself forward and punched him right in the jaw before he could retaliate against the villagers, her fierce gaze a force to be reckoned with. The Water Tribesman seemed like he was about to attack her, too, but a blast of air threw him off of his feet and into the thin wooden wall of sticks bordering the village, crushing it. Zuko was dumbfounded as Aang jumped into the scene, his staff pointed at the waterbender. "What are you doing?" Zuko asked Aang, his tone furious. "We don't need you." The waterbender beckoned for his soldiers to surround the airbender. Aang stared at the man's fierce, blue, one-eyed gaze. The other eye seemed to have been cut out, as there was a thin, nasty scar going right through it. Even with the scar, the face seemed oddly familiar. Before the soldiers could make a move, the Avatar flung his staff at the soldiers to his right, which twirled and threw off shockwaves of air, hurling them into the ground. The others moved to attack him, but he held both of his hands at his side, gathering a circle of wind. He thrust both of his hands forward, unleashing a horizontal tornado which threw them all into the other wooden wall. The leader seemed shocked. "You're the Avatar." "No way," he growled. Zuko and the villagers gasped. "He's the Avatar," Azula asked of nobody in particular, just as shocked as the waterbender. "I don't believe it," Zuko said, and now his tone had switched to awe. "You better believe it," Aang said to the Water Tribesman. I'm the Avatar. I've been waiting for this day, training constantly. You won't defeat me, you're just a child, he said, getting into a stance. Aang narrowed his eyes. Who was he? Did the Water Tribe turn into the Fire Nation he previously knew? Were they hunting for him for the last century? He shook his head. It was just a dream, brought on by his journey to the spirit world. It didn't matter. Grandmother. He glanced back at the old woman, but she snoozed away on the back of her buffalo yak, a dart sticking out of her arm. Seriously, the enemy was the first to attack, pulling long streams of water from each pouch at his side, joining them together in front of him and immediately turning them into ice spikes. Each of them flew at Aang, but he deflected them with a swing of his staff. He swung it again in an air uppercut to the man, but he rolled out of the way. Zuko and Azula moved to help, but the water soldiers held their weapons out at the villagers. A small handful of them faltered, the poison beginning to take effect, but not enough to truly make a difference. Come with me, or they die, Aang's opponent said to him. Aang narrowed his eyes. He was playing dirty. It didn't matter to him, he was still dreaming, right? I'm your opponent, leave them out of this, he snarled. Aang, let us help, Azula ordered, pulling Zuko up to stand by her. She tried punching a fireball at a soldier but he blocked it with his shell shield and two others grappled them to submission, holding machetes at both Zuko and Azula's throats. These are your friends, aren't they? The troop leader asked the Avatar. When Aang didn't answer, he took it as a yes. Take them aboard, he ordered of his men. The air nomads were friendly, weren't they? They'd never leave their friends in trouble. I told you to leave them out of this, Aang said to him. Zuko and Azula tried to fight back against their captors, and Aang was about to help them, but Iroh held him back. He looked up at the old man, silent cursing his height reduction, with a questioning gaze. Now is not the time to fight back. You can get the element of surprise later, and save them, Iroh said to him. Aang could appreciate the wisdom in that. You'll save them, I'm sure of it. But you have to be patient and think this through. As the Avatar you have that capability, don't you? He grinned. Aang met the gaze of Azula, who nodded once without fear in her eyes. Give that poor boy what he wants, if only for a moment. I'm not too worried for my niece and nephew, they're both tough kids. Aang nodded to the old man and turned to the waterbender. Take them, he said, trying not to look at Zuko, Azula, or Iroh. We only just met. They were only a dream, they didn't matter. It would be fine. Heeding his old friend's advice, he unfurled his glider and went to seek out Appa, as the water tribesmen galloped away with a bound Zuko and Azula. Several of them had slumped over their mounts, asleep. Iroh pressed his hands together as if in prayer. I have faith that you'll look out for them, Avatar. Always. Come on, boy, let's go. We're going to help Zuko and Azula, Aang said to his bison, who grazed in one of the few clearings a short way from the village. Chills went up Aang's spine as the realization of his words hit him. Shaking his head, he tugged on the sky bison's reins. Appa let out a low groan but turned around slowly. Okay Appa, yip, yip. The creature took a running start, and then jumped up into the air, and maintained it. Aang smirked triumphantly as he steered Appa into the direction of the water tribe ship. It turned out that the ship didn't even leave yet. He didn't really expect them to, after finding the Avatar after 100 years, someone who turned out to be eerily like Prince Zuko wouldn't just leave Aang behind. The person in question spotted him from the crow's nest, but the young Avatar didn't care for him at the moment. He easily batted aside some of the soldiers on deck, and then gracefully slid below to where they presumably kept the prisoners. More soldiers awaited him below, pointing their bone-headed spears at him. A huge gust of wind ripped them all off of their feet and the airbender continued down the hall, passing woven tapestries in designs of blue and white hanging on the walls. Animal skins and layers of furs covered the floor and other parts of the walls. Some of it stretched over a frame made of bone and wood, like a drum, with crude designs painted on them that may have been stick figures going to war or a school of oddly pointy fish, he couldn't say for sure. Either they had a strange sense of decorating or whoever had made them had no talent for art and the other members of the crew were too polite to say so. These guys are just as weak as Fire Nation soldiers, he muttered to himself. He was surprised that firebenders weren't able to defeat the tyrannical water tribes. This ship, as the others probably were, was made of wood. He crinkled his nose when he smelled smoke. He followed the trail, seeing waterbenders frantically trying to put out the flames that were definitely not naturally produced. Azula was at the source, hurling small fireballs at the wooden ship, apparently following the same line of thought that Aang had. One of the waterbenders had enough and had been about to pin her to the ground with ice. Aang chose that moment to step into the panic, throwing the man to the wall with a blast of air. Zuko tried his best to defend his sister, recklessly attacking the waterbenders and fending them off with haphazard sword swings. Aang intervened again, easily knocking them all out. "Let's get out of here," he said to them. He skidded around the corner into the small main hallway, nearly bumping into a blue-armored man. "With the way you dismissed us so easily, I wasn't sure you'd be coming for us," Azula said. "Thanks, I guess." It was Aang's opponent from before, furious over the escape of his prisoners and the burning of his ship. "Firebender scum," he said. "I underestimated you." His one eye glared at the Avatar, and before he could draw his water, Aang swung his staff, sending him rocketing down the hallway. The Avatar sped to him ruthlessly, hitting him again to send him up and above deck. Behind him, Azula kept throwing her fireballs, causing as much damage to the ship as she could. Occasionally, she stumbled, but her brother was there to help her along the way. The effort was getting to be too much for her. Aang jumped up into the air again, ready to attack the persistent waterbender, but was taken by surprise when a sharp icicle from his enemy cut through his side, below the right arm. Aang stumbled back, registering the spike of pain. Pain. Reality. This was real. The icicle didn't pierce him, it was a lucky shot that he just barely avoided the worst of. His mouth fell agape, and everything seemed to be in slow motion as he gradually fell back, the dark blood flung into the air from his wound. He finally fell to the ground after what felt like minutes, and he looked up at his enemy. His heart beat loudly, painfully. The waterbender he fought against took off his wolf helm, revealing a shockingly familiar face, a blue eye, and warrior's wolf tail. Sokka. Something inside of him snapped, and time rushed again as he felt the unimaginable power flow through him. His eyes and tattoos glowed pure white, blinding and burning behind his vision, and the air rushed around him, expelling powerful winds that slowly brought him up into the sky. He saw, but he did not feel anything except the overwhelming numbness. A single flick of his wrist threw the waterbender off of his feet with a surge of air, and at the rise of both of his arms, torrents of water rose to his fingertips. His wound glowed and then healed over. The water came rushing down around him, throwing all of the enemy waterbenders off the ship. Zuko and Azula crouched in the stairs leading below deck, speechless. When all threats were gone, the glow in Aang's eyes and arrows died out and he gradually descended to the ship's deck. He stumbled slightly but regained his balance, only slightly groggy from the rush of power. Azula ran to his side. "That was an amazing power," she said, squeezing his shoulder. Zuko, on the other hand, looked a little fearful. "Come on, we have to get out of here," Aang said, his voice weak. Appa flew over to them and even Zuko let out a gasp. The Avatar grabbed his staff and stumbled onto his bison. The Fire Nation siblings followed, eager to leave the burning ship behind. Zuko clutched the saddle so tightly that his knuckles turned white while Azula's head constantly turned in every direction as she made no effort to hide her excitement. "Finally, I get to leave home," she said, as Appa took off into the sky. Unfortunately, it turned out that the waterbenders weren't done yet. Several of them, led by Sokka, bent a huge wave to follow after them. Aang urged his bison on, and he ascended just in time. He leaned back against Appa's fur, a countless amount of thoughts running through his head. That was the first time he had entered the Avatar state in over 3 years, undeniable proof that the cycle hadn't been broken, that he hadn't failed as badly as he thought he did. Kanna ran out onto the deck, her sense of panic overriding the grogginess that had started to wear off with the aid of some healing. "What happened?" she asked, looking up at the burning ship. Sokka and the other waterbenders used their bending to douse as much of the flames as they could. "It was the Avatar and his friends," he replied scathingly, throwing a tower of water onto the wooden steerhouse, which thankfully did not collapse. Kanna rushed to help. "That kid did this much damage to my ship. A child, she asked. "That is good news for the water tribes. Our greatest threat is merely a boy. Get every man out on deck to help quench the flames," Sokka shouted to one of the soldiers. His voice suddenly got lower. "He had power, but I will get him next time." Dawn approached as they flew through the sky and Aang never moved from his position at Appa's head. Azula and Zuko shuffled impatiently and he knew they burned with questions for him just as he did for them. Azula finally leaned her head over the saddle, looking down on Aang as she asked her question. "How come you never told us you were the Avatar?" she asked. "Because," Things have been confusing for me, he admitted after a moment. His mind was on other things. How did he get here? Why would his past lives put him into this twisted universe? They forced him to side with his enemies and fight against his allies, one of his best friends. What was wrong? What happened to Sokka? How am I going to get back? He tried to wrestle these thoughts into submission, but it only made his head ache worse. So, you're bringing me to the Golden City. I guess we're all in this together, huh? She asked. He nodded. Great, we can both learn firebending together. Huh, her statement jolted him out of his contemplation. Well, according to legend, the Avatar has to learn fire, then earth, and then water, right? Wait, what? He sat up quickly. Isn't it water, earth, fire? Wow, I think he is dumb, Zuko said to himself. Why would summer come after spring? Hold on, so you're saying that the order of the seasons is autumn, summer, spring, and then winter? Duh, Azula said, knocking on his head. Aang reeled. Well, he said after a moment, before we go to the Golden City, there are a few places that I'd like to go first. He unrolled a map. First, I need to go to the Western Air Temple to check up on something. He pointed to the location on the map and then slid his finger along to a different destination. Not for pleasure. He never journeyed somewhere for pleasure anymore. And then to Crescent Island. Why those places? Azula asked him, an eyebrow raised. I need to make sure of something, he said, rolling up the map again. Zuko rolled his eyes. The whole weight of the situation settled down on him and he suddenly felt overwhelmingly tired. I'm going to sleep, he mumbled, curling up into a ball. Haven't slept in a while. Before falling into a blissful slumber, he thought of lost friends, of missed opportunities, and questions about how everything had possibly gone so wrong. So remind me again where we're going, Zuko muttered to Aang, arms folded as he stared up into the sky. The Western Air Temple, he responded, staring straight ahead. He had no time for this slightly more immature Zuko that he wasn't really used to yet. In his dimension, Zuko was broody and silent, but a stable support for the group. He was strong and reliable. Here, he was almost like the Sokka that he knew. Thinking of one of his best friends, his brother, only brought Aang more pain. He quickly dismissed the depressing thoughts. This Zuko was just as prone to complaining as the Sokka he knew, though both could be just as moody, especially as his Sokka got older. Zuko often fell victim to Azula's teasing and tricks. His younger sister was a bit mean to him sometimes, like when she singed some of his clothing out of boredom. She didn't normally mess with Aang, though, and that was perfectly fine with him. She seemed to look at him as something she couldn't understand, and acknowledged him as much stronger than her. The only interaction they had was falsely polite conversation and quiet laughter at Zuko's misfortune. He did not want to become acquainted with her, he decided, because she was very real and very plausible to attack him when his guard was down. Whenever he looked at her, he couldn't help but see someone different, something that could have been. He saw the malicious glint in her eyes and the evil smile on her flawless face, even when there was no such thing to indicate her ruthlessness. He was determined not to trust her. Appa groaned with a semblance of relief when they arrived at the canyon. The familiar heat of the Fire Nation felt heavy and suffocating as always, a small fact which oddly comforted Aang. The barren land below him burned with heat and the air felt drier than it did in the southern islands. We're here, Aang announced to the other two, looking back. Both siblings sat up and leaned forward with interest. I don't see it, Azula said, squinting. He's seeing things now, Zuko mumbled. Great. Well, this one's a bit different from the other air temples, Aang said. While the others shoot up into the sky, he flew Appa down into the canyon, where the two siblings gasped. This one is hanging under a cliff. The temple was unchanged and undamaged from when he last saw it. The leveled buildings hung upside down, each underside of the pagodas holding thin, twisting trees and wild grass. He directed Appa to land in the main square of the temple where they found a dried-out fountain by a faded but colorful mural of sky bison. Pillars stretched from floor to ceiling acting as a support for both. Aang gracefully hopped off Appa's head and Azula landed cat-like on the ground. Zuko was about to copy her when Appa shook and he stumbled to the ground. Was this place run by women? Azula asked, looking around at all of the statues of the airbender nuns. Yes, Aang replied, joining her to stare up at the statue, her arrow still prominent upon her shaved forehead. If this temple was the same as the one he used to visit back at home, then there was really no hope for. Whoa, Zuko said, interrupting his thoughts. The swordsman opened up one of the thicker doors, and he looked down a dark hallway. There's a ton of statues in here. Aang and Azula walked over and the Avatar was pleased to see the hall of statues. They all lined up evenly and sloped downwards. If he remembered correctly, this was the same hallway where Teo, the Mechanist's son, crashed when his brakes stopped working. These statues were just slightly taller than the three of them, all depicting air nomad women, all of the nuns in the history of the temple. They're all women. There's not much variety here, Azula said, indifferent. The Southern Air Temple, the place where I was raised, had statues of all of the past avatars, Aang told them. It's very interesting. It shows every avatar in the order we were born in. What? You mean like water, earth, fire, air? Zuko asked him, snickering. Aang stared at him, his face blank. All right, never mind. I only said that because my brain was still all fuddled. From the iceberg, Aang said, grasping for words in an attempt to cover up his past mistake. Iceberg? Azula asked, crossing her arms and staring at him with a raised eyebrow. Aang's eyes widened as he realized another big slip-up. I meant volcano, he said, and hoped it was enough to save himself. They seemed to buy this, but Azula and Zuko looked to each other and shrugged. Like I said, it addled my brains. He gave them a feeble grin that only fell when they walked off to continue exploring the temple. It wasn't until they summoned a tidal wave that the fires on the ship had finally been quenched. Then the ship nearly sunk, and all of the waterbenders had to use all of their power to keep it afloat. The ship was battered and in disrepair and Prince Sokka was more infuriated than ever. He needed to capture the Avatar, his own public honor and status as a waterbender, a man, and eldest son of the Water Emperor depended on it. The ancient Fire Nation valued their honor and pride more than the Water Tribes, but everyone had their dignity. He needed his own to be restored. You could help us, you know, his Gran said to him, dousing herself with water to block the heat. The men all look up to you and are loyal. You can at least extend the hand of friendship. I don't have any friends, he snapped. I don't need any. Ever since his self-imposed exile, his grandmother had always preached to him the ways of friendship and love. She claimed that the ancient Water Tribes practically bathed in it. He didn't need such womanly wishes. The Water Tribes before the war were such a primitive people. He, like many others, much preferred to be called the Water Nation. Their army wasn't much to speak of, but their grand navy was unmatched. Sokka's ship reflected his current status in the tribe, smaller than most and made entirely of wood and stretched animal skins, while the more majestic ones maintained a coating of ice, even on deck, that made it seem like they had been carved from a glacier with blackened whale bones adding a wicked edge to the prows. When the ship finally dragged itself to a port controlled by the Water Nation, his grandmother had to go into his quarters and pull him from his maps. He had been trying to track the Avatar's course. She tried to coax him into going into the town and go on a walk with her. Who was she to think that she, a woman, could order him, the prince of the Water Nation, around? She might have been the Moonlit Mother, but he technically outranked her. I have no time for that, Sokka growled, quickly dismissing her. I have to stay according to schedule. Oh well, I guess you can't come with me and buy all of the seal jerky we've been missing, she said offhandedly, starting to walk off. He halted in his work, groaned, and let his head fall against his maps. She knew his weaknesses. After showing Zuko and Azula the Hall of Statues, the Avatar led them to the all-day echo chamber. It was large and dome-shaped, with many stone mechanisms inside to encourage the nearly endless echoes. It was one of the unique and entertaining traits of the Western Air Temple, built solely for that reason, but it was well known by the other air nomads. When Aang pushed open the heavy stone door, the grinding of stone against stone reverberated throughout the chamber, nearly deafening at first until falling into a steady rhythm until he closed it gently. Light filtered in through a hole large enough for a person in the ceiling. What's this? Azula asked. What's this? What's this? What's this? The all-day echo chamber, Aang explained. Echo chamber, echo chamber, echo chamber. The two voices mixed with the grinding sound, bouncing off of the walls of the chamber. It's famous, 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 famous. It's obnoxious, Zuko said. Noxious, noxious, noxious. Okay, this is already getting annoying, annoying, annoying. Azula laughed at him, and the teasing sound echoed endlessly, infuriating him further. The numerous sounds mixed together, getting louder and louder as they meshed and were enhanced by the apparatus in the center of the room. They all soon covered their ears as it rose in a crescendo. Let's get out of here. Aang shouted, which was also added to the noise. They pulled open the doors again, slamming them as they all exited. I don't see a point to that, Zuko said, rubbing his head. I have a headache now. He seemed broody again, kind of like what Aang recognized. Let's keep looking around, Aang said to them. He still did not know what he was looking for, only what he wanted. He needed guidance, answers, a way to get back home. The moment Kanna and Sokka stepped off of the ruined ship, the Water Prince immediately felt a chill go up his spine. Only 3 people he knew could do that to him, 2 of which he highly doubted would be in such a small port in one of the outer islands of the Fire Continent. I can't believe you're making me come here, Sokka said to his grandmother in a low hiss. I can't lose his trail. The avatars, right? She asked him absent-mindedly, looking at a shopping list. He was about to respond and tell her to shut her mouth about his target's identity, but the person he hated most walked up to them at that moment. Prince Sokka, Lady Kanna, great to see you both here, Clan Chief Bado of the Water Nation said, stepping up behind them, his voice personable as always. He was flanked by 2 Marines in leather helms with twisted horns, as always, members of Bado's Buffalo Yak clan. Sokka did not envy their choice of headwear in this heat. I wish I could say the same, Sokka muttered to himself. Kanna discreetly nudged him with her elbow. Captain Bado, she greeted. Using his navy title over his status as chief of his clan was a slight to Bado, one that Sokka appreciated his grandmother for. What brings you here today? I'm a fleet commander now, he said, sounding slightly insulted at what she said to him but boastful of his title. Anyway, I can ask the same of you, Bado said, turning around to look at Sokka's ship, or what was left of it. Seems you've run into some trouble. Pirates, or something else. He stared Sokka in the eye, both of their blue gazes having a battle of wills. Your father wouldn't be too impressed by your naval skills, or lack thereof. No, it was just a kitchen fire, Sokka said with a glower, his voice low. It got out of control. And don't speak to me of my father. Figures. Your royal clumsiness and food hog was never a good cook, Bado said wryly to him. Perhaps he intended it as a friendly jape, as he often tried in Sokka's childhood. Sokka hated it then and he hated it now. You are far too bold, Commander, Kanna said to him, slight aggressiveness in her eyes. You are out of line. He is your prince. Show him the proper respect. Bado just grinned and bowed to him, while Sokka, on the other hand, felt ice in his blood. Bado mocked him, whether he meant it in good nature or not, and it was intentional. I apologize, Bado said, but it was obvious to Sokka that he didn't mean it. I would like to invite such esteemed members of the Emperor's family to some tea and seal biscuits. This is my naval base now. I have plenty to offer, he said. Sokka was about to blurt out that he could shove his tea and biscuits in his own face, and that they were leaving immediately, but his grandmother spoke up first. We'd love to, she answered, shooting Sokka a furtive glare. While a good portion of the Western Temple was unscathed, the Bison grounds and entrance to the temple were in ruins. He knew this was where the battle had taken place, an effort to protect the temple. Many Water Tribe soldiers probably lost their lives falling from the cliffs because there were no signs of any bodies. He wandered around silently, stepping through the rubble with the grace and finesse only an airbender could possess. He had seen much death in his short life. As morbid as it sounded, he was used to it, but seeing the destruction of his own people still chilled him. He felt the remnants of it, almost as if he was there. But even in this world, he couldn't be there to help them. He had still failed the world. And that hurt more than anything. Zuko and Azula followed him as he searched the remains, keeping respectfully silent as he mourned the loss of his people. They knew what it was like to lose loved ones. They eventually came to the most dilapidated building of them all, which Aang vaguely recognized as the remains of the Bison stables. The door was blocked by fallen wood and stone and other debris, so he simply pulled his fist back and punched the weak remains of the wall through. It easily crumbled under his strength, even as diminished as it had become in this world after he got shoved back into his younger body. Once the dust cleared, the first things he saw were the dry blue leather chest pieces of the Water Tribe soldiers, their bone spears and other weapons sticking out of the ground all around them. But in the center of the room were the skeletal remains of one of the air nomads, a nun by the looks of her clothing. He almost expected to find Gyatso, but it still felt like a dull blow to his gut. He put his head down in sadness and respect for her as well as the soldiers whose descendants he had once befriended. This woman had probably fought against the soldiers as she gave everyone else a chance to flee on the bison. It was a futile effort. Most of the ones that had left were hunted down, or gone. Even in his own previous life he accepted the fact that they were all gone. He turned away. He did not know why he almost expected to see Gyatso, his friend, his mentor, his father. He simply needed guidance, but he knew that the dead could not provide it to him. He shouldn't have come here. He looked into the sad eyes of both Zuko and Azula, both unfamiliar looks on their faces, and thought that it was a waste of time bringing them here. He did not even know why he let them leave their village. He still did not trust Azula, and this Zuko was much different than his own. He was still an amateur with his Dao broadswords, and it would have been much safer for them to stay away from his travels and his business. They would just be a burden. He preferred to travel on his own. He would have brought them back, but he knew well of Zuko's fierce dedication, but he wasn't sure if this Zuko had any, and this Azula's persuasiveness. They would absolutely refuse to turn down an adventure such as this. They were Fire Nation. They were passionate. In his world, he learned of Zuko's fierce determination the first time he entered the Fire Nation with Sokka and Katara, back when they ran their first blockade. A sudden jolt went through his spine when the thought entered his head. Crescent Island. That could be his next destination, but would he even be able to contact Roku without a solstice? Somehow, this time, he knew he had to go there regardless and figure out a way to contact his past life. Avatar Roku's temple would hopefully still be there, and if he had any spiritual troubles, that was Aang's best bet. Having an objective flooded him with hope again, one of the few things he had left to rely on. That was the only thing that drove him and his friends in the past. They decided to spend the night at the temple. They had a long journey ahead of them, and Appa needed a rest anyway. Aang spurred him on as much as he could to get to the Western Air Temple. They had set up camp exactly where Aang and his friends used to those few nights they stayed here 3 years ago. He found it to be another strange and unexpected comfort. The cool night breeze ruffled his clothing as he tended to the fire. He looked to the faces of his companions, both fallen asleep. They were still new to this, he reminded himself. They needed to rest. His own younger body got tired fairly easily. He still could not get over the changes of getting younger again. He was shorter, bald, and his voice was still annoyingly high. He would have to go through puberty again. Fortunately, he discovered before, the huge disfigurement on his back was gone. That was why he was able to enter the Avatar state back near Zuko and Azula's village. He still couldn't believe that the person who caused the rugged scar on his back slept peacefully right in front of him with no memories of ever doing it to him. The Avatar leaned against the wall, tucking his knees up to his chin and resting his head there. His eyelids drooped. His vision became blurry. For a moment, he thought he saw Momo dancing in front of the flames before darkness obscured his sight. Kanna shoved the seal biscuit into her mouth, savoring the flavor. It was not as she used to make them, but it was still delicious. Bato stared at her with a look of distaste while Sokka looked slightly embarrassed. But for the most part, they ignored her as they talked. "So have you had any news of the Avatar?" Bato asked, taking a sip of his tea. The whole time, the clan chief wore an unnerving smirk that suggested that he knew something Sokka didn't. "That's why you left the South Pole, isn't it?" "Nothing," the fallen prince muttered, taking his own sip of tea. The other water tribesmen let out a low, bellowing, almost boastful laugh. Sokka, Kanna, and the 2 guards stationed at the entrance of the tent looked up at him. "Figures you wouldn't find anything. Unless you're lying about something?" he asked, once his laughter subsided. "Even your father knows it's a fool's errand. He doesn't know why you're so intent on this. You're smarter than this, Sokka, we all know it. Why don't you just come home?" "No," Sokka nearly growled in response. "I haven't found anything, and I'm not going home yet." "Well, that's too bad then. Some of my own men are out searching for him now, following your own mapped routes," Bato said offhandedly. Sokka stood up, face hot with anger. "You won't lay a hand on him," he threatened, holding his club out. "How dare you force your way onto my ship?" Kanna stayed silent. No man boarded another's ship without permission. It was tantamount to trampling over his pride and called his manhood into question. A woman butting into this would only make the situation worse for Sokka. "Is that a challenge?" Bato asked him, his brow furrowed. "Yes, I challenge you to Sedna." When Aang awoke the next morning, he found himself in the same exact position he was the night before. The other 2 had already woken. Azula practiced with the fire left over from their camp, making it dance through the air not far from him. Zuko sat in front of the remains sullenly eating a cold breakfast. Aang watched Azula bend the fire through the air, working on her control over the flames. It was so odd to see her so inexperienced with her bending. She was far from the cruel, vicious, master firebender he knew. Sweat formed on her brow as she moved through the motions, not even noticing as the Avatar watched her. When she did finally turn around to see him, she abruptly separated the flames and let them dissipate into nothing. "There's somewhere else we still need to go next," Aang told them. "We're leaving soon." The two looked a little miffed to be told like that, but neither of them did anything. "Well, I might as well tell you that we've had a little spy while we were here," Azula said to him, a hand on her hip. Aang froze. Who followed them? Was it an enemy? He stood on guard. Azula pointed up at one of the rafters. Aang followed her finger, and up above he saw a tiny white head flinch back into hiding. His mouth dropped open. He propelled himself up there with a burst of air to get a better look. The creature, alarmed, dropped off of its rotted wood beam and then flew down to their camp. It glided right above a startled Zuko, and then it swooped up, flapping its leathery wings to get away from the one chasing it. "Hey, wait a minute, little lemur," Aang called out, overjoyed at the thought of reuniting with his friend. The idea of seeing Momo again lifted his spirits more than anything else since coming to this world. "We won't hurt you, Zuko. Toss me some food." Zuko fumbled, but quickly threw a slightly bruised peach to the airborne Aang. He deftly caught it. "Come here, little lemur. I have some food for you." He quickly cornered the slightly slower creature, and then offered the fruit in his hand. The lemur's ears flattened against its head. Aang gently placed the peach down and rolled it over. It fell back on its haunches, shy and afraid, but warily crept up to the food and took a hesitant bite. The lemur seemed to enjoy it. Aang grinned. Lemurs were easy to win over if you had a little food. As he watched it happily nibble on the fruit, his spirits dropped abruptly. This wasn't Momo. The ears were shorter, he noticed. Some of its patches of fur were darker. The tail was longer. The lemur itself was smaller than Momo. With a start, he realized she was a girl. They tended to be more timid in addition to those other physical traits and a more pointed snout. He knelt down next to her. "Hey, little one," he cooed softly, and sadly, to her. She focused her big, round eyes on him inquisitively, and then scampered up onto his shoulder. She must have been alone, he thought. The females never came out of hiding unless there was nothing left for them. She was desperate for companionship. "I'll name you Sabashi," he decided. "You're just like me," he added quietly. She purred softly. "What, you're keeping it?" Zuko asked him, surprised. "Whatever, I'm not cleaning up after it." Aang rolled his eyes at him. "Don't worry, I won't expect you to. Just as long as you don't try to eat her." "You can eat those?" Azula asked, staring at Sabi with distaste. "There's hardly any meat on her." Sokka stared at his opponent upriver. Bato's eyes narrowed at him as if trying to figure out Sokka's motives. Both stayed silent, neither of them moving except to use waterbending to maintain their positions on the river. The city they were in lacked any formal Sedna arenas, so the two combatants had to adapt to the situation and fight next to the closest river. Sokka's grandmother and some of Bato's men watched. A Sedna was a form of duel between two warriors within canoes. The challenger always had to start downriver, a significant disadvantage to deter a Sedna from happening as encouragement for the two men to resolve their dispute peacefully. Despite being a nation with an appetite for war, a sense of community was prized among their people. A challenge for Sedna was always taken seriously. "Don't you remember how your last duel ended?" Bato asked, eager to egg him on. "What a horrible day that was. I've noticed you wear your token from that occasion with pride. Why don't you use an eye patch or something? Maybe you'd like one too." "Match," Sokka growled at him, his scar twitching. The last time, he did not engage in Sedna. That was a simple waterbending duel, pure and brutal, with no canoes involved. The circumstances behind that one had been different. Bato scowled. "You've no desire to back out of this, do you? We never received the blessings of the spirits for this Sedna." "I don't need any spirits," Sokka said. "You're just being a coward. I know you never cared about spirits either." For the first time, Bato seemed truly angry. While it may have been true that Sokka, Hakoda, and Bato never put much stock in spirits, Bato still had an image to uphold as the chief and fleet commander of many other men who likely were more spiritual. If Bado's men thought he wasn't devout enough, then why would the spirits give him and his campaigns any good fortune? Your father will hear of this sacrilege. Yeah, remember what I have taught you, Prince Sokka, Kanna whispered just loud enough for Sokka to hear. Water rose with Sokka's hands, which he brought together and held at his side, freezing it together into one long lance. He held the lance under his arm while thrusting the other hand behind him, using that hand to propel his canoe while the other pulled up ice spikes that he launched at Bado. With a flick of his hand, Bado brought up a small wall of water to absorb the blow and pushed himself at Sokka. Sokka's whips lashed out at him, but Bado deflected the attacks with swift movements, exerting little energy. Sokka scowled as Bado formed an ice lance of his own and the two converged on each other, forming shields at the last second that cracked their lances in two. Sokka managed to cover his face, protecting it from shrapnel. The older, Master Waterbender stood unbalanced, his face dashed with anger. Bado hurled javelins at Sokka before their next joust, but the prince deflected them with his own icy weapons. Others were dodged or blocked completely by water. The current became tumultuous as Sokka's canoe approached Bado's again, so he focused on calming the waters and bending the river's flow to his will. Their canoes sailed side by side down the river and Sokka took the chance to try and topple Bado's with a wave, but he raised his canoe over it, then swept out with his own sword of ice. The gash cut across Sokka's stomach. He winced, feeling blood flow, but it was shallow. Sokka held out his hands and slowed his movement. Bado took this chance to hurl another ice javelin at him, which grazed his right shoulder. He grunted in pain. He's winning, Sokka thought. I need to come back. I need a chance to defeat him. Kanna warned him after he declared his challenge. Sokka was well below the status of a master. But he had to try. Water dripped from Bado's soaking wet form as he grinned in triumph, as if he already won. Hastily coming up with an idea, Sokka blew icy breath at him. Bado's clothes frosted over. His hair became coated in icicles. He tried moving, but cracking sounds came from his arms and legs and Sokka took the opportunity to pull ahead of him, as if in a race. Bado growled, his eyes turning to slits. He shot his hand forward, slamming Sokka in the back of the head with a sphere of water. While Sokka was disoriented, the water underneath his canoe swelled and lifted the canoe out of the river, toppling and pouring him out onto the rocky shore. The frost melted off of Bado's body as his canoe moored and he stepped off of it in one smooth motion. He stood victoriously over Sokka, poised to kill him. Sokka glared at him, daring him to do it. He wanted his shame to end. You're finished, Bado declared. But I won't kill you out of the respect and brotherhood between both of our families. I enjoyed humiliating you, though. I want to do it further, to show your father that you're not worthy to be his successor. He turned and began to walk away, his voice gaining in volume so their audience could hear. The spirits have spoken. Your challenge of Sedna, the ice joust, has failed. Kill me, you coward. Sokka shouted at him. Bado stopped walking away and turned to face him. You call me coward? I defeated you in a fair fight that you initiated. Maybe I should make your face a little more symmetrical, if you're insisting. Water blinked through the air, slashing toward Sokka, but even as he winced in anticipation of the attack he felt the ice shift underneath him, submerging him in water until he came up at his grandmother's side. It took him a moment to realize that watery arms had pulled Sokka into the water and then shot him out on the other side of the river, into his grandmother's arms. Need your dear old grandmother to protect you? Bado taunted, voice laced with cruelty. You are a weakling, not even worth my time. Farewell, Lady Kanna. He and his men walked away. Sokka glared up at his grandmother. Why did you do that? He yelled at her. You interfered. I saved you. You are too young to throw your life away, she said to him. Besides, do you want to die at the hands of a man as low as him? A clan chief scrounging for your father's scraps. Sokka hung his head in shame. Bado had defeated him, his second loss. But what else should he have expected? Bado was a waterbending master. He was not. It was as simple as that. But I am still proud of you. I enjoyed watching your fight. You did wonderful, far better than I would have expected. It was very clever to freeze his limbs. Sokka barely listened to her patronizing words as he stared into the raging river, continuing its flow now as it was unimpeded by the two waterbenders. He had only one thought on his mind: he needed to get stronger. He would have to put all of his time and effort into gaining strength, to one day be strong enough to defeat Bado and the Avatar. Now, it seemed, he had competition for his prize. Aang leaned back against Appa as they flew through the noonday sky, his new friend Sabashi clinging to his shoulders. They left the Western Air Temple behind them. On the horizon was more adventure, more days to be spent with his enemy. But he was prepared, and determined to get home back to his own world, where things were right. Their next destination was Crescent Island, home of the Temple of Roku. Aang ducked underneath the shards of green crystal that exploded overhead, blown to pieces by the streak of lightning aimed at him. Aang twisted around and captured all the shards in midair, hurling them at his pursuers with a burst of wind that propelled them even faster. He didn't look long enough to see if they found any of their targets. Staying and fighting was not an option, not when they had to flee through the catacombs of Ba Sing Se. They'd already tried fighting, tried taking back the city with just the 7 of them, like Azula had managed with only 3. But they'd failed and paid dearly for it. The Dai Li knew these tunnels better than they did. Toph did everything she could to ward them off and direct them down the tunnels without any enemies, but they were massively outnumbered. Zuko turned and threw his own fork of lightning at their pursuers, and Azula's laugh echoed down the tunnels. That sound haunted Aang, chasing him through his dreams even more than Ozai's laughter did. One Dai Li agent sprung out at them from behind a cluster of crystals, but before any of them could do anything he collapsed, revealing Ty Li behind him. Zuko drew his broadswords when he saw Mai step out alongside her. She looked almost like a wraith, paler than usual and cloaked in shadow. "Wait," said Mai, "we want to help you." Katara, despite her wounded shoulder, forced herself forward and glared at them. "There's no way we'd trust you. Either of you." But Toph didn't attack, neither did Zuko. It made Aang consider that they might have been telling the truth. But Aang had no softness in his heart left for them, either. They'd stood aside and allowed all of Azula's atrocities. Ty Li was the reason they'd been captured in Ba Sing Se in the first place. "There's a tunnel down there that leads to a waterway," Ty Li said, eyes wide as she pointed down the tunnel they came from. "You can get above ground from there to some old farm. It'll be safe." Toph grunted. "She's telling the truth, unless she learned to lie like Azula does," said Haru. Sokka had his sword drawn in his left hand rather than his right because of a broken arm, but he lowered the weapon. "We don't have time to debate. Let's go." Suki held her fighting stance, unwilling to let down her defenses for even a moment against Ty Li. "We're just gonna leave them. We'll face Azula," Mai said, as Aang and Katara passed by her. She only had eyes for Zuko, though. "You have to go. Now. Come with us," Zuko said finally. "You don't know what Azula will do when she finds you." "I think we know better than anyone, Zuko," Mai said, cutting him off. "But we've made our choice." They made their choice. All their choices led them here, and their eyes showed all the ways they had tried to justify those choices to themselves. Anything so that they could live with it. Aang wondered what could have been different, what made this occasion different, but he didn't linger. He knew he'd never see them again, but he couldn't summon words to express the pity he felt for them. The next time they encountered Azula, she had been alone. When he awoke that morning, he could still smell the lightning in the air. Dreams, or rather nightmares, of his struggles and tribulations often plagued him when he slept, but that one felt more vivid than usual. Before their departure from the islet on which they made camp, Zuko put together a breakfast of rice with sweet peanut sauce to hold them over until they reached their destination later in the day. While they ate, Aang found his gaze drawn to Azula, the echo of another Azula's laughter ringing in his ears. He considered his words for a moment, weighing them on his tongue. "Azula," he said. She lowered her rice bowl, regarding him with an inquisitive eyebrow. "Since we're heading to the Golden City to learn firebending after we visit Crescent Island, can I see what you can do already?" "Why?" she asked. "Always. Why?" Aang couldn't help but compare her to Katara in moments like these. Katara would have loved the chance to waterbend any moment she could despite her early lack of confidence, especially before becoming a master. But this Azula questioned just about everything he said. He had his answer ready. "I just want to make sure I can count on you in a fight, that's all. This journey's going to be a dangerous one." Judging by the curl of her lips, that answer seemed to amuse her. "Can't a girl hold some of her techniques close? I like to have the element of surprise on occasion. And what about Zuko? I don't see you putting him through some sort of test." In reality, seeing a version of Azula without mastery of her deadly skills made Aang feel safer, more separated from the one who chased his sleep. He just wanted to make sure. He responded by standing and shaking his arms and legs out to limber them up. "Come on, bender to bender. Zuko's only got his swords and I don't know how to use those, so I can't really judge." Zuko frowned as he stifled the campfire. Consider me lucky, I guess. Azula gently placed down her bowl and rose to her feet. Well, if you insist. She took a somewhat clumsy stance Aang didn't recognize, but he couldn't remember the proper firebending stances anyway. Without taking the time to stretch out or breathe deeply, she punched a fist toward him and unleashed a gout of red flame. He circled the winds around himself and jumped back, but she kept her distance and punched more fireballs at him with shouts and grunts. After he gave her some time to tire herself out, he leapt closer to her to see how she'd handle some of his own attacks. He circled and forced his hand forward in a palm strike, but she surprised him by grabbing that arm and holding it under hers, locking him in place so that she could nail him with a point-blank attack from her free hand. Eyes wide, he ducked underneath it and knocked her legs out from under her with a sweeping kick. She landed on her back with a groan, ending the quick spar. "All right, Master Airbender," she said, sitting up and rubbing her back. "Did you enjoy getting to lord your power over an untrained novice?" He scratched the back of his head, sheepish. "Sorry. I won't do that again," he said, completely honest. She might have fought better than Katara did when he'd first met her, but she was nowhere near the level of her murderous counterpart. He felt a little ashamed to admit it, but it did make him feel better. He held a hand out to her to help her up. "That was a neat trick at the end there, though. Father may not have found a firebending master for me anywhere in the archipelago," she said, accepting his helping hand, perhaps begrudgingly, "but I do have an older cousin who taught me some martial arts. That same cousin also taught me a little bit of how to hunt with a bow, especially since Zuzu over there always insisted on just using his swords." Zuko scowled. "You were trying to compensate for not having a firebending master and didn't want to be left out." "I just preferred to focus on training what I could be best at." Azula ignored him and brushed off her clothes. He was always just stubborn. "Well, Avatar, do I pass your judgment?" He tried to look apologetic, pressing his palms together with a wide smile. "Of course. Thanks, Azula." Many of the Fire Nation's outer islands passed by underneath them as they sped along the ocean. It felt almost strange to fly without cloud cover, but the Fire Nation was no longer the den of all his enemies. He still didn't feel completely at ease. He wasn't sure if he ever would feel true safety, but he felt safe enough to fly the way they used to. Before the comet, above them, the sun was at its zenith, white heron gulls sailed overhead, and the ocean waves rolled. Everything seemed so similar to what Aang was familiar to, except for the people he was traveling with. He felt like he was at home. Sabi, his new lemur friend, curled around his neck, resting her head on his shoulder. She differed from Momo in many ways, but he liked her company. They reached their destination when Aang saw the crescent-shaped island in the distance. It looked the same as ever. The volcanic mountain peaks loomed over the rest of the island. Upon closer inspection, however, he realized that the volcano was completely dormant, and rather than desolate stone he spotted lush vegetation all over the island. He also noticed that Roku's temple was missing from its rocky slopes. The lack of the temple disheartened him, and he began wondering if there was any hope at all for him to return to true familiarity, the world that he called home. The sight of a single wooden pagoda poking out of the trees pulled Aang from his dark thoughts. Looking closer, he spotted many other dwellings carved from the leafy trees of the surrounding forests. The arrangement of the houses seemed to be scattered and random, some on higher elevations than others to suit the uneven land. Now he knew why the island was infested with trees. These people must have come here many years ago, and the roots of the crops and other plants they buried softened the hard rock into soil, allowing trees and other vegetation to grow. If there ever was a temple devoted to Avatar Roku, it was only a thing of the past, probably destroyed many, many years before, assuming Avatar Roku even existed in this world. Then Aang realized a mistake he had made during their travels. They had often flown low to the ground, and while Zuko and Azula didn't know his reasons, Aang wanted to be seen by Sokka. He wanted to see his friend even though he was so much different from the friend he knew. He was Sokka, and that was all that mattered. Now, he realized it was a serious blunder on his part. He wanted Sokka to find them, but his arrival could wind up bringing harm to the villagers. The bison landed on the side of the island hidden from the rest of the village, on the outer curve of the crescent. He did not know if these people were hostile or not, and he didn't want to take a chance. That philosophy was trained into him during the years after Sozin's comet. Whenever he and his friends were out of supplies, they resorted to stealing from Fire Nation soldiers to survive. They had become known throughout the world as mysterious shadows coming and going, freeing villages from the Fire Nation clutches, a temporary reprieve in most cases until the Fire Nation just marched back in after they left or burned those villages to the ground for their insurrection. After the comet, Ozai's reach extended to most of the world. Aang's plan was to watch the village secretly for a short while, and see if they were friendly enough to let them enter safely. Aang, Katara, Sokka, Toph, and Zuko often had to resort to spying for that reason, and if the town wasn't deemed safe enough, they stole. That was the way things went. None of them liked it, but they needed to survive. They were constantly on the move, they had to be, with no safe places left in the world. In the world he was familiar with, Zuko and Sokka were both master swordsmen, always training with each other and getting stronger. Zuko had become a fearsome fighter and firebender nearly on par with his sister. Aang looked over at this Zuko as the older boy kept his eyes on the ocean, almost fearful of it, a far cry from the young man he became in Aang's world. Whenever this Zuko looked over his shoulder, Aang thought he'd run away. The Zuko Aang knew didn't fear much of anything. Aang's gaze found the broadswords sheathed on his back. He found it odd that both Zukos used the same weapon, but only the one he knew was able to firebend. Sabi screeched and flew into the air, flapping her wings frantically, and that was the only warning Aang had for the impending danger. Before he could get the staff from his back, he found his legs pinned to the floor by a thin knife that caught on his trousers. Before they could even react, Azula was pinned in the same way and Zuko's sleeve was stuck to a tree. Zuko pulled one of his swords out and started swinging it madly, as if to deflect any more of the projectiles, but he swung at only air. Aang was in the process of pulling the deeply embedded knives out when a black-clad girl appeared in front of him, holding other knives ready. Other figures similarly clothed jumped from the trees, wielding more knives, arrows, darts, needles, and throwing stars. Aang narrowed his eyes and held up his arms in a gesture of surrender. If he could bend earth, they would have had a fighting chance. "Who are you?" one of the women asked. She walked calmly out of the foliage, seemingly unarmed. Her voice was drab and monotonous. He was surprised to see someone he recognized, a former enemy. She was one of Azula's old friends, Mai, and Aang narrowed his eyes when he saw her. She'd always been dangerous, but by the time Zuko joined forces with Aang she always seemed more and more reluctant. "We could ask the same of you," Zuko retorted. "Let us go." Since they were of the Fire Nation, Aang assumed they were allies. He nearly laughed at his thoughts, but it was true in this twisted world. "I am the Avatar," Aang told them. "Let us go. We mean you and your village no harm." "Prove it," one of the other women said, as monotonously as Mai. "The Avatar abandoned us 100 years ago." Aang sighed, and created a swirling ball of air in his hand. "Look, I'm an airbender." Satisfied, Mai's face betrayed no hint of surprise, but with the mask covering her nose and mouth it was hard to tell. "Satisfied might be a strong word," she said. "But I guess you should probably come to our village." Aang got the impression that she might have even been irritated at the identity of her surprise guest, like she wasn't sure if hosting him would be worth the energy. Zuko looked at Aang and shrugged. Mai's warriors went ahead of them, leading the way. "We are sorry," said another of the warriors. "Our island has been left out of the war for the greater portion of this last century, but lately the water tribes have been attacking our shores. Our island is the closest to the Earth Kingdom and away from the protection of the rest of the Fire Nation. We have been wary of everything." "We understand," Aang said. "But I have a question." Mai looked at him, nodding curtly for him to continue. "This island, is there a sort of shrine or temple or anything dedicated to Avatar Roku?" he asked hopefully. "Avatar Roku?" she asked. A weight dropped into his stomach. Did he not exist? Avatar Roku hasn't been around since before Kyoshi, several hundred years ago. What could you possibly want with him? Aang nearly sighed with relief, but Zuko and Azula looked at him questioningly. It didn't matter when he lived as long as Aang could contact him. "I need to ask him something," he replied. "Is it possible?" "I don't think so, unless you make a habit out of talking to dead guys," Mai replied, the sharpness of her tone alerting Aang to how crazy that sounded. Even Azula regarded him with disbelief, and an embarrassed groan. "There was once a temple here dedicated to him, many years ago, but it was swallowed by a tsunami. None of it's left." Aang lowered his eyes. Was there anywhere else to get some kind of help? He couldn't stay in this place forever. Today, he only exists through our name. We are the Roku warriors. The pieces came together with a jolt. "Suki," She was just like Suki. Well, not quite, but it was an eerie parallel. I'll think more on it later, he thought, because after they rounded the next copse of trees wound together as if in knots, they made it to the village. The Roku warriors were different from the Kyoshi warriors. The fan-wielding fighters were swift and fought much like waterbenders, redirecting their opponent's force against them. They deflected attacks, mastered all sorts of weapons, and fought to subdue rather than defeat. The Roku warriors were just as agile, but they were more suited to stealth than outright fighting. They all wielded knives, just like Mai. That's something else I should think about, Aang thought later. Mai used the same weapons in my world. He also noticed that they were keen on ceremony, from everything to the upkeep of their knives to serving tea. The people of Crescent Island did not offer the same warm welcome that Kyoshi did. They'd given Aang, Zuko, and Azula a room in the village inn, more food than they could eat, and a handful of attendants that might have also been more Roku warriors, but for the most part the villagers kept to themselves. He'd come to learn that they had recently withstood a waterbender attack, and they sought to rebuild, so they didn't have much time for anything like a welcome party. Aang supposed he should have appeared publicly to them, maybe to give them hope, but he couldn't bring himself to. This wasn't his world. These people weren't his responsibility. He drummed his fingers against the low table in the center of the room, staring at his empty soup bowl. The sharp scent of freshly lacquered wood from the floorboards made him feel almost lightheaded, but he tried to focus his thoughts. Aang couldn't keep the idea out of his head that he had endangered this village by potentially leading Sokka here, on purpose, so he didn't want to linger too long. These people may not have been his responsibility, but he still didn't want to needlessly endanger them. Azula jadedly snapped her fingers as if bored, releasing small spurts of red fire into the air, which dissipated as soon as it was lit. It was still unnerving to see her bend red fire instead of her trademark blue flames, especially since Aang had never seen her use red back in his world. Her golden eyes turned to his gray ones from across the room. She had a calculating look in her eyes, but Aang turned his head away, not realizing he was staring. "What are you staring at?" she snapped. He was saved from replying by a knock on the door. Azula sighed. "Come in. Sorry to disturb you," Mai said, opening the door. "But the rest of the village wants to know if you're expecting a feast in your honor, or something." "You really don't have to," Aang said, standing and scratching the back of his head. He honestly didn't care, but he wondered if the whole village lacked devotion to the avatar they named their warriors after, or if it was just Mai. Mai gave a half-hearted shrug. "Oh, that's a shame. I thought we could have used something to break up the dreariness around here." Aang floundered, surprised at that response. "Wait, so does that mean you do want a party?" Zuko stood up before Mai could answer Aang. "That was great knife throwing back there," he commented. "You took advantage of my main weakness, long range. I don't really get beaten in a fight much." Azula snorted. "Please, Zuzu, show a little more humility. We met Mai's baby brother outside and I think even he would beat you, long range, or not. I find that claim hard to believe with the way you swing those pieces of metal around," Mai said, folding her arms and looking sincerely unimpressed. "There are plenty of old women here deadlier with those weapons than you are." Aang wasn't able to stifle his laugh, remembering a moment when they returned to the South Pole after the comet, for a safe haven. Gran had slapped the firebender as soon as she recognized him, but later accepted him as part of the family once Katara and Sokka filled her in on the details. Zuko turned to him angrily. "Don't you start too," he threatened, pointing a finger at Aang. "Hey, leave me out of this," he said, putting his hands up and snickering. He also found it pretty funny that Azula, of all people, told Zuko to be more humble, but he kept his mouth shut. Zuko's face reddened and he pinched the bridge of his nose with his eyes closed. "I'm gonna go shopping for more supplies," he said, and he turned around to leave the room without another comment. After he left, Azula turned to Aang and Mai with mock concern on her face. "Ah, looks like he got embarrassed. Serves him right for trying to show off for Mai." Aang frowned. "Maybe that was a little mean." Mai shrugged. "It's true. A lot of people tend to underestimate the old ladies here." Azula laughed at that, and even Mai cracked a smile. "Is everyone really trained to fight like that here?" Aang asked, wondering if traces of friendship started to form between the two girls like in his world. Maybe it would be a more genuine friendship here, he supposed, but he couldn't deny that he found the thought a little scary. Avatar Roku started the tradition, right? Why? Mai lowered to the floor next to the table and tucked her legs under her, smoothing out her Aodai. Historically, It was to uphold the era of peace put in place by Avatar Yangchen, his predecessor. During Roku's time, we were a worldwide organization, based here, that operated from the shadows of society, maintaining their ideals and fighting corruption at all levels. That's why our training extends beyond just fighting. According to his own records, he wanted us to do things that even similar contemporary societies wouldn't do. Wait, Yangchen was his predecessor. I thought he was right before me, Aang said, scratching his head. She'd said something similar before, but it was only now that he really thought about it. And what about Kyoshi? He wondered what kind of hand Roku had been dealt to go to such measures. And did this mean the Kyoshi warriors didn't exist? He had so many questions about this world, but he wasn't sure if Mai was the right person to have all the answers. Mai rolled her eyes. I think you need to remember your history lessons, Avatar. Roku lived centuries ago. Azula snickered again. Is this related to the joke you made the other day about the seasons going in the wrong order? Aang crossed his arms, starting to get an idea of how Zuko felt. Being in the same room as Azula and Mai just felt like a trap. Sorry, he grumbled. Guess I slept through history too much. Well, moving on, a secret worldwide cabal of warriors loyal to the Avatar sounds promising, said Azula, her eyes lit up. I suppose we can count on that support throughout our journey. Mai stood again and walked to a shelf with a wall scroll depicting a painted dragon that looked a lot like Fang, Roku's animal guide. Not really, she said, folding her hands in her wide sleeves. Aang couldn't read the expression on her face, but she did let out a sigh. Since then our numbers have dwindled. A lot. Now we're lucky to get intel on the rest of the Fire Nation, let alone the whole world. The water tribes are just too widespread. So all of the Roku warriors we have left stay confined to the island. It's so boring. Aang's eyes widened. It would have been helpful to have their support throughout the world, but he couldn't fault them for anything that might have happened in the last 100 years or more. He hadn't expected something so proactive from Roku to begin with. Who would have guessed history could change so significantly just from the order of the avatars being different? Whatever, Mai replied, waving her hand as if nonplussed by the whole thing. All that's ancient history now, too. If you want, you can come to our dojo, where we do most of our training. Just don't expect me to be your tour guide or something. Aang looked to Azula and they both shrugged. I don't see why not, he said. Mai led them outside and through the village hidden in the leaves. Almost every building had been made of wood, in a scattering of elevations that had made it look like they haphazardly clung to the mountainside, with sloped roofs that ended in dragon claw points. The trail from the inn up to the dojo near the mountaintop was winding and narrow, dotted at each juncture with a small stone shrine and lined with hibiscus bushes. All of the trees kept the village shaded from the hot sun and effectively hidden as well. Aang suspected he wouldn't have spotted it from the sky. Unless he specifically sought it. The forest was thick and lively, and the pungent but not unpleasant smell of ripe cashew fruits hung in the air, accompanying them on their walk up to the dojo. The townspeople greeted them with polite bows as they passed, as respectful to Aang as they were to Mai, and just as distant. They're nice, said Azula, after they passed by a child who seemed far too composed for their age. Though I'm surprised at the lack of friendliness. She blanched as she said it. Not that I want to walk hand in hand with anyone here, mind you. But I'm surprised people aren't fawning at the Avatar's return. Aang pulled at his collar. Not that I need the appreciation or anything, he said. I know you've suffered through attacks recently. That's part of it, said Mai. But the other part is just tradition. Growing up I was told to sit still, speak only when spoken to. Respect the elders and my superiors. And my father is the leader of the village, so those feelings and reactions extend to me, I guess. Azula laughed into the back of her hand. Doesn't sound so bad to me. I guess that explains why people were falling over themselves bowing to your father and baby brother earlier. Oh, yeah, Tom loves it. After a bit of a hike, they made it to a wide building nestled under the shade of a Bodhi tree with wide, heart-shaped leaves. Underneath it, they saw Zuko. His blades had been drawn, but when he saw them he joined them together at the hilt and put them back in the sheath on his back. Azula put her hand on her hip when she saw him. What are you doing here, Zuzu? I thought you went shopping. He took a deep breath, as if bracing himself. I came here hoping for some training, he said. I realized I shouldn't limit myself by thinking the techniques I've learned for fighting are the best out there. Father arranged for me to learn how to use these swords before he went off to war, but Uncle would encourage me to expand my horizons and not be so stubborn. Aang stared at Zuko, pondering his words. The Zuko he knew was always the type to try different fighting styles, open to using and mastering his broadswords even with knowledge of firebending under his belt. But it took a lot longer for both him and Sokka to swallow their pride and admit to their stubbornness, especially when Aang first met them. Even the Zuko Aang knew admitted to having an explosive temper, especially back before he joined Team Avatar, but so far Aang saw much less of it in this Zuko. He tried his best to ignore the mention of Zuko's father. Mai perhaps subconsciously mirrored Azula's movement in putting her hand on her hip. "We don't teach outsiders," she said, as blunt as ever. "Even when your numbers are dwindling," he responded, crossing his arms. "I'm sure back in the day some of the knowledge got out, being a worldwide organization and all." Mai raised an eyebrow. "Spying on us, were you? Did you notice me? I might have had my guard down." Mai walked up to the building, and then spoke to them with her back turned. "This place was where Avatar Roku's temple once was. It is a sign of our respect for him to put our dojo here," she explained. That was why the surrounding area looked sort of familiar, Aang thought, even as forested as it was. She opened the sliding door, revealing an expansive room with mats on the floors and a row of wooden dummies standing by the far wall. A few of the Roku warriors practiced hurling knives at the dummies, hitting them with deadly accuracy. A few windows let sunlight and a sea breeze into the room. Mai stopped in the center of the training mat and turned to face Zuko, a piece of metal in her hands glinting in the sun. "I think our Zuzu impressed her," said Azula. "Somehow." "All right," Zuko said. Mai, holding a trio of needles between her fingers. "You caught my attention." He pulled out his own swords again, holding them defensively, an acceptance of her challenge. Well, I didn't mean I was looking for attention when I asked if you noticed me. I was referring to the whole, sneaking around, thing." "I know what you meant," Mai said, cutting him off. She stood perfectly still. "Let's see what you've got." He stood there somewhat awkwardly, waiting for her to attack. Everyone waited. Zuko slowly started to inch around her in a circle, keeping his swords up. Aang saw his fists clenched tight and didn't envy him. Aang knew from experience how good Mai's aim could be. "This is a waste of time," Azula muttered, as the seconds stretched on to over a minute. "They're not even doing anything. Mai could have ended this already." Aang found himself more and more impressed by the Zuko that resembled his close friend more than the banished prince that was his enemy. Watching Zuko now, it made Aang realize how different this Zuko's upbringing must have been, and how much of an effect it seemed to have on him to be free of his evil father and sister. He knew already that they were different in this world, he just never thought about how much, or why, until now. And then Zuko's unexpected store of patience ran out and he launched at Mai with a bellow and swing of his swords. Maybe they did have some similarities, after all. She leapt into action, hurling her needles at him. Zuko blocked two of them with his left sword, but the other went through his pant leg with enough force to throw off his balance. His arms flailed as he wrenched his foot free of the floor, broadsword swinging wide. He growled in anger and frustration as she weaved through his attacks, but he backed up toward the wall to keep her from getting behind him. The movement had him on the defensive as he focused all of his attention on where she aimed her knives and needles, but the fight was over soon after it started when he neared too close to the wall and Mai bent backward to aim a dart at him from her ankle holster. It pinned his pant leg to the wall while a throwing star followed it up by pinning his sleeve. Zuko glowered and his swords clanged to the floor in defeat. Aang expected Azula to taunt him, but for once she said nothing as he pulled himself free of the wall. "You don't really have much in the way of natural talent," Mai said, blunt as ever. "But you're focused, and you learn quick. I saw the patterns in your attacks," Zuko said, his fists unclenching as he moved to sit on his knees in supplication, head bent. "I guess you did that on purpose, huh? You're not planning to stay here long, are you?" she asked. "At the very least, it wouldn't be boring if you stuck around, at least for a little while." "We can't," Zuko said. He gestured to Aang and Azula. "We're on a journey for them to master firebending. The plan is to leave tomorrow." Mai let out a sigh and held out a hand to help him up. "Well, it'd be a shame if you didn't pick up some skills on the way, too. It's only fair, I guess." Aang himself barely saw the quirk of Mai's lips, but when Zuko saw it he smiled in return. "It seems very suspicious to me," Kanna said to her grandson. "It is almost as if he wants to be found. Either that or he must be bad at covering his trail," Sokka said, scratching his chin. The two of them, along with Sokka's second-in-command Kinto, a hot-headed waterbender, studied a map of the Fire Nation outer islands. He's got to be at the outermost island. I would not go there, Kanna advised, tracing the Avatar's trail on the map with her finger. It might be a trap, or a ploy to mislead you. The boy kept dipping low below the clouds, giving them in plenty of other witnesses the chance to see him. From there, they easily predicted his destination. What would he gain from going to Crescent Island? He's probably fleeing to the Earth Kingdom for protection or something, Sokka surmised. He tried to piece together everything he knew of Crescent Island. It was shaped like a moon, so other more superstitious men might have considered it good fortune to find the Avatar there. He flipped his whalebone knife in one hand, thinking, we can't let him go. We have to capture him before then. If they lost the Avatar to the Earth Kingdom, there'd be no telling how long it would take to track him down again. The further he went inland, the further he was from the Water Nation. Prince Sokka, he might have supporters at that island waiting to attack. Sokka couldn't keep the edge from his voice. I've thought it through, he said, cutting across the old woman. This is my ship, and before the Avatar escapes to the Earth Kingdom I'm going to take advantage of our superiority over the sea and catch him. So I'll stick to what I know and you should stick to what you know. His grandmother regarded him with tired eyes, but otherwise seemed unfazed by the harshness in his words. And what would that be, my prince? He turned away from her. He didn't want to look at those eyes, not now. Look through our histories for any records on Crescent Island. I know I've come across it in my research about the Avatar, but I can't remember what's significant about it. It'll give us a hint of what to expect there. His voice softened, just a little bit. It's an important task, not some womanly one, okay. Oh, Prince Sokka, said Kanna, and from the tone of her voice he knew she took no offense from his earlier words. What on earth is a womanly task, dear? Zuko waited patiently in the underbrush of the island's dense woods, his golden eyes scanning the area. Mai wasted no time in beginning his training, but it mostly consisted of staying hidden among the swaying needles of evergreens and behind the trunks of unnervingly straight teaks. She wanted him to observe unseen, to report on the clothing and appearances of passerby. It was an exercise in stealth, patience, and memory. 3 things that he wouldn't have placed among his best skills, but that was why he was here to learn. He kept his steps light and avoided the crunch of pine needles or leaves under his feet. She told him to keep his breath measured and his hands steady. He didn't know yet what this had to do with knife or needle throwing, but he trusted that lesson would come soon enough. If anything, the exercise reminded him of his time hunting back on his own island, the countless hours spent searching for prey and creeping up on his quarry before they noticed him. Over the past couple of years, he spent most of that time with Azula. But before that, he learned all of his hunting techniques from his cousin, Lu Ten. Lu Ten was like the big brother he never had, a warrior who took to sword fighting like a prodigy, grasping it far better than Zuko ever did. They sometimes trained together, but Zuko tried to differentiate himself from Lu Ten by taking up broadswords, like his father Ozai, rather than the straight sword Lu Ten and most of the others wielded. But Lu Ten never looked down on him, never doubted him. When Ozai left with all the able-bodied men and women to help on the war front, Lu Ten had gone with him. And it was Lu Ten, not Ozai, who had parting words for Zuko and Azula, who encouraged them to look after Uncle Iroh and the rest of the village in his stead. Zuko didn't know why his mind wandered to his cousin, but he shook his head and forced himself to focus. He spent hours at his task. During that time, he did get discovered by 3 people, but they simply bowed their heads and hurried their pace, or else looked vaguely annoyed when they realized he wasn't one of their warriors or the Avatar. But when he had enough information to hopefully satisfy Mai, though he suspected that was exceedingly difficult on the best of days, he made his way back to the dojo. He found her in the dojo alone, administering maintenance to her wrist and ankle holsters. Seeing them spread out like that on the table, their straps undone, he wondered how she kept it under all her clothes. But he shook that thought from his mind before he could follow it to its end. I saw 14 people, he said. Most on their way to the ancestor shrines, but some were talking about going to see your father. Describe them, she said with a bored yawn, gently coating one of the holsters in a transparent oil with a long, thin brush. He assumed it was to keep the mechanism running smoothly. I know everyone in this village really well. Unfortunately, so I'll know if you make something up. There was a woman in clothes like yours, but red and gold, with a yellow hibiscus blossom in her hair. Broad nose, brown eyes. She was one of 3 who saw me. Go on. A couple, bit older. They wore undyed fabrics and straw hats, dressed like farmers. One had some gray in his hair and favored his right leg. Zuko screwed his eyes shut, trying to picture his partner. The other had a long nose, sort of balding, with a really tall topknot. Sort of like he's trying to make up for losing hair, right? Mai asked, a dry chuckle sneaking into her words. Her movements with the oil brush were languid, almost hypnotizing. Zuko laughed with her. Yeah, exactly. I saw another pair. I think they were both Roku warriors based on the way they carried themselves, but out of uniform. The guy was tall and skinny with messy hair. The girl was shorter and looked strong and talked a lot. I think she fights with her fists. They looked a little red and scuffed. But they carried a bunch of spider lilies. They were the only other ones who saw me. Mai nodded. That'll be Lu Mao and Shao. Sounds like they're slacking off. And on he went. They spent the rest of the day covering other aspects of life as a Roku warrior. After his first exercise, he helped her in the upkeep of her equipment, learned the best uses for a knife, needle, dart, throwing star, tripwire, bola, and regular dagger. But instead of wielding them and practicing his aim, they instead practiced the protocol for meeting someone of higher rank, whether they were a governor or civic minister or even royalty. He asked her the importance of this. He already knew how to bow and address people, but she insisted he needed to learn the basics again. Being a Roku warrior sometimes meant infiltrating high society, and if he did anything to indicate he was a fake, it could put a whole mission in jeopardy. He had to learn floral and tea ceremonies in case he ever found himself playing the role of a servant, and for the first time that day he felt comfortable in his task because living with Uncle Iroh gave him all sorts of advantages when it came to anything tea-related. Even so, the day had been filled with nothing but frustrations. His anger came out in bursts. Other than the tea, none of it came easy to him, but he kept trying regardless. That night, just before they ended for the day with plans to meet again in the morning, Zuko found himself more exhausted than he ever did after a full day of sword fighting. But just as he bid Mai good night and left the dojo, she tossed him a leather belt with a pouch, heavy with its contents. "What's this?" he asked, brushing his thumb over the clasp. "Your first weapons as a Roku warrior," she replied. "Normally it takes longer to get them, but you're not terrible and you're leaving tomorrow afternoon, anyway." Inside, he found wrapped knives and needles. It was far from the full repertoire of a Roku warrior, but it was a start. He'd thought he only disappointed her throughout the day, judging by her lack of reactions, so he found himself staring at the weapon pouch in surprise. He just hoped it would help him on his journey, wherever it decided to take him. He looked back up at Mai and couldn't help but smile, even as she walked past him out of the dojo. "Thank you, Mai." Aang sat near the top of the dormant volcano, his storm-gray eyes scanning the horizon. His clothing billowed in the wind as he sat on his perch, bracing himself with his staff while he was deep in thought. He kept envisioning Sokka attacking him, and then Aang himself hurting him while in the Avatar state. It tortured him inside, but he had to try to do something. He had to help his friend. As Aang expected, a ship appeared far away to the west, sailing toward Crescent Island. Aang waited as it neared, identifying first its blue sails. Unlike most other water navy ships, it didn't gleam with the reflective sheen of ice that made it seem made of silver at a distance. The wood on this one was badly battered, a ship he'd already seen and known. When it came close enough for him to recognize it as Sokka's, Aang finally jumped down from his perch and made his way back to the village to warn them. It was stupid. Aang knew it, but he wanted to see Sokka again. Wanted a chance to talk to him. He couldn't stand the idea of Sokka as his enemy, a Sokka who had been scarred and left with one eye. He should have just taken Zuko and Azula and flown away, but he wanted to face him even if it meant endangering the village below. He pushed the guilt aside as he descended on his glider, hoping his actions were the right ones. With only 5 men flanking him, Sokka approached the village atop his buffalo yak at a slow, steady pace. He didn't want to seem like an invader. He hoped to give the people a chance to surrender the Avatar to him without a fight. He disliked unnecessary violence, so he hoped if he and his men proved imposing enough it would work. The forest village felt unnaturally silent as they proceeded up the trail. His eye scanned over all of the buildings that they passed, and under them, too, since many stood on stilts to account for the mountain slopes. Despite the shore being far behind him already, he was far from defenseless with his waterskins, and most of the men were capable of plant bending anyway. Not to mention he had his trusty weapons that he always kept with him. He leaned over the side of his buffalo yak to pick a hibiscus flower from a bush that he passed. "Anyone here?" he called out. "I'm just looking for someone. If anyone wants to come out, we can have a little talk and I'll leave in peace once you hand him over." One of the men behind Sokka let out a yelp of pain and fell off his buffalo yak, a knife in his arm. Sokka scowled and took out his war horn. Well, he tried. If they wanted a fight, he'd give them one. The war horn resounded through the forest, signaling to Kinto and the other men who infiltrated from off the path to begin their attack. A hooded girl emerged from the branches above and hurled a barrage of darts at Sokka, but he unsheathed his club and smacked them out of the air. The hibiscus petals froze in his hands, sharpening its ends to a point, and he threw it in her direction. He didn't look long enough to see if his attack hit, turning his head to maximize his range of vision so he could spot any other surprise attacks. Other sounds of battle erupted elsewhere in the village as men shouted and water splashed. A pair of waterbenders ripped all of the leaves from a tree, exposing the warriors who hid in its boughs and opening them up to attack. Pliant branches, like those from a willow but covered in evergreen needles, entangled their enemies when they tried to escape. Their own defenses turned against them. Something bludgeoned the back of Sokka's head, but it took him a moment to realize it wasn't a solid object but a burst of air. He grimaced and turned to face the foe he came for. Zuko took cover behind one of the buildings, preparing to rush out into the fray. He gripped his swords tightly. He had already used some of his darts, some of which hit their marks, but he was still far from being as skilled as the Roku warriors. Mai fought alongside him, ready to support him from a safe range as he did his best on the ground against the invaders. After he caught his breath, Zuko stood up again. He clenched his swords in his hands, his chest hot as he watched what these waterbenders were doing to Mai's village. They barely had time to recover from their last attack, and now they had to withstand another assault. He felt the anger flood him as it did the day his own village had been attacked, back when his mother. "Wait," Mai said. She placed a hand on his shoulder, surprisingly delicate. "We have to go. We have to protect your village." He protested. "What are you waiting for?" She pulled him back down into a crouch. "No, this village is my responsibility. Yours is to the Avatar. It's a mission I can no longer carry out like we were formed to do." He tried to get back up but she held him firm. "So you're the one who has to carry on that duty in our stead. The duty of a Roku warrior. We can't let them destroy your village," Zuko said to her, almost pleading. "They'll follow you when you leave," she said. "Obviously. That one guy even said they were just looking for Aang. So stop trying to be heroic." "I'm not. We led them here, we'll get rid of them." The corners of her mouth perked up as their amber eyes met and she touched her lips to his. "Thank you," she said. When his eyes went wide with shock, she pressed a hand to his cheek even as the battle raged beyond them. "For fighting to protect my village. You've got so much anger in you, just waiting to get out. I think you can use that to your advantage, and maybe I can learn a thing or two from you as well. You just have to temper it, concentrate it to the edge of each needle and dagger." He stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to say. He never expected her to kiss him, much less admit to wanting to learn from him. Just go. Azula went to go get your bison. Go find them. I'll see you again," she said, gathering darts in her hands. She looked at him one last time and rushed off into battle, disappearing like a shadow in the leaves. A barrier of wind spun Sokka's signature boomerang off course. Aang was too focused on the battle to notice the similarity between the two Sokka's weapons. The fight turned into a close-range one when Sokka jumped at him with his machete and club, swinging with clear intent to maim. This Sokka fought more ruthlessly than the one Aang knew. But maybe that had to do with the fact that Aang was never on the receiving end of his onslaught before. "You don't have to do this," Aang yelled to him, keeping as much distance between them as possible. But even that didn't guarantee Aang's safety with the addition of this Sokka's waterbending. "You're a good person, I know it. You don't know anything about me," Sokka shouted back with a swing of his club. The movement was accompanied by a bludgeoning blast from his waterskin, and he sheathed his machete to free up his other hand with grasping motions. The water coiled around Aang's staff and ripped it from his hands, hurling the wood down the mountain trail. Unarmed, and with a major component of his airbending lost, Aang stood helplessly, giving Sokka a pleading look. He refused to fight him any longer. He knew this wasn't the Sokka he knew, but he couldn't bring himself to attack, it hurt too much. Before things could proceed further, the two of them heard a loud growl, and a burst of air from Appa's tail sent Sokka sprawling and tumbling away. Aang didn't move. "Aang, we have to go," Azula shouted down to him from Appa's reins. "They'll follow us if we leave." "Move," Zuko yelled. Their shouts shook Aang out of his trance, and he hurriedly grabbed his staff. He looked at Sokka one last time, who looked back at him with a defeated look in his eye. Something lingered in the air, an unspoken tension between them, and to Aang it felt like a chain holding him in place. Even Appa had no hesitation attacking Sokka in Aang's stead, and the thought made him feel even more alone. Sokka grit his teeth and grimaced in pain as he lifted himself up off the ground, and it was like the spell had been broken. Aang jumped up onto Appa's back as he gained height and flew over the village. He looked over the destruction left in their wake, reminded horribly of a similar situation when his carelessness put so many people at risk. He was overwhelmed with guilt, but he hoped Sokka would follow him, as Zuko did last time on Kyoshi Island. Sabi perched on his shoulder as if offering him comfort, nuzzling into his neck. Aang knew Sokka was not going to stop pursuing him. And he was not going to give up, either. As the fight dragged on, Sokka knew his own men were outnumbered, but not outmatched, by the shadows flitting through the trees, taking down their assailants one by one. Sokka's waterbenders ripped all the moisture from as many trees as they could. Wood groaned and snapped as the waterbenders advanced on their foes, tearing away their defenses and their hiding places. Sokka wanted these people to regret helping the Avatar, he wanted to be angry, he wanted to lash out at them all. But he'd failed again, and with each failure it took the Avatar further and further from Sokka's reach. Someone would catch him first, whether it was Bato or someone else. And Sokka's life would be remembered as nothing but a series of screw-ups. The screw-up prince, they would call him. Most of all, he found himself repeating the Avatar's words in his head. "You're a good person." Of course Sokka knew that. He might have failed as a prince and as a son, but he wasn't a bad person. He was a good warrior and a great strategist, most of the time. He even kept his skills well-rounded and prided himself on using his brains more than his brawn. But who did the Avatar think he was to make presumptions like that about someone he didn't know? Sokka. His grandmother found him as he advanced up the mountain with his warriors. He looked to her, his eye narrowed. "What are you doing here, Gran? I told you to stay with the ship. It's too dangerous for you here." She frowned. "I can handle myself," she said. "But what are you doing? The Avatar has already departed. Call back your men, there is no need to continue the attack on these people." He pulled her onto the back of his buffalo yak. "They've got to pay for helping the Avatar. They're the enemy, too. Every second you delay, the Avatar gets further ahead of us. We don't want his trail to run cold." He didn't follow his men as they continued their advance. Instead, his buffalo yak stopped along the trail and his gaze fell to his hands clutching the reins. "I'm out of ideas," he admitted. "I don't know where the Avatar's headed next. I don't know how to catch him." "You need to get out of your own head," said Kanna, knocking against his wolf helm. "Come, let us go back to the ship. After all that walking up here I need to give my feet a nice, long soak in a salt bath. And then maybe I'll get someone to rub them while we plan our next move." Together. Sokka rolled his eye, but signaled to Kinto to recall the men. "Iu, Gran, just, Iu." The beauty of the Fire Nation sometimes made Aang want to burn it all away, to do to them what Ozai did to the Earth Kingdom. But those were dark, dangerous thoughts. He was the Avatar, the bridge between the spirits and nature and humans and innovation. He was an air nomad. He was supposed to treasure growth like this, a rare gem not found in the rest of the world. Greenery like he hadn't seen in over a year grew from the mountain slopes, turning to gold as the rising sun crested over the eastern horizon. A dusty village rested far away at the base of the mountain, its squalor so at odds with the natural beauty surrounding it. Katara had insisted it was a terrible idea to come to the Fire Nation, the heart of their enemy. But Sokka reasoned that the whole world belonged to them now and it was just as perilous as anywhere else. If they were lucky, an opportunity to attack Phoenix King Ozai might present itself. Perhaps he would make a stately visit to the outlying villages and lord his power over the people. And also, perhaps, the dormant volcano beneath Royal Caldera City would awaken and kill him and Azula in a cauldron of fire and miraculous peace would come. Aang felt reasonably certain he had mastered all four elements, or had at least come close to it. He thought he could take Ozai in a one-on-one battle now. Now that the comet had come and gone, he was just one master firebender. The problem was finding an opportunity for that to present itself. They had no friends who could help mount an invasion force to get him in the Phoenix King's proximity anymore. He decided to stop fake meditating and joined his friends back at camp. Zuko took inventory of their supplies while Suki brushed Appa. She often volunteered to do that, more than even Aang nowadays. She confessed to him once that it reminded her of a different time, a great mission where she had succeeded in carrying out one of her most important tasks. He didn't press her for details. A Topknot and then Sokka's face appeared over the hill leading toward the path to the village. Toph's head bobbed up at his side a moment later, her gait harsher than normal as each footfall felt like a stomping clarion to Aang's earthbending senses. Something had angered her. He gave them his full attention, eager to hear the news they brought back from the village. "Guys, something bad happened," Sokka said, confirming his suspicions. Katara's wrists rolled and twisted in a rhythm over a pot of vegetable broth, stirring that night's dinner, but she stopped at her brother's words. "What is it?" "Long Feng," Sokka said. "He's working with the Fire Nation." The broth turned to ice and Katara's posture hardened with it, her shoulders quaking with rage and the memory of Jet's demise. Zuko tightened the drawstring of one of their supply bags and furrowed his brow. "Who's Long Feng?" "Just some more trouble," said Toph, rubbing a knuckle as if she wanted the former Grand Secretariat there so she could plant it in his face. She stomped her foot again, but then her eyes widened and she threw herself at Aang just as an arrow bit deep into his shoulder. "Aang! Aang! Aang! Aang!" Azula's shouts pulled him from his sleep and the crushing weight of years of loss bore down on him, his world shifting from hazy memory to bleak reality. Both worlds felt equally as stifling and humid. "Ah!" he cried out upon seeing Azula's face. She jumped back as his arms went up reflexively to protect himself. It took him a moment to realize he was safe. "What was that for?" Azula asked him, standing up and brushing the dirt off her clothes. "I was just waking you up to tell you we're leaving." Aang exhaled with relief. "Okay, sorry, Azula," he said, looking up into the blue sky above. Why was he having these nightmares? They only reminded him that he needed to get back home, and quickly. He didn't know what was happening to his friends without him. Other than that, they were only bringing painful memories to the surface. Back in the real world, he still had the scar from the arrow wound, which Katara thankfully healed after they fought off the assassin. Every scar that he previously received, including the one from Azula's lightning bolt through his back and foot, disappeared in this world, leaving his skin healthy and his body undamaged. He looked at the Azula and memories of lightning shook him to the core. If the opportunity ever presented itself, he would be sure to never give this Azula the opportunity to learn to bend lightning. He wasn't ashamed to admit to himself the fear of lightning linking them together like a chain, as if it would awaken something in this Azula he'd rather not see. Because of the dreams, he was getting more desperate to return home. He needed some kind of advice from someone he could rely on. Avatar Roku, his biggest link to the spirit world, was out, at least through his temple at Crescent Island that wasn't there in this world. There were precious few possibilities left that he could rely on, and even fewer that he knew even existed in this weird world. After packing up camp and flying away on Appa, Aang decided to ask Zuko and Azula if they knew one of them. "Do either of you happen to know someone named King Bumi?" he asked them. Both of them stared at him blankly. What about Omashu, in the Earth Kingdom? Everything else he knew seemed to be in the wrong place, so it was worth a try. "No, we've never heard of either," Azula responded. "We've never left our village before." Aang sighed and lowered his eyes, beginning to give up hope of ever returning home. Bumi could have at least offered advice to him. "I haven't either, but there is a city with a king not far from here," Zuko said. "In its Earth Kingdom." Aang stared at him, confused. "An Earth Kingdom city, in the Fire Nation? How would you know?" Azula asked him, her voice ringing with doubt. "Oh, wait, you're always sitting in your room and studying maps instead of doing something useful like hunting, I forgot." At this comment, her brother looked away, hiding an embarrassed blush on his face. "Actually, it was from that man that visited our village a few years ago, remember? He said he came from Jia Duan to the north. I was looking at our map before and we're really close to it. Well, it was worth looking into." "All right, we'll head there then," Aang decided. He turned around and pulled on the reins, steering Appa toward the southwest. "Why?" Azula's question cut through the wind, a doubt in Aang that she decided to air rather than let fester. "Why bring us to all these places? You stopped us at the Western Air Temple and then Crescent Island for pointless reasons." You've brought us far out of the way of our intended destination, and I'd rather not face more trouble on our way to the Golden City. I'll explain when we get there. She crossed her arms and said nothing, setting her lips in a thin line that made Aang think of a crack in a pane of glass. Zuko had been right. It only took them an hour to get to the city of Jia Duan, situated at the very edge of the mainland, the eastern archipelago beginning in its wake. More like a large village, it clung to the mountains at the highest altitude possible, as if climbing to get away from the water. Terraces made a stairway down the mountainside, ending at a bay nestled in the crook between the eastern archipelago and the southern, at the end of which Zuko and Azula's village lay. As they neared the landmass, Aang could see water shimmering in the sunlight of each terrace, meaning they could only be a series of rice paddies. Jia Duan mostly clung to the mountainsides the same way trees did, with homes dotting the slopes above and around the rice paddies, solid structures on leveled ground made of stone and wood like in the Earth Kingdom. A broad, leafy plant called an arrowhead littered the mountains like a dark vein corrupting the water, a common infestation for rice paddies that weren't properly maintained. They even grew over some of the houses like strangling ivy. On the higher levels, Aang saw signs of construction. Homes and shops and tea houses cropped up the higher they went, though he wondered if they were for presentation more than anything, because there didn't seem to be enough of a population in Jia Duan to live in all of them. When not twisting to meet the standards of the natural mountainside, the other buildings had been arranged in an orderly grid. The few people they did see cowered away from the bison as it flew over them until Appa landed, and they meandered up the rising incline toward the largest building at the mountain's peak, something of a palace. These people feared the war. But even with the abundance of rice paddies, Aang saw hunger, which he knew as well as he knew war. Jia Duan seemed intimately acquainted with it themselves. Children huddled together under the eaves of empty houses, scrounging for scraps discarded by soldiers. He saw only soldiers and no peacekeepers, and began planning out escape routes in case they needed to make a quick getaway. The weapons wielded by these soldiers and the armor they wore seemed cared for more than the people, gleaming with cleanliness in the sunlight. Aang, Zuko, and Azula walked among the people and Earth Kingdom soldiers of the city's streets. The two siblings looked around uneasily. So why did you want to come here? Zuko echoed Azula's earlier question, eyeing some rough-looking people in one of the side alleys. I used to have a friend named Bumi, he answered, not at all worried about any potential thieves or fights. Aang could handle that. I need to speak with him. But that was a while ago, Zuko said to him, voice heavy with sympathy. He's not. At least, he shouldn't be, Aang said firmly. Bumi lived through age in his world, didn't he? Azula didn't kill him here, at least not yet. It didn't take long at all for them to approach the palace gates, far more impressive than the rest of the town and emblazoned with the insignia of an erupting volcano. The guards immediately seemed defensive. Stand down, Aang told them, holding his palms out to them. I would simply like to meet with the king. I am the Avatar. There is nothing to fear from me. He tried his best to take on the guise of a commanding, respected adult. The guards looked at each other and then rushed to obey his orders, leading them inside of the palace. The three kids in the lemur were led to a lavishly decorated room off of the main hall of the palace and then left alone. Azula made a beeline for the pile of cushions and silks and lounged on them, helping herself to the bowl of papayas on a short table next to her. Zuko frowned at her with disapproval and sat cross-legged at the tea table, pouring himself and Aang a cup of spiced herbal tea that was surprisingly more Fire Nation than he expected to find in a place that reminded him so much of the Earth King's palace in Ba Sing Se. And yet, this palace had none of the age or timelessness of a mountain, no hint of the countless and sometimes clashing styles of centuries of dynasties piling atop each other. Barely a speck of dust kissed the tabletops and corners of the room. And he kept seeing the insignia of the volcano, a stark reminder that this was a mix between earth and fire. The insignia of burning earth. Aang did not yet touch either the fruit or the tea, sitting in front of the table with his back straight and staring patiently ahead, waiting for the arrival of the king. If he wasn't his old friend Bumi, then he wanted to be on guard, just in case. Now was not the time to act childish. There were two doors in front of them, one the entrance and the other leading to some other room or hall. In the center was a raised platform, meant for the king's seat when meeting guests. Aang was mildly surprised that they were able to get into the palace so fast, but hoped that it was indeed Bumi and it was because he loved to meet guests, but more and more told him that it couldn't be his friend. This king cared too much about appearances. His blank gaze turned to the door as it opened. Three robed men came in, wearing conical hats. It took almost no time at all for Aang to recognize who they were with their dark colors and hands folded behind their backs, the Dai Li. His eyes hardened. What were they doing here? The last figure to walk into the room made the Avatar's brow crease and his grip tighten on his staff in his lap. Long Feng strode confidently into the room, looking at them with fake kindness written all over his face. He sat down in the king's seat, his robes far more opulent than Aang had ever seen him wear, with jade rings encircling his fingers, gold woven into the black and emerald of his robes, and a mustache and beard that might have been 2 or 3 times longer than he remembered. He wondered about the change to his facial hair and couldn't help but think of how he wanted to pull them right off the man's face. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you, young Avatar," he said. It was the same deep, lightly scornful tone he remembered. Aang's knuckles turned white. This man killed Jet and was responsible for many more deaths in Ba Sing Se and the Earth Kingdom when he joined Ozai. It took all of his willpower to hold back from attacking him. "I am King Long Feng, ruler of Jia Duan. I am Aang," he said, his voice plain and restrained. "These are my friends, Azula and Zuko." It was then that he realized that he far preferred this, nice, Azula to Long Feng. "Please, eat your food. You must be tired and hungry from your long journey," the ex-Grand Secretariat of Ba Sing Se said. "No thanks, I'm not hungry," Aang replied. Zuko and Azula seemed fine to let him do all the talking, but they both listened attentively. The latter sat with her back to the wall as if to take in every detail. Aang knew because he would have liked to do the same. "I have a few questions for you, if you don't mind." One of the king's brows rose as he took a sip of wine and straightened his posture. "And what would they be?" His Dai Li agents loomed behind him like a pair of guard towers. "Why is there an Earth Kingdom town and king in the Fire Nation?" Aang didn't want to mention Ba Sing Se or Omashu just in case they didn't exist. He did not want Long Feng to be suspicious. He was a dangerous enemy, and the less he knew, the better. "You do not know the current state of affairs in the Earth Kingdom?" Long Feng asked him. Aang shook his head. "The war with the Water Nation has become disastrous for the Earth Kingdom. Every month at the full moon, the Waterbenders' powers increase and they are able to mount successful, and devastating, invasions. They hold many of the shores and it is considered dangerous to be near water. The Fire Nation is relatively untouched by the war, and the people came to live here for a safe haven." "Untouched," said Zuko, scowling. "Have you seen outside of your city at all?" Long Feng's temple twitched as he regarded Zuko. "I assure you, it would be a lot worse if we weren't here. We have soldiers stationed all over the Fire Nation mainland defending from assaults from the seas, independent of the Golden City, who, I might inform you, only bothers to defend their northern territories. We've had to do what we must in order to maintain stability in the absence of the Avatar for 100 years. Since I've come to this city, we've made many great strides toward protecting the people of the Fire Nation." "But a king?" Aang asked, ignoring the slight against him. He filed away that comment on the Golden City for later, aware of the possibility that he could be lying. "Couldn't they have sent a governor or something? Jia Duan is considered separate from the rest of the Earth Kingdom. I have had a disagreement with the king of Ba Sing Se, Kui, in the past. We split, and I came to rule here. I rule all of the Earth Kingdom villages in the Fire Nation. The Golden City allows us to stay," he said, his voice layered with malicious intent, as it always was. Aang did not want to know what their disagreement was. "So the Earth Kingdom is split in two," Aang mused. "Much more than that, nowadays, but yes. What about Omashu? Can you tell me anything about them or King Bumi? Is he still alive?" he asked the end hopefully. "Omashu was invaded by the water tribes 5 years ago. The city was close to the water despite the ring of mountains around it, and they have fought miraculously for the last 100 years, but they were not able to withstand every full moon. They fell, and now the city is in ruins," Long Feng informed him. "And King Bumi?" Aang asked again. The king shook his head and averted his eyes, and Aang had no way of knowing if he spoke the truth. "I know not of his fate." Aang lowered his gaze. Was there any hope left for him? After a long pause, Aang looked into Long Feng's cold eyes again. "Thank you for answering my questions. We'll let you get back to your work," he said, eager to leave. Azula stood up with him, while Zuko remained seated, looking slightly confused. Long Feng furrowed his brow. "You are leaving so soon?" "Yes, I am, and you can do nothing about it." Aang couldn't keep the coldness out of his voice as he thought of Appa alone outside the city, too close to Long Feng for Aang's comfort. He would never let the rat viper threaten someone he cared about again. Never let anyone hold that kind of leverage over him. We have to get on our way. Long Feng reclined on his throne and steepled his fingers. I see. The three stood up and turned away. Thank you for your hospitality. Aang took a step, but found his feet stuck to the floor. He suddenly couldn't move and he lost balance. He windmilled his arms to stop his fall and a stone hand clamped over them and pinned them behind his back by his wrists, leaving part of his hands free. Aang's head turned to Long Feng, anger all over his face. What do you want? It was the Dai Li agents that had bound him, Zuko, and Azula, who were both in similar positions. Even Sabi, who was perched on his staff, had been attached to it in a stony grip to make it look like some ancient sage's scepter. You will not be leaving so soon. I have a request, Long Feng said, perfectly calm. He folded his fingers under his chin. My adversary, King Kwai of Ba Sing Se, chooses not to hand over some of his power, he said, choosing his words carefully. He does not want to play any part in our defense, and his weak kingdom is falling to the water savages. He spoke business-like, his voice deep and steady like the rumblings of a quake. I believe it would be in all of our best interests if the Earth Kingdom were to come under the rule of another. You mean you, said Azula. Zuko's anger came out in a snarl. No way, why would we do that? You three kids don't know what I'm capable of, Long Feng said. It sounded simultaneously like an assurance and a threat. I could bring stability to the Earth Kingdom. I did for many years, at least until Omashu fell. I have far more experience than that childish king. And what do you want us to do? Azula asked. Where do we fall into this? Go to Ba Sing Se and gain the king's trust, Long Feng said, standing up and pacing, his hands folded behind his back. Once he completely relies on you for support and strength, I want you to remove him from power. Assassinate him, if you must. You'd hardly be the first avatar in history to do such a thing. Aang's eyes widened. I believe no one has the strength and the ability to gain his trust like you do, Avatar. And if we refuse? Aang asked, his eyes narrowed. This Long Feng was a desperate man, a puppeteer who once had a whole kingdom under his thumb and lost it all. He wanted power purely for the sake of it, obsessed with the appearance and the illusions while the people outside his palace starved and struggled. You will not leave, he said simply. His words hung in the air, resonating within Aang. What was going on? He thought this timeline, or whatever it was following his own previous adventures, except just reversing the roles of his friends and enemies. But what was this? This never happened. This wasn't supposed to happen. Something had changed that made the world like this. Was it like Long Feng said? Were the water tribes really that bad? King Kwai was a kind man. Aang did not remember the exact last moment he had seen him, but according to Katara and Sokka, the king left them to journey on his own while Aang was in his coma. None of them had ever seen him again, but they heard a little of his whereabouts. Shortly after the fateful day of the comet, the king had assembled a makeshift rebellion to rise against the Fire Nation menace. They had been crushed like insects. Kwai was just too inexperienced. Aang didn't know his ultimate fate, but they had assumed the worst. Aang and Zuko were silent, staring into the eyes of their captors, unwavering. The Avatar was trying to formulate a plan to get them out of this situation. Therefore, they were both surprised when Azula spoke up. Fine, sounds easy enough. What are you talking about, Azula? Zuko asked her, squinting at her. We're supposed to help Aang. You're the one who wanted to go to the Golden City in the first place. Oh please, Zuzu, do you really think I wanted to go there for a reason? I just wanted to get out of that miserable little island we lived in. I used the Avatar as an excuse to escape, she said, and she sounded exactly like the Azula that Aang knew. Chills of anger went up and down Aang's spine, coiled inside of him and burned in his belly so hot that he thought he would unleash a breath of fire right there. Buried underneath that, however, was the fear. It still lingered, a beast that stirred in the back of his mind after all this time. I knew I shouldn't have trusted you. He shouted at her. She was just as malicious, cunning, and evil as she was before. He knew there was no good in Azula. She was the manifestation of malevolence, and she always would be. Zuko struggled against his bonds. Azula, what are you talking about? You must be crazy. Unfortunately, Long Feng's voice interrupted the three of them. One young girl isn't enough. I thank you for your offer, but we need the Avatar. That won't be necessary, Your Majesty, Azula said to him, a look of derision in her eyes. A master firebender will be enough. Furthermore, I have received training from the assassins on Crescent Island. That will suffice. Aang's eyes betrayed surprise yet again and he realized she was bluffing. What was she trying to do? Save her own skin? Zuko fell silent, his jaw hanging limp. Long Feng seemed to consider this for a moment. Fine then, I would like to see a demonstration of your abilities shortly. First, I would like your final decision, Avatar. He glared at Azula with hatred as he spoke. Never. She smirked with triumph. I see, Long Feng said, turning on his heel. I will now take my leave. Girl, I will see you soon to oversee your firebending demonstration. He walked out of the room without a glance at any of them. The Dai Li agents followed, leaving one more behind to look after them. Now, Azula said to the agent sweetly. Can you let me go? This hurts quite a bit. The agent pondered it for a moment, but their king didn't give him any orders to the contrary, so he freed her hands. She ignored the glares of Aang and Zuko as she stretched. So what will be done with them? They will be put into prison chambers, the Dai Li agent answered. Aang and Zuko stood silent, staring at her with baleful glares. He dared her with his eyes to talk to them. Neither of them struggled out of their bonds, though their feet were freed when Long Feng left so they could be led to the prisons. We'll see about that, Azula said, her voice low. I'm sorry, the Dai Li agent asked. His answer came in the form of a blast of fire to the face and he screamed as he shielded himself with his arms, his sleeves going ablaze. Azula tackled him shoulder first to knock him to the ground. Let's get out of here, quickly, she said to Zuko and Aang. Zuko gaped like a fish out of water, but Aang took the moment to jump into action and make his escape, running as fast as the wind out of the room and down the hall, picking up a constricted sabi and his staff along the way with his exposed fingers and hooking it under his arm. Azula pulled Zuko along after her. They needed to get out before more Dai Li agents heard the man screaming. People looked out of numerous rooms as they passed by, disturbed by the loud wailing. Azula ran as fast as she could, still dragging her unresponsive brother along. When they neared the exit of the palace, he began to regain his bearings and started running on his own. Azula, what was that? He asked between breaths as they ran. I thought you were really betraying us. She just smirked in reply. The siblings rushed through the open palace doors, greeted immediately by warm, refreshing sunlight. Aang watched Azula revel in it for a moment, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, but the rush of footsteps behind her of pursuing Dai Li made her run faster. Aang led the way through town, dodging around people before the soldiers could recuperate and begin chasing after them. He looked back just to make sure Zuko and Azula skirted at the edge of his vision, even though a large part of him wanted to leave Azula behind. They found Appa surrounded by a squad of 6 soldiers, refusing to fly away and leave his companions. The bison roared at the advancing men but Aang approached with a wide, sweeping kick that knocked 3 of them off their feet. Another managed to hold his bearings and rushed Aang with a spear, but Aang jumped through a loop of his own arms so his cuffed hands were in front of him and he slapped away the weapon with the rock bindings just in time. He swung his conjoined hands on the soldier's helmet and knocked him out while Zuko barreled into a 4th soldier with a tackle and Azula took down the last one with her firebending. He regarded Azula with a stony face as they climbed onto the saddle. She pointedly avoided looking at him. With a growl and a wave of his tail, Appa lifted off into the sky, blowing the pursuing Dai Li away with gusts of wind as they assailed them with rocks. It took them no time at all to get a safe distance away from the palace and Azula grinned once they made it out of range, putting her hands behind her head. That was too easy. The Dai Li and that king are all idiots. Aang and Zuko were silent, staring at her as they both struggled to find words. She lost a little bit of her confidence and fire as they stared her down, looking away and pouting. Sabi, wrapped completely in earth except for her head and the tops of her fingers, let out pathetic cries from the floor. What? She asked them. Why did you do that before? Zuko asked, his tone accusing. You seemed so convincing, he added in a weaker tone. I thought you really wanted to turn against us. But it got us out pretty easily, didn't it? She snapped back at him. I was hoping you two wouldn't be thick enough to believe me, or even worse, spoil my lies. Aang grimaced. You could have given us some kind of warning. I was ready to attack you. Azula paused. I was just trying to help. She folded her arms and looked away from them. They could not see the expression on her face. All of the anger and hatred Aang felt for her moments before immediately melted away to be replaced by overwhelming guilt. He so readily thought of her as a traitor to him, and even though he felt he had good reason to, he also thought he should try to trust her more. The young child buried deep inside him by loss and death was slowly emerging. And it was telling him to forgive and forget. "I'm sorry, Azula," he said quietly. "I knew you wouldn't betray me all along, I think," he said. "But you were really believable, I have to give you that." She looked at him again, allowing a small smile. "Yeah, I guess. Where'd you learn to lie like that?" Zuko asked her. Aang wondered the same. It seemed that this Azula kept all of her cunning and deceit, as well as the princess's brilliant acting. She ignored her brother and looked at Aang. "But why did you think I would turn against you so easily? Don't you know that I want to travel to the Golden City as much as you do? Don't you trust me?" This was a newer, more sensitive side he wasn't used to seeing from Azula. His mind raced for something to say to get him out of this type of situation. "I've had bad experiences in the past," he admitted, averting his eyes. He knew it was a flimsy excuse and she likely thought so as well, but she didn't press him for once. "But I'm willing to keep it there this time." This time, he spoke the absolute truth. He still wanted to get back home, but now his immediate concerns were for the present, in this place. "Then maybe the three of us can all start over again, and you can count Zuzu and I as real friends," Azula said, looking at them both. Zuko nodded with agreement. Aang and Azula clasped hands, made somewhat difficult by his bindings, but they managed. "Friends," he agreed. He was officially friends with Azula now, he thought with a grin. What was the world coming to? The monstrous wave followed after the low-flying bison. Aang held onto Appa's reins, pulling them in order to steer in a safer direction. Appa ducked, dodged, and rolled in midair to avoid the blasts of fire that shot at them from the scattering of towers inside the inner walls of Ba Sing Se. The wave of water that followed them was not trying to topple the group, it was a defensive mechanism. In her greatest feat of waterbending yet, Katara held out a gigantic wall of water that trailed behind them in the air, warding off the fiery missiles. Aang had no idea how she had amassed so much water. His head throbbed as the explosions tore through the air. After being in captivity for 2 solid weeks in the dungeons of Ba Sing Se, the Team Avatar finally made their escape. Despite a close call with Azula under the catacombs and a run-in with Mai and Ty Lee, everything else had gone smoothly. It appeared that ever since the Greatest Earth Kingdom city's takeover, the Fire Nation turned the palace into their own unstoppable fortress. Aang and the others were captured some time after Sozin's comet, brutally beaten in the Fire Nation's clutches after they tried for a counterattack, revenge for their lost friends and loved ones. Aang, and all of the others, had many new bruises and scars to add to their collections. It seemed surreal as Aang guided Appa out to freedom, finally reaching the inner walls of the palace grounds and changing direction. The bison flew directly upwards, keeping them the safest from turret attacks. Unfortunately, as Appa was about to clear the wall into the open sky, they happened to fly right under a turret. Aang cursed his luck as it shot at them, but he was quick enough to raise a thick stone slab from the very wall the turret was on and blocked it. Appa was unable to halt his momentum in time to turn and fly out of the way, and collided right into Aang's earth barrier. The side of the bison crashed into the stone wall, and with a pained roar, Appa groaned and descended in an arc. The force of it threw Aang and the others against the wall. Aang, Toph, and Haru were able to cling onto it with ease. All three managed to make ledges for Sokka, Katara, Zuko, and Suki, who all landed with finesse despite their weakened frames. Katara's water splashed to the ground. Haru hadn't yet left them after the unsuccessful invasion on the day of Black Sun. He seemed determined to prove himself, rescue his father, and help save the world. His bending ability had grown tenfold. A storm of Fire Nation soldiers came from their guard station nearby, grouping at the base of the wall. Bows were pointed at them. They were trapped. Haru lunged forward, raising a protective wall of earth before the soldiers could react. "You guys, get out of here. I'll hold them off." Bowstrings twanged and arrows bounced off of his barrier, but it would only hold until the firebenders arrived. "We're not leaving you here," Katara yelled to him. Aang's heart fluttered. She was so caring, so stubborn. It was one of the many reasons why he loved her. "You have to get on Appa before they do," Haru said, his long hair matted with knots and blood that may not have been his own. Aang could feel earthbenders coming towards them, the Dai Li. Haru's face, now pale and scarred from those awful days in the dungeons, gave a pleading look to Aang. "Please, the world needs you. You need to get out of here. Don't worry about me." Aang's eyes locked with his. He was just as stubborn and steady as any other earthbender, Aang realized. And determined. He wanted to help them in any way possible, and this was the way he felt was best. Aang nodded. "All right, let's get out of here," Toph said, strengthening her own wall, trying to ward off the turret blasts from above them. Zuko, with one parting look to Haru, jumped down to Appa, who had regained his bearings and floated near the ground. Sokka and Suki were next, reluctantly. Toph came after them, and only Aang, Katara, and Haru lingered. Katara held her hands together for a moment, and Aang could see the conflict in her eyes as she was torn between fighting alongside him or fleeing with the others. "Thank you," she finally said to him, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Haru blushed. Aang put a hand on Haru's shoulder. "Be careful," he said. "Don't. You know, on us." Haru smiled. After everything, he still had a soft smile, full of warmth. "I won't." Aang and Katara gave one last farewell to their friend and jumped onto the bison. Aang blasted away the soldiers that neared, and thankfully Appa didn't need to be goaded into action. With a booming roar, the bison shook off the pain and flew away. Below them, Team Avatar, now once again reduced to 6, watched as Haru smashed the earth barrier down on all of the soldiers and the Dai Li, and then land on the ground and fight them all with a feat of earthbending that made even Toph proud. They never saw him again. Aang was, to put it simply, extremely annoyed. His wrists had completely swollen in pain from the rock cuffs which still held him in place. Zuko and Aang were still bound by the rocks put on them by Long Feng's Dai Li, but they were able to stretch their arms under their bent legs, putting the cuffs in front of them, making it a little more bearable. At the very least, they were able to feed themselves and do very basic things. The pain and annoyance was made even worse by the sweltering heat of the summer day in the Fire Nation. His clothes clung to his sweaty body and his face was turning red from the sun. It was nearly as hot as it was in the Siwang Desert, and several times more humid. Azula, on the other hand, seemed to think it was quite funny. She snickered whenever Zuko moaned, and there was always a triumphant gleam in her eyes afterward. She was able to best the Dai Li with pure trickery, something that Aang or any of his previous friends weren't used to doing. Of course, they were accustomed to being on the receiving end of it, courtesy of their enemy Azula. Now, in his mind, Aang referred to this Azula as Nice Azula, and the one that he previously knew, the one that killed him, as Bad Azula. It was still odd to think of her as a friend now, but he still didn't fully trust her. It would take a lot of time for that to develop. His back quivered slightly, as if remembering an old wound, but there were no scars to speak of. Aang still remembered it quite vividly, the cosmic energy surging into him, flooding the boy with power, only to have it taken away a moment later, by the princess's lightning. That time, pain flooded into his body, exiting by the sole of his foot. He knew it wasn't the same Azula that was in front of him. But it was hard to lay down his guard completely to her, despite their burgeoning friendship. He would not yet be able to rely on her in battle, or when he needed help most. There was an underlying fear, there was always going to be one, he knew, that she was going to turn on him again. And the next time, it might be for real. Trust was earned, but he wouldn't be able to explain to her why it was taking her so long to earn it. As the result of one very confusing stir of emotions, Aang felt helpless. Lately, his thoughts had been going into a full circle with no clear answer. He wanted the help of his friends again. He missed the old Zuko, one that grew to offer advice as invaluable as his uncle's. He missed the pillar of quiet, supportive strength. After the fateful day of the comet, they sparred each day, trying to outclass the other. Zuko was his silent, worthy, contemplative companion. He missed old Sokka's sarcastic wit and surprising intellect. The Water Tribe boy always had a plan of action, a way to get them out of their troubles. What he lacked in bending he made up in resourcefulness, and even Zuko looked to him with full respect. Aang had missed his ability to brighten up any situation, but in more recent days, his humor had grown dull with hopelessness. He missed Toph's biting sarcasm and blunt comfort. She was unconquerable, and often took the lead of the group when they were feeling particularly hopeless or depressed. She was always the first to take action, the first to beat their opponents' faces into the ground. Last of all, he missed Katara. His beautiful, strong, willful Katara. He felt a painful ache in his stomach as he thought of her, how much he missed her, how much he loved her. He needed her comfort. His eyes glistened as he thought about how he was never able to hold her in his arms, how he couldn't fully, truly express his feelings. The young woman was the one that held them all together. He wiped away the budding tears as he thought of the waterbender. He switched his thoughts back to Long Feng, not wanting to think of his friends. How did the Earthbender gain control of the city? He didn't remember Jia Duan from before. Did he build it himself? What had caused his falling out with the king of Ba Sing Se? Thinking of Long Feng made him think of how Azula used her brilliant acting to persuade Long Feng she was on his side, and thinking of that made Aang think of the confusing friendship with her all over again. He groaned. The whole thing made his head ache. What is that? Zuko suddenly asked, pointing downward with his rock cuffs. Aang and Azula looked over the furry edge of the bison. Aang's eyes widened. He could have sworn he was looking down on an Earth Kingdom village. It had ramshackle walls around it, very weathered and beaten by something, and stone buildings with shingled roofs. Some tents had been set up within the walls. Aang suddenly remembered that it might in fact be an Earth Kingdom town. Many war refugees had come to live in the Fire Nation. Did that mean they were under the rule of Long Feng? At the moment, Aang wasn't feeling particularly cautious. He wanted these cuffs off, and now. He never felt so helpless without his earthbending. We're going, Aang said simply, pulling on the reins. The bison moaned and descended, landing at the base of a pair of mountains situated at the town's inland border. Zuko didn't object, perhaps understanding his reasons for wanting to go, and he looked just as eager to get the cuffs off. As they cautiously approached the town on foot, Aang noticed a pair of watchtowers sprouting from the mountainsides. Once Aang and the others walked around enough to get an angle to see between the mountains, he understood the purpose of the towers. His eyes widened upon the sight. Beyond the valley, he saw the bay, and from the ground level it looked like a sea of fire as the sun began to set under the horizon. Suddenly, it all made sense to him. The watchtowers were for waterbender attacks, and the weathered stone walls were from those assaults. Soldiers patrolled the walls and he realized this was a garrison as much as it was a town, a military camp, and Long Feng's possible front against the Water Nation. From what he knew of both of the Long Fengs, neither of them would fight against the enemy actively, if there wasn't something in it for them, so this must have been a purely defensive outpost. Aang stored his findings away for later, turning back to the camp as Zuko and Azula continued to walk ahead of him. The dry, dead grass cracked under his feet as he walked. It had died recently. Was it because of the heat? Is it always this hot in the Fire Nation? Aang asked his companions. I don't remember it being like this. Are you having a drought? No, Zuko answered. He kicked at the dry grass, sending clumps of dirt into the air. This isn't because of a drought. See the grass among the mountainsides. Something else did this. Waterbenders, Azula hissed. This camp must have to withstand periodic attacks. I've heard a lot of villages are like this. Wait, they can absorb the moisture from the ground? He asked, surprised. In his world, to his knowledge, only the Swambenders, Hama, and Katara were able to do that. Yes, most foot soldiers can. With little water available on land, they suck the ground dry. Usually you can tell where they have been by the ground and the plants, Zuko answered solemnly. They destroy our lands, he muttered. Uncle told us. You guys really don't like waterbenders, do you? Aang asked, frowning. I used tea. I have great friends from the water tribes, he said. He still had Sokka and Katara. They weren't gone. He was going to see them again. They killed our mother, Azula said under her breath. Even though she had nothing to offer them. She was just a florist, and they dragged her out to the sea and drowned her. I'm sorry, Aang said, putting his head down. You must miss her. He knew loss perhaps better than anyone else. Do you have something of hers? Something to remember her by? He never had anything to keep from all those he missed. Only this stupid headpiece, Azula grumbled. Aang had noticed the twin-pronged flame headpiece in her raven-colored hair before, but he was so accustomed to seeing a similar one on Bad Azula, that he didn't even question it previously. His eyes widened in surprise. Doesn't that sort of thing belong to royalty? Azula laughed. Yes, it did a long time ago. Now it's just sentimental junk, since according to Uncle a different bloodline from some ancient Fire Lord rules in the Golden City. But even that leader isn't called a Fire Lord these days, not like our great-grandfather would have been. I guess you could say we're descended from royalty, Zuko said with a shrug. Our father and ancestors would have been considered Fire Lords, if the war never happened. A couple hundred years ago our people lived in a dormant caldera, but battles between warlords ended up making our people migrate to the southern archipelago. Chills went up Aang's spine at the indirect mention of Ozai. My mother gave this to me, Azula said, hands reaching up to her headpiece. It glinted with reflected sunlight. Aang found himself interested in the turn of events that changed their family's history so much from what he knew. If you're descended from Soz, Aang cut himself off before he could finish the Fire Lord's name. He wasn't supposed to know the identity of their great-grandfather. Those Fire Lords on your father's side, how did your mom come to get that headpiece? A wedding gift, Zuko explained. But Azula failed to mention it was customarily supposed to go to me, the firstborn, not her. He gave his sister a sidelong glance full of irritation only siblings could have for each other, a look he recognized often from Sokka and Katara. Well, even when I was a little girl I had an appreciation for royal accoutrements, Azula said with a wave of her hand. I always thought it was made for me. Just like father did, which is why he had it instead of uncle, the elder brother. That means she threw a temper tantrum until mom let her have it, Zuko said, to which Azula surreptitiously tripped him. We shouldn't bore Aang any longer with our family history, said Azula, while Zuko simmered. Father just loved to drill us with those lessons about the family, legacy, and politics and all that. She deepened her voice and held up a clenched fist when she mentioned the family legacy, perhaps in mimicry of her father. Before we lost mother, anyway. And that was all she had to say about that. After a short walk to the stone walls, they were confronted by guards as they tried to get in the town, which Aang expected. It was a military camp, after all. Unfortunately for Aang and Zuko, neither of the two guards were earthbenders, and they were permitted to enter the town to search for one to remove their stone cuffs once they explained their situation, though they were careful not to mention it was because Long Feng had tried to capture them. So what should we do? Ask everyone if they're an earthbender? Azula asked as they passed through the gates. The place seemed almost like a regular town on the inside, albeit a rougher-looking one. Soldiers patrolled all over the place, and some younger trainees were being taught by older veterans. They all wielded weapons, and didn't seem to be earthbenders. Sabi, his lemur, cried pitifully in his hands. She, like Zuko and Aang, was still wrapped up in a stony grip. She hadn't been able to stretch her limbs for a full day now. Aang looked up at the sky as the day faded into night. They'd have to get free of their binds soon. Let's ask around, Aang agreed. Just as he was about to speak to a woman, the sound of a gong wailed through the town. Aang looked for the source of the noise, spotting it right above the gates they had just walked through. The watchman banged it again. The change was immediate. Every single person halted their playing or their training, picked up their weapons and armor, and rushed to the front gates. More people flooded out of buildings and tents, ready for battle. Aang, Zuko, and Azula were the only ones not moving, looking around in the sea of Earth Kingdom soldiers, completely confused. What's going on? Zuko asked, trying unsuccessfully to draw his broadswords despite his bound wrists. Robed men came out of one of the main buildings, followed by a bearded man. Aang immediately recognized the robed men as Dai Li. His eyes narrowed in suspicion, but he reminded himself that Long Feng had jurisdiction over this town. The bearded man looked very familiar to him, but he didn't get a good enough look to confirm his identity. They all started issuing orders. Men and women rolled out the catapults and ballistae and loaded them. Earthbenders rolled massive boulders toward the walls, ignoring Aang and Zuko's pleas for assistance. Civilians, children included, ran for cover, vanishing into tents and buildings as war horns resounded from the bay, the water tribes answering the gong of alarm. Medics hurried the wounded soldiers that had been out and about back into tents while the trainees gathered up and dispersed all of the weapons they could. Someone tried to force a spear into Zuko's hands, not realizing when he couldn't grip it and it clattered to the ground. All of it happened so quickly and the battle began in earnest once the invading ships came close enough to shore. Massive grappling hooks crashed against the top of the wall, knocking down some of the watchmen, while harpoons pierced clean through the weakest parts of their defenses. Dai Li rushed to the scene, earthbending some of the hooks away before the unseen enemy could climb atop the walls. Some more stood at the base of the wall, punching into the stone, the effects of which were unseen to Aang, Zuko, and Azula. Soldiers pushed all three of them away as they lined up to reinforce their allies on the walls. "What are you kids doing?" one man growled to them. It was the same bearded man from before. "We came to get help." "What's going on?" Zuko asked him. When the man was closer, Aang was able to recognize who he was. He was Tyro, Haru's father. Sure enough, the earthbender Aang once knew well stepped up next to his father a moment later. He had changed significantly. The Haru that Aang knew was once a good-natured, sensitive young man, eager to make a difference in the world alongside his father. This Haru was battle-hardened and rough and rippling with muscle. He disregarded the Avatar and his friends, stepped in front of the soldiers congregated in front of the wall, and waited. "This is no place to find help, kid. We're right in the middle of a battle," Tyro said gruffly. "We know that, but if you're fighting against waterbenders, can we help?" Zuko asked. "We want to help. Get these rocks off of us." He shook his bound wrists, yelling above the cacophony around them. "Yeah, we've been expecting an attack from those monsters," Tyro growled. "Get to safety. This is no place for kids." He walked up next to his son. Zuko grit his teeth and shouted out in frustration. "I can't believe this. Can't we get these stupid things off?" He yelled hopelessly. The Daily standing at the base of the wall suddenly opened it outwards, and all of the soldiers, plus Haru and Tyro, rushed out to fight, shouting battle cries. "You heard him. We have to get away, we aren't safe here," Aang yelled to his friends. He turned around to head deeper into town, trying to find safety. He felt trapped. He hated being trapped, and the concept of an all-out battle had become foreign to him. These just never happened anymore in his world, when only small pockets of resistance had the strength to build up even the barest hint of a fight. Aang and his friends avoided direct conflict like this at all costs. The waterbenders outside blocked their escape and Aang felt his pulse racing as he thought back to the dozens of other times he'd been stuck in a similar situation. If only they could get to Appa. "Oh, no, Appa's still out there," Aang shouted to Zuko and Azula, his voice high. Azula stopped ahead of him, apparently perfectly content to go in the opposite direction of the battle as well. "What can we do? Appa will be fine." Aang's stomach dropped and the familiar fear of losing Appa resurfaced. "I can't just leave him out there." He spotted an old woman beckoning to them, wanting the kids to go with her. "Go with that lady. She's probably got somewhere safe you guys can go." "What about you?" Zuko asked him, his brow furrowed. "I'm going to help Appa," he answered, tossing the screeching Sabi to Azula. Before they could protest further, he ran off toward the gates of the town, his hands still bound. He knew he was being stupid. There wasn't much he could do against numerous enemies with his hands bound. But Aang wasn't one to give up easily, even if this Appa wasn't his Appa. This wasn't his world, the stakes weren't as high here. Maybe, if something happened, he would just wake up. As soon as he was through the gates of the town again, his eyes saw destruction and war. They were not meeting for the first time, his eyes were accustomed to this. He still hated it, still ignored the gritty details and closed his eyes to the horrors, because if he dwelled on them he would have to stop fighting and stop running. He ran right through the battle, eyes focused on the bay he saw earlier, which now had 3 water navy ships docked in it. Men in blue leather armor tried to attack him, but he easily jumped over the swings and blasted them away with bursts of air from his feet. These men were very different than the ones under Sokka, almost murderous in their intensity and wielding weapons of iron in addition to whalebone and wood. One man he saw had a sword covered with gruesome spikes, like shark teeth. The airbender dodged to the side as water cut through the air where he was moments before. The waterbender rushed up to him, readying more water from his pouch. Aang noticed that he had ice wrapped around his wrists, neck, and legs, more ammunition if he required it. The warrior hurled ice spikes at him, but Aang deflected them with a well-timed gust of wind from his mouth. Before the man could retaliate, Aang ran up past him, knocking him out by hitting the warrior on the head with his earth cuffs. Aang smirked. He supposed they could be somewhat useful. As he neared the bay, he was surprised to see that the water navy ships were gleaming in silver, reflecting the sun's rays and nearly blinding him. He found it to be a large contrast to the normal, gunmetal Blackfire navy ships he was used to. He wondered why Sokka's ship was wooden. On closer inspection, he found these to be made of wood as well, but these juggernauts had been coated in ice that appeared like silver in the light. The parts of the ship not covered in ice had been coated in a slick type of oil that repelled flame when the Earthbender battalion shot missiles covered in burning pitch from their ballistae. Some ships in the fleet had a different design altogether, lower decks with most of the ship underwater and a rear command tower that made him think the whole thing looked like a partially submerged whale. Where the Fire Nation had used coal-powered ships, these ships propelled with sails and waterbending. "Flaming javelins don't work, Captain. We discovered that last time," Tyro bellowed. He ducked behind a hastily constructed shelter. Aang heard a loud, familiar growl, and looked up into the sky for its source. "Appa," he called out. The bison flew overhead, dodging the harpoon shots which were aiming for him from the water navy. Aang glared in their direction, but called to his bison again. Appa, get down here. Appa heard and answered his call, and when he was low enough, Aang hopped on his back. He looked to the ships. One of them had stopped firing, moored on the beach. There seemed to be a disturbance on board and Aang sped forward, determined to help. They had nearly shot down Appa. Aang snapped the reins, urging his bison on. Come on, Appa, we're going to fight, he shouted to his friend over the roar of the wind. The bison growled in response, and moments later landed on the deck of the ship, smacking one of the harpoon launchers away with his tail. The disturbance on board had been caused by a gang of earthbenders with Haru in the lead, issuing orders to them just like his father did earlier. Aang met them on the deck, slick with ice, as several warriors emerged from below. Let me deal with them, Aang said to Haru. Get your soldiers out of here. The earthbender didn't budge, his face impassive. Forget it, there's no way I'm letting you fight all of them alone, Haru said. He seemed much more mature to Aang and accustomed to leadership. The other soldiers all looked up to him. Aang nodded, remembering his dream, and hopped off of his bison. This time he'd let nothing happen to Haru. First, get rid of these for me, Aang said, holding up his bound wrists. With one quick movement, they crumbled to dust, and Aang flexed his sore wrists. He got into a bending stance while Haru held his warhammers forward. They faced the group of half a dozen soldiers as Haru's few remaining survivors also readied themselves for battle. Aang's motions were quick and fluid as he tried not to slip on the ice coating the ship, staying mobile to prevent his feet being frozen in place. He cut out at the soldiers with small arcs of air from his hands, easily dodging each of their blows and knocking them down with an air-powered kick to the face. Two waterbenders tried attacking him at once, but the Avatar held out his palm and started the air circling around him, making a barrier of wind. He used it to repel the soldiers around him. Their bone and shell shields did nothing to defend them against an airbender, which repelled even their bullets and boomerangs. Haru was a fighting force by himself. He swept his hammers outward, toppling two of his enemies, their leather armor useless against his onslaught. His own 3 soldiers behind him did nothing but watch Aang and Haru as they dominated over their foes. The earthbender slammed his hammer into each harpoon launcher, one at a time, destroying them all. Aang blasted the bladed boomerangs from other ships out of the air. Haru and his 3 earthbenders leapt off of the ship to the rocky beach, pulling up earthen spikes that pierced the ship's hull, capsizing it. Ready for the next one? Aang asked Haru with a smirk. The battle was over by the time Aang, Haru, and the other soldiers returned to the town. It had been won, but it was a costly victory, and the waterbenders' retreat had been as swift as the tides. Aang tried not to look at the blood and worse things strewn around the battleground. Even after all this time he scarcely had the stomach for the terrible things found after a battle. Aang was contemplative as they silently walked back to the town. Just like Iroh, Zuko, Azula, Mai, and Long Feng, Haru did not know him. He didn't expect him to. This Haru was so different. Haru watched Appa as he flew above them, the only one staying out of the blood and violence. Luckily, the town was not too damaged. The walls needed repairs, but Aang knew they were used to doing this frequently. As he observed the damage done to the walls, a voice pulled him out of his thoughts. You're all right. Aang turned, spotting Azula leaning against one of the walls, a now freed Sabi stretching her limbs out on her shoulders. Her clothing had been scuffed and torn in some places and she was covered in dust and mud. Aang didn't speak. That was really foolish, Azula said. But I'm glad you're unharmed. Thanks for caring, Aang said with a tired grin. His whole body felt sore already from all the fighting and he didn't realize his old body had been so out of shape, so unused to battle. Can you please get these things off of me? Aang and Azula turned to the voice, which was Zuko going around and begging to get his earth cuffs off. None of the earthbenders listened, too busy with their work reinforcing the walls. Azula snickered at him. Hey, kid, Haru said to Aang, putting a hand on his shoulder. My dad would want to meet you. Without you, I don't know if our mission would have succeeded. Don't call me kid, Aang said, but even so, he smiled. I'm the Avatar. My name is Aang. Haru gave him a sheepish grin. Oh, sorry, but will you come? You were amazing out there and we have to offer our thanks. Sure, he replied, but as long as they come with me, he added, gesturing to Zuko and Azula. Of course. Aang nodded to Azula and he followed after Haru. Azula trailed after him, pulling her brother along by pinching him on the arm. The three were led to the main building in the back of the town, the same one that Aang saw Haru and Tyro emerging from earlier. Inside of the building was a single war room, occupied by a large table covered in maps and other documents. Tyro sat at the head of the table, surrounded by Dai Li agents. He looked distinctly uncomfortable, but unharmed. "So, you're the Avatar," Tyro said to him. "These Dai Li agents just told me about you, and what happened in Jia Duan, but I'm not going to let them take you into custody on my watch. Not after what you've just done here. I am Tyro, Haru's father and leader of the coalition." "The coalition?" Aang asked, his brow rising in confusion. "We are a legion of earthbenders dedicated to fighting against the encroaching waterbenders from the south," Tyro explained to him, chest puffed with pride. "We're a Jia Duan colony that fights under Long Feng. Why are you fighting them here and not in the Earth Kingdom?" Aang asked. Tyro sighed and Haru averted his eyes. "Originally, our village was in the Earth Kingdom, but we fled here for a safe haven that King Long Feng promised us. Instead, we found that we were chased by the war, and decided to stand our ground and fight back. We've been defending the Fire Nation coasts from their attacks ever since," Tyro explained. "The loss of many of our own inspired us to fight. That was when they took my mother away," Haru muttered, his arms crossed. "She's still out there somewhere, living a life of servitude. But we'd like to thank you for helping us," Tyro said, quickly changing the subject. "Without you, this battle would have ended differently. We didn't expect a daytime attack, and they took our lowered defenses to their advantage." He bowed in respect to Aang. "We'd also like to thank this young lady also," Tyro added, smiling to Azula and bowing. "She used some impressive firebending back there." Zuko turned to Azula in anger, who stared back at him, unflinching. "Are you crazy? You could have gotten yourself killed. You're too inexperienced for battle," Aang said, frowning. She rounded on him. "I'm too inexperienced. What about you? Aren't you supposed to be a pacifist monk? And you're the one who's been sitting all cozy in that fire stone for 100 years. She retorted. "Neither of you have any place to reprimand me. You would have done the same if you could, Zuko. Don't pretend otherwise." Tyro and Haru looked between them, eyes wide with awkward surprise. Clearly neither of them expected these outbursts from their words of thanks. Aang felt the familiar guilt weigh on his chest, the reminder that he had run away and failed the world for 100 years. Even here, that guilt followed him. He couldn't meet her eyes, but that was when he noticed that her hair had come undone, headpiece missing. He wondered if she lost it in the battle. Before he could say anything about it, she spun on her heel and left the command tent. "Zuko, let's go. We're leaving," Aang said to his friend, eyes downcast. "We were glad to help," he added to Haru and Tyro. "Stay a little longer and rest," Tyro said, extending his arms in a placating gesture. "It is no common feat for children as young as yourselves to be involved in a battle such as this one. It's the least we can do." "It's okay. Thanks for the offer," Aang said, walking out of the building. He looked one last time at Haru, hoping his friend would find his peace one day. Or maybe this Haru would be strong enough to claim it on his own. "Goodbye, Avatar," said Haru. Despite being more of a soldier than the Haru Aang knew, he had that same smile. Hopeful, and a little sad. "Maybe we'll meet again one day." Zuko paused and held up his wrists to the earthbenders, still bound in earthen cuffs. "Can you get these off, please?" Bato's eyes observed the damage wrought unto the Fire Nation lands. His sleek, rimy ship docked in a different bay far enough up the coast so that the coalition's camp was still visible, but close enough for the damaged ships to limp without capsizing. His ship stayed away from the battle and offered support from a distance, just in case something like this would happen. He liked to think himself cleverer than the rest of the warriors who charged into a battle without a care in the world, only interested in gaining glory for their tribe. Though this had been a defeat, he felt confident that his forces would wear down their defenses. Soon enough, like waves crashing against the shore, his people were relentless. The coalition and the Fire Nation as a whole would only hold out for so long. He, of course, was clean and untouched from the battle, for he played no part in it except to command. He waited patiently as his soldiers gathered the dead and wounded, burying those gone and carrying the wounded onto the sole remaining ship. At least 2 whole ships with their crews had been captured, but he pushed that concern from his mind for the moment. His eyes caught on a glint of gold clutched in a wounded man's hand, perhaps a treasure claimed from the battle. The wounded man teetered in and out of consciousness, mumbling of newfound riches, but Bato ignored his delirium and wrenched it from his grip. He wiped it clean of its mud and grime on the warrior's own leathers, who was barely cognizant of the fact that it had been taken from him, and Bado examined it with a critical eye. If he was correct, the piece of gold was an ornate headpiece of the ancient, royal line of fire. It was perfect. One of Sokka's interrogated men mentioned a girl traveling with the Avatar that wore one of these, and it could only belong to her. Bado smirked and pocketed it, plans formulating in his mind. The comet streamed high above them, leaving a tail of fire behind it. Aang, his friends, and all of their warriors looked up at it with a grim look of foreboding. They didn't win the battle in time. The Fire Nation forces would be striking back any moment now. Aang and Zuko were the ones who went to fight Fire Lord Ozai together. Unfortunately, Ozai had foreseen the resistance to his invasion on the Earth Kingdom and had many defenses planned, including a full platoon of royal guards with him at all times. Aang had finally caught his first glimpse of the ruthless tyrant in person, but the Fire Lord slipped away as more royal guards came to fill his place so he could continue his immolation. Aang and Zuko had wasted much time and energy fighting them. Often they were forced to retreat or face their deaths. Aang wasn't able to go into the Avatar state because of his locked chakras then. His thoughts were immediately forgotten, for when Aang and Zuko returned to the battlefield to retreat, his friends in the combined force of the Earth Kingdom remnants and Iroh's secret society were winning against the Fire Nation soldiers. Everything was going smoothly until the arrival of Sozin's comet, turning the sky red in its power. Aang, Zuko, and all of the other firebenders there felt the power coursing through them, but the enemy soldiers were able to turn the tides first. Friends around him fell to the onslaught. Master Pakku was bested by a dozen firebenders' simultaneous blasts. Che, a strengthened firebender, exploded when his own bombs caught fire. Katara and Sokka were losing hope. They had learned earlier that Azula and Ozai had their father in the first invasion force executed. Suki, freed from prison, was fighting valiantly, but she was the first to organize the retreat. Jung Jung's firebenders stayed behind to hold the enemies off, but the master firebender himself was the last to fall in a spectacular feat of flames. And yet, Aang pursued the Fire Lord and the Phoenix King. The day of Sozin's comet was the worst day of his life. Ozai had succeeded in ending his enemies in fire and smoke, all hope extinguished. Aang was struck with a sense of déjà vu as the bison flew over the dirty, polluted river. The sun was hanging high in the sky, just past its zenith for the day. The group was hot, tired, and especially hungry after a full day of flying. Aang found himself surprised that Appa didn't fall into the dirty water beneath them. Azula, as she usually did when she was bored, tossed a ball of fire up and down in her hand. Occasionally, she'd let out a tired sigh as if trying to communicate her boredom. Well, if she wants to be entertained, Aang thought, it won't be me doing the entertaining. After leaving the coalition's encampment, Azula had realized that she had lost her prized golden headpiece, and since then, her attitude had become sour. Despite her somewhat flippant attitude toward her family life, he could see how much their mother's loss had affected her. It made Aang wonder what she thought of her mother in his world. Zuko had never told him. Zuko was silent, almost broody, even. Aang was reminded of the Zuko he knew well, and he found himself starting to blur the two of them together in his head. That helped to settle one dull ache. It was starting to feel a little like he had his old friend back. Katara, Sokka, Toph, I need you, he thought sadly, his eyes drawn to the streaks of orange light reflected from the sunset. His friends still felt like holes inside of his heart. A light weight on his head shook him from his thoughts, and Sabi the lemur chittered in his ears. Her long, bushy tail swept around his head of growing hair. And I miss Momo, too. He laughed, taking the lemur off of his head and petting her. Still, Sabi wasn't bad. She was much more affectionate than her counterpart ever was. Appa groaned with tiredness, but he seemed reluctant to land in the dirty water. It's okay, buddy, it doesn't seem that bad, Aang comforted him, hanging over the side of the bison's head. He inspected the water closely and even saw streaks of a brilliant red color that made him think of blood with alarm. Actually, just fly higher, Aang told him uneasily. The water was cloudy and dirty, and there were many floating fish at the surface of the water. He wondered if the vermilion substance had something to do with that. That's gross, Azula said, scrunching her nose. It reeks of rotten fish and eggs. Well, that's pretty much what this river's full of, Aang said. Well, except for eggs. I wonder what happened. The water's poisoned, Zuko said, taking his turn to inspect the pollution. We should try to find the cause of all of this. Sooner or later, it will affect everything around it. Or everything else in it, Aang said, looking ahead of them. Look, the dirty, ugly river widened, and right in the middle of it was a series of interconnected wooden docks, inlaid with wooden houses on stilts. A floating village with thatched roofs and rowboats situated at the river's junction. Aang squeezed the bridge of his nose. Not this place. It looks like some sort of a fishing village, Zuko pointed out. Azula snorted. I wonder how successful that venture is, she said, bitingly sarcastic as usual. Great observation, Zuzu. Azula, just be quiet for a minute, Aang said, rubbing his temples. Azula crossed her arms and turned away, huffing. Neither of them noticed her shooting dark glares at their backs. I know this place. But a Fire Nation factory was the cause of the polluted water before, what is it this time? He wondered. Since Appa couldn't land in the water or on the rickety dock, Aang landed his bison off on the shore across from the town. He saw a tiny hut next to them, where Aang pointedly remembered an odd man ferrying them across the river. Sure enough, a bony, balding man waved to get their attention. Hey, need a ride across the river? Last one for today, he yelled out. Azula leaned over the saddle, scrutinizing the old man with something like perplexity. So did you completely miss the flying bison that we're riding? Not at all, the old man replied with a toothy grin. But riding my ferry is more of an authentic, sleepy fishing village experience. So are we going? Zuko asked Aang, apparently accepting that as an answer. Yeah, I want to see what's going on, Aang replied, steering Appa toward the shore. He would be too heavy to stand on the docks, anyway. This place reeks of mystery, and fish. He hopped off of the bison, patting the side of Appa's head. You stay here, he said. Sabi, previously clinging to the top of his head, wrapped around one of Appa's horns. You watch Appa, Sabi, he added. I don't really want to come. This seems like a waste of time, Azula said. Zuko ignored her and climbed off the saddle. Then don't, Aang said offhandedly, walking down the slope toward the ferry boat. Azula scowled and he thought she might stomp her foot in petulant anger, but she held back. Fine, I'll come, I just don't want to be bored to death, she said, following after them and muttering under her breath. By the time the three walked down the short, dirt path to the ferry dock, the old man was packed up and ready to go. Hello, my name's Doc. Aang nearly slapped his forehead. As soon as he heard the name, he remembered everything about the man. He very dearly hoped he wouldn't run into the same frustrations as last time. Hey, those are funny markings on your head. I've seen spirits with funny facial markings, just like our very own ex-protector spirit. Is that arrow pointing somewhere? To the ground, right? To represent the earth, and it's blue, so I bet my brother would say you're a waterbender, too. Doc pointed to Aang's tattoo, his words coming out rapid fire. He kicked the boat away from the dock after they all clambered in. Before Aang could say otherwise, Doc continued. But you don't seem like those other waterbenders I've seen before, which means you're a nice one, like the last Avatar 100 years ago. So you're the Avatar, aren't you? They all looked at each other until Azula crossed her arms. Well, he is right. But for all the wrong reasons. How did he even do that? Yeah, my name's Aang, he said with a forced smile of greeting. That's just great. We could really use your help. Doc said happily, grinning at them again as he rode. He didn't seem to hear Azula. Yeah, I've noticed, Aang said, letting out a sigh. But what happened to the river? Did your village do this? Zuko asked, leaning over the side of the boat. Now that they were much closer, he started to look a little green. No, not at all. It was the Water Nation. Doc said, they have a laboratory not far from here, and they're dumping their wastes from their experiments into the water and polluting our air. A laboratory? Aang asked. What's that? Azula rapped him on the head with her knuckles. Wow, you really missed a lot living in that rock for the past 100 years, she said, a delighted smirk twisting her lips. She loved to know more things than him and took advantage of it whenever she could, but that tendency didn't test his patience yet. He was just glad she didn't hold that knowledge close. Or were you always like that? Aang rubbed his head, glancing at her out of the corner of his eye. Yeah, that tends to happen if you've been cut off from the world, he said, scowling. He turned back to Doc. We don't really know too much, but the waterbenders are doing all different kinds of secret alchemical experiments in there. Whatever it is, it's making our painted lady mad, Doc explained, paddling slowly to the village. The painted lady, Aang asked. Katara. Yes, she's the river spirit, the man informed them. Most of us used to respect her, but she started to destroy parts of our village and take people away. The painted lady did that? Aang asked, gaping. Yes, so we need your help. Who better than the Avatar to solve spirit world troubles? Doc asked. You're just in time. 2. The summer solstice is approaching. The summer solstice? Zuko asked. So, each solstice, the spirit world and our world come closer and closer to touching, until there's really no line between them at all. Doc answered. We don't know what'll happen then. And for no reason at all, Doc began laughing. Azula shared an uncomfortable glance with Aang and Zuko. What a kooky old man. Oh, the Fire Nation lands are so hot, Kanna said, reclining in the ice pool she had made herself. Prince Sokka, you should make one for yourself. It is a nice weapon against the heat, she said to her grandson. The old woman relaxed in a small clearing in the willow forest, resting from their long journey of searching for the Avatar's trail. In between Sokka's extensive training and their endless search, the old waterbender was tired. Sokka's back was turned to her as he spoke. I don't need any cold water baths. What we need to do is find the Avatar and make me stronger, he replied, rolling his eye. But, maybe not in that order. Kanna let out a low, sleepy moan. Oh, but we've searched so long already. Sokka turned around in anger. You're so frustrating. Come back to the ship in an hour, or we're leaving. Turn around. Kanna shouted at him. Give an old woman some dignity. Sokka covered his eye and rushed off, suddenly feeling very sick. So do you have any idea what you're doing? Azula asked Aang as they waited for the sun to set fully. Somewhat, the Avatar replied. He stood near a pile of netting tangled with muck from the river and a box full of raw oysters that smelled so foul they stung his nose. He sidled away from the oysters, grimacing. I've worked with spirits before. I know what to do. In his movement to get away from the oysters, he accidentally kicked over a bucket full of chum that smelled even more rotten. Azula didn't look convinced. Everyone get inside, the sun's setting. Doc yelled out to the villagers. Well, see you later, Aang said to Azula, shrugging. He turned to face the water and began to wait. Azula frowned, but didn't move. She looked at the emaciated villagers with something like pity as they hurried indoors, but on her it even looked a little like disgust. Aang had a hard time discerning it. He wondered if she really did look down on them, or if she even had any desire to help them at all. Like Katara had helped them, once. Come on, Zula, Zuko said, walking up to the two. The sky darkened into night and most of the villagers had gone inside at this point. She still didn't move. Azula, what? She snapped at him. Hurry up, we have to go. Zuko urged her. She put a hand on her hip. Why can't I help? You've had this annoying tendency of trying to leave me behind or away from the battles, but I think I've proven by now that I can handle myself, she said. Is this about trying to prove you're strong or is it about helping the people who need you? Aang asked without looking at her. I know you're strong, Azula. And crafty. But dealing with spirits is something completely different. She huffed. I don't see why it can't be a bit of both. We don't know anything about spirits, Azula, said Zuko, his voice low. Come on. Aang turned to them, seeing the older boy's scar-less face creased with worry for his younger sister. Azula, go. It's too dangerous for you, Aang said. You heard Doc. The painted lady has been taking people away. Doc, don't close those doors yet. Hey, it's his brother Shu now. Doc is inside, the old man yelled out, ready to close the doors. Aang rolled his eyes. It was the same person again. Well, you heard Shu. Get out of here. Zuko started to pull Azula along, and she reluctantly acquiesced without another word of protest. With that minor problem handled, Aang turned back to the water and took a deep breath, waiting. The dark waters were still as the night grew cold, and a heavy fog descended over the village. He could still see the streaks of red in the water, like spilled paint dancing on the surface. Zuko and Azula were not quite inside of the building yet when a little boy stuck his head out the window, his head of unruly brown hair bouncing. She's coming, he whispered, his voice edged with excitement. At that point, Azula stopped and looked back toward Aang, the wooden boards creaking beneath her feet. We can't just leave him, she said to her brother. He doesn't know what he's doing. I think he's bluffing. Zuko put a hand on her shoulder. You heard him and Shu. There's nothing we can do. Get inside, quickly. The loony old man urged them. It's the Avatar's job, and he's the only one who can do it. He is the bridge between our worlds. Azula didn't care about that. Aang didn't have a plan, that much she knew. He was right in that she was out of her depth regarding spirits, but wrong regarding her reasons for standing alongside him. She saw the way he looked at her as they arrived at the village, saw the disapproval in his eyes when a child approached her asking for food and she brushed him off without an apology. She had nothing to give, but it was as if Aang had expected her to offer comforting words, like he did after she had dismissed the child. But she didn't see the point in empty words, in pitying and patronizing the boy. Her village had scarcely more than these people did, and she hated when they had the rare visitor as well, because they always tried to patronize. They'd make a show of giving charity to her village in an attempt to curry favor with her father or the spirits. It was never genuine. These people deserved better. Azula had to find the cause of all this, but that meant knowing how spirits operated. What they wanted. She waited inside with Zuko but didn't shutter the window. Instead, Azula watched. Back at the end of the docks, Aang patiently awaited the arrival of the river spirit. He was not going to put his guard down like last time with Heibai and get attacked from behind. It occurred to him then that this was another parallel to an event in his world, eerily similar to the events surrounding the forest spirit. If he remembered correctly, that was during a solstice, too. Near where the river split, over the top of the water, he saw her fade into existence. Kanna laid her head back against the edge of the pool, taking a deep breath of relaxation as the ice soothed the back of her neck. Why couldn't her grandson Sokka learn to appreciate these kinds of things? The cold dip was refreshing in the hot Fire Nation air. Why was he always so hurried? He always planned things ahead, always only had one goal in mind. She'd been impressed by his creative schemes on more than one occasion, but he never stopped to take a break. Except to flirt with the young women in the nearest town. She couldn't believe that boy sometimes. With pretty women around him, his mood always changed for the better, even if he only wore it like a mask. It was nice for him, though. She did not want her dear grandson to become so possessed by his goals. She was interrupted from her thoughts by a deep rumbling all around her. She opened up one eye, but she didn't see anything. As she was about to sit up and take a look around, the ground rumbled again and rocks came up all around her, holding her in place. That's not just an ordinary Water Tribe woman, men, the Earth Kingdom soldier said, stepping from behind the curtain of willow branches. She's one of their elders. Kanna frowned, her eyes flicking back and forth between her captors, gauging their numbers. Leave me alone, if you know what's good for you. Forget it, the captain said. You're too valuable of a captive to pass this chance up. Can't help but wonder what you're doing so far from home. Men, grab her. She was having none of that. Don't touch me, she yelled hoarsely to the two soldiers as they stepped up to take her. I know about you soldiers and your longing for a woman's touch. The cold nights spent away from your wives, the loneliness. Get away from me, perverts. Ma'am, please, one of the soldiers begged fearfully. None of us are thinking that. I'm naked, she shrieked. Inwardly, she grinned like a demon. Here, take your clothes. Another stuttering soldier said, handing her the robes and underclothes hanging on a tree branch. She snatched them out of his hand, covering herself up. All of you turn around now. She ordered them. Sokka wandered into the clearing, frustration written all over his face. Where was that old woman? He told her to be back to the ship a long time ago. He hoped she didn't drown in her ice pool or something. A couple of his warriors followed him. I don't see her anywhere, sir, one of them said, kneeling down to search for tracks. What happened? What are these rocks? The other asked. Was it a landslide? No. These were caused by earthbenders, probably from Jia Duan, Sokka said, joining the warrior who searched for clues. He didn't see any sign of a scuffle aside from the earthbending that broke his grandmother's rapidly melting ice pool, but he spotted tracks in the soft earth leading off to a path between the willow trees. I think they took my gran away. For a quick moment, his heart skipped a beat. There she was, gently gliding across the water. Her wide hat and thin veil hid her face, giving her a mysterious quality that made her beautiful, in her own way. It was painful to watch her, because she reminded him so achingly of Katara. She was the closest thing he had seen to Katara ever since journeying to the spirit world. He had the childish desire to see her true face, just to make sure. His mind entertained the thought that it was Katara under the guise of the spirit woman again and that they'd be reunited. The painted lady raised one slim hand, her long sleeves hanging down so that they almost touched the water. The dirty river underneath her shot forward, off to the side of Aang, destroying part of the wooden dock. Aang covered his face with his hands, protecting himself from the flying splinters of wood. Aang intercepted her next attack by swinging his staff at the raging water, causing the torrent to lose its momentum. The spirit, or perhaps Katara, had previously ignored him. Now, the water spiraled at him, but an air barrier splashed the water to all sides. He was about to dart over to her when she raised both of her hands into the air, lifting her face to stare at him emotionlessly. Aang almost faltered, disappointment growing inside of him. She wasn't Katara. He had to remind himself that he was alone in this world. A wave that towered over her head formed at her beck and call, threatening to wash over the part of the village where Aang stood. Aang's brow furrowed as he dropped his staff and jumped into the air, gripping the air currents in his hands. He waved his arms to let the winds become more intense, clashing with the water wave and throwing it back. Aang fell gently to the wooden surface again with a deep breath, getting into a stance. He could not falter now. He needs our help, Azula argued with her brother. I want to fight. I can't just stand here and watch him. He's doing fine, Zuko said, gripping her shoulder to prevent her from moving. Now, we have to get inside. Who knows what that spirit could do? Azula shook herself free of her brother's grasp. Fine, you be a coward. And before he could stop her, the young firebender ran to the Avatar's aid. Aang had his staff in his hand again as he jumped to the side to dodge the spike of ice that erupted from under him, destroying the wood in another splintery explosion. The Painted Lady's movements were all graceful, but her attacks were disastrous. A sharp arc of water cut out at one of the support beams, sending the platform Aang was on and part of a house into the water. Dirty water flooded around his shoes, seeping into them. He was unable to express his annoyance as he dodged another attack from the Painted Lady. She seemed to be switching between attacking him and the village. As soon as he jumped over the attack, he saw her preparing another one. He was thinking about what to do next when a small arc of fire rushed out at her, pushing her back slightly with the force. Aang looked behind him after he regained his bearings to see Azula landing on the dock, recovering from her kick. She looked up at him. Seems like you needed help, Avatar, she said with a smirk. The next thing they knew, the Painted Lady was among the wooden village in a swirl of mist, tearing parts of it down with tendrils of water. A wall of water shot out from under one of the docks, cutting Aang and Azula off from the rest of the village. A wave picked up around them, and the Painted Lady pushed them away. Aang jumped after her with an almost feral frustration, slamming his staff down on the docks around her and destroying parts of the village himself with a torrent of wind. The spirit put her arms up to defend her face, her robes and veil rippling as her hat threatened to fall off her head. When the winds died, she sent a stream of water Aang's way and quickly withdrew, running across the water and barely causing a disturbance on it. Azula, trying to regain her balance on the quickly sinking piece of wood, fell on her bottom rather ungracefully as the water snatched her out from under her feet. The polluted, smelly water snaked around her limbs, dragging her after the Painted Lady. Azula shouted, a wordless exclamation of panic that made Aang's heart drop with fear. Before doing anything else, Aang unfurled his glider and took chase after the two. He willed the winds behind him to move faster in order to propel himself and rescue Azula. He was quickly and easily reminded of a similar experience with a different spirit and a different friend, which only fueled his desire to rescue her further. Unfortunately, the Painted Lady was unusually fast, and to his horror, Azula seemed to be sinking into the water. She flailed against it but refused to scream. Instead, she tried blasting the water with fire, but it wasn't doing any good. Azula, grab my hand, Aang shouted to her, flying low enough to get her. His hand stretched out towards her, and she gave up her firebending effort to take it. Her pale hand stretched to him. Closer, just a bit closer. For the first time, he was able to see the desperation and the fear in her face, and he knew he had to save her. He put on one last burst of speed, and she was nearly in his grasp. When she sunk into the water's clutches and the Painted Lady's figure disappeared. Startled, Aang was unable to stop himself from crashing into the water where he hit something hard and rolled, somehow, to dry land face first. Grumbling, he picked his wet body up off of the ground. He looked in front of him, surprised to see a statue of the Painted Lady he was just chasing. He turned around, and he was startled to see several round rocks arranged in a circle, in which he was the center of. Realizing what happened, Aang quivered with frustration. No, he shouted at the top of his lungs. He was just so angry. He was furious at the war, the spirit world, and himself. But most importantly, he was angry at his inability to do anything, to change the way things were happening. All of his mistakes were being replayed and he could do nothing about it. What was the purpose of dumping him in this world when he couldn't change the outcomes? Whatever it was, he sure was screwing up his opportunity for a second chance. Sokka followed the Earth Kingdom soldiers' trails on the back of his buffalo yak, following after his grandmother alone. He ordered his soldiers to remain with the ship as he searched. He nearly stepped on it before he noticed it on the ground, his grandmother's betrothal necklace. He often wondered why she kept it all these years, long after her husband was dead. The blue pendant was warm in his hands. Kanna had left it so he could follow, and the warmth signified that he was close. He was relieved. As soon as he had her back, he could resume his search for the Avatar. Coincidentally, at that moment, the Avatar's bison sailed through the night sky, not far above him. Sokka narrowed his blue eye at it. Why was the Avatar flying so low to the ground? Were they searching for a place to camp? He looked closer, but was mildly surprised to see not the Avatar, but the inexperienced swordsman friend on the head of the bison, searching for something. Sokka sensed the opportunity. Was the Avatar missing? Could he be in these very woods that were all around him? He clenched his fist and remembered the warm blue necklace in his hand. No, his grandmother was more important. Sitting there, Aang sort of figured out what was supposed to happen next. Last time, he remembered Fang, Roku's dragon, coming to him. As soon as he thought about that, he sat up, alarmed. Last time, Fang came so Roku could tell him something very crucial, the deciding factor of the war. Sozin's comet. What about now? What sort of nasty truth awaited him? It wasn't like Sozin's comet could arrive again, could it? It would empower the firebenders. That's a good thing, isn't it? He thought. The firebenders were on the good side now. Would Fang even come this time? But then he remembered something different. In this world, everything was reversed. The order he had to learn the elements, the seasons, and even the avatar cycle. That meant that a waterbending avatar came before him, and not Roku. He wondered if it would be Karuk, or someone he never met. There was no way to be sure. He wasn't even sure if an animal guide would visit him this time. Aang sighed again in frustration. He debated whether or not to leave the small island that the painted lady led him to, with her own statue in the middle of it. Behind her, there were some reeds growing rampant, but the island was completely surrounded by dirty water. He sat in the middle of the circle of stones with his knees folded against the rest of his body, almost like a cold, frightened child. Frowning, he stood up. He figured he'd try to get back to Zuko in the village, so they could figure out what to do. He didn't even know how he'd get there in the first place, since he was unable to bend. After screaming earlier, he was able to work out that he was a spirit stuck in the mortal plane again. He stayed in his spirit form, even though his body was carefully seated next to him, just in case some kind of animal guide did come. He was debating whether or not to step back into his body when he saw a blue glow in the distance. It definitely wasn't a dragon, he could tell that much. It was much smaller, but still quite a large animal. It bounded to him across the water, stepping above it like it wasn't even there. Like most spirits in the mortal world, it was transparent and blue. It was a wolf, and quite a large one. It sped towards him without slowing down. The large animal barreled him over before he could move, its heavy paws on his chest. Aang looked almost fearfully into its maw of sharp teeth, and he began to wonder if he could die as a spirit, or if he was somehow lost in the spirit world and it came to retrieve him and take him away forever, or back home. Before he could finish his list of things that could happen to him, the animal slobbered all over his face, licking every bit of it that he could find. Hey, stop, Aang laughed, trying to push the wolf away. It stepped back, almost as if it was smiling to itself. Aang jumped to his feet. Immediately, he widened his eyes. This wolf was huge, a lot bigger than he previously thought. Standing on 4 legs, the spirit creature reached Aang's neck in height, and the rest of his body was wide and rippling with muscle. Are you Avatar Karuk's animal guide? He asked the wolf. It yelped in response and crouched down, almost as if it wanted to play. The wagging of his tail made Aang laugh and the spirit lunged at his hand to gently nip and drag him onto its back as if he weighed no more than a feather. The wolf barely stirred Aang as it moved, leaping and bounding across rivers and mountains as it made its way far to the south. Kanna grinned to herself after she spotted a tiny puddle of water on the side of the road. The Earth Kingdom troops led her through a wooded area, probably to bring her to King Longfeng of Jia Duan. She had no interest in going there, so she planned her escape. She pulled a single drop of water from the puddle and used it to cut at her metal shackles every time her captors turned away, using only her fingers to manipulate the water. So, one of the soldiers began. "What is a water tribe elder doing so far from home? You're a healer, aren't you? Why do you want to know, you rude, dirty little boy?" She asked him. Her tone was accusing. Her eyes darted to their corners to see his reaction. The soldier fumed. "Well, you're just lucky we don't deal with you right now, you annoying old hag." He yelled at her. "Don't get so smart with us. We know water tribe women aren't trained to fight." Kanna cackled to herself. "Oh, those ignorant young fools." Her laughter immediately stopped as she looked up at the sky, surprised. A spirit sped past. A spirit wolf, with a young boy riding on its back. Are there any water tribe shamans around? She wondered. The wolf almost seemed to be flying. "I beg to differ," she said to the soldiers. They numbered half a dozen, but she felt certain she could take them. She pulled her wrists apart, snapping the damaged metal chain. She thanked Sedna for the swampy ground and moist air of the Fire Nation as she caught the startled officer with a surprise attack. "Get her!" Another one of the soldiers shouted. The inexperienced recruits pulled boulders from the ground, but with agility belying her true age, Kanna dodged out of the way. She smacked the other soldier's ostrich horse on the flank with a whip of water, sending it speeding away with the screaming man on top of it. Another one sent a hailstorm of rocks at her, but she summoned a thin stream of water to circle in front of her and redirect the attack harmlessly, and then she twirled around and sent the water stream into the face of a fourth soldier, knocking him backwards. There were 3 left for her to deal with. Something whizzed through the air behind her, striking one of the soldiers and pinning him to the ground by his uniform, icicles. "Nice of you to join me, grandson," Kanna said to Sokka, who hurled his boomerang at another soldier. "I can't believe you let them capture you, Gran," he said to her, a shadow of a grin on his face, finishing off the last soldier with little effort. "Now let's get back to camp," Kanna said, huffing. "Not one of those soldiers thought to try and ask me on a date." Sokka gagged. "Ew, Gran." From what he could gather, the spirit wolf was taking Aang far to the southeast, in a direction he guessed was the southern water tribe. What was there? If Aang was correct, the wolf was going to bring him to an avatar temple, but he didn't know of any in this region. The wolf was surprisingly close to the speed of Appa's flight, but the wolf traveled with very long, very high leaps and bounds. It skirted across the water as if it wasn't even there, so they reached their destination in no time. Aang was able to surmise it was one of the islands immediately north of the southern water tribe, among those of the Patola mountain range where the southern air temple resided, but he wasn't able to get a close look. The wolf leapt again, and disappeared right through the walls of the blue avatar temple with Aang right on his back. He didn't even flinch this time. The spirit wolf finally skidded to a stop in a large, empty chamber, devoid of everything except a large statue on the far wall. Aang picked one leg up and over the side of the wolf and slid down, letting his spirit feet touch the floor. He had eyes for nothing else, just the avatar statue, made of some sort of blue stone like aquamarine. As he walked closer, it was just as he expected, Karuk. "All right, do I have to wait for some sort of solstice or something, again?" He asked of nobody in particular. The wolf let out a low growl to get his attention, and he looked to where the animal pointed his snout. Up above the entrance of the chamber was a blue crystal which reflected the sunlight from outside. Just like in Roku's old temple, the sunlight was supposed to reflect at a certain angle, and then Aang would be able to talk to Karuk. "Okay, the summer solstice, how many days away is it, again?" The wolf just seemed to give its own version of a shrug. "Some help you are," he said to it. "So what am I supposed to learn about this time?" It wasn't really some awesome strength of the waterbenders or the firebenders he wanted to know. It was the spirit world that got him into this mess, and he was going to use it to get out. It was a shame. He was starting to get used to Nice Azula. Aang didn't know what he expected to see when he traversed through the Water Nation's laboratory, on the riverbank outside the village. He thought it might be bigger. More foreboding. Cold and wrought from iron and belching smoke like everything from the Fire Nation in his world, a monster with snapping jaws that poisoned the air, further injustice against the domain of the people they had wiped out a century ago. But this building, which he saw after he leapt over the walls surrounding it, was made of stone and almost disappointing in its mundanity. It had high arches and made him think of the buildings in the Northern Water Tribe carved from ice, except that it had doors facing only to the south and the east. It bore no signs explaining its purpose, only the Water Tribe insignia emblazoned on the arches told passerby enough to stay away. Warriors stood guard with slings, bone clubs, and white minkhounds at the ends of leather leashes in case anyone didn't get the message. Aang sprung from the wall to the upper tiers of the laboratory and slipped inside through one of the circular windows. A foul, heavy scent hung in the hallways, similar to the rotten sulfurous smell coming from the river. Before doing anything, Aang kept moving down the numerous corridors in more of an effort to find some information than to do any real damage. The inside of the complex was nowhere near as guarded as the outside, and he was glad he came in through the upper levels instead of using the drainage pipe. That released the laboratory's runoff into the river. About an hour before, Karuk's spirit wolf companion brought Aang back to the fishing village in the middle of the polluted river. It was then that Aang remembered Sokka hadn't been returned from the spirit world until he calmed the raging spirit of Heibai, and it took even longer for Aang to remember exactly how it was done. The black and white spirit had been angry over the loss of his forest, so Aang showed him proof that it would grow back again. He deduced that the painted lady needed proof that her river would be clean and healthy in order to get Azula back. And that brought him to the laboratory, which was just upriver. The laboratory seemed less like a factory and more like the university at Ba Sing Se, he had learned. Aang predominantly saw men in long blue robes with black silk hats, but with a start he realized that many were from the Earth Kingdom and Fire Nation, their numbers almost equal to the Water Tribesmen. All buried their heads in their research as if completely ignoring him, poring over heavy books and scrolls in a room that looked like a library, or sitting in another chamber with long tables and tinkering with instruments he had never seen before. The only woman he found knelt in another room manipulating water through the Kai pathways of an acupuncture doll, its veins glowing with soft, blue light. The walls displayed no decoration of any kind, just informative diagrams and trigrams depicting the human body, the four elements, and a structure that looked like a cauldron or a furnace. The one exception, he noticed, was an artist's depiction of Tui and La, the ocean and moon spirits, in their eternal dance. He poked his head, unnoticed, into more and more chambers. In one room, he saw scholars holding up a familiar amulet between them, a silvery crescent moon shining at its lid. It made him wonder if they meant to research the properties of spirit oasis water, while in another room they seemed to be trying to figure out why platypus bears laid eggs. Curiosity nearly drove him deeper into some of the rooms, but he knew he couldn't linger. He was here to break stuff. Everyone was so engrossed into their research that they didn't notice when he slipped into an open atrium with no one in it. At the far end of the wall, he saw a three-tiered clay bench with 8 openings on each tier. Despite the size of the room, the heat in here was suffocating, and he realized the openings were ventilation shafts and the bench itself was a stove of some sort. On the highest tier, he saw a furnace shaped roughly like a cylinder. On the floor level, he found a smaller bronze cauldron on 3 legs with a brilliant vermilion metal burning inside, the traces of red he saw in the river. He had to bend down to see the characters etched into the cauldron like a ritual of some sort. He read one term he didn't recognize, Waden, but he did understand characters relating to clarity, balance, push and pull, change, and water. Altogether, it seemed to describe the natural process of turning water to steam and back to water and then to ice, but why would waterbenders need to study that when they could mostly do that themselves? He wished Sokka was there to help him make sense of all this. Behind him, toward the entrance of the atrium, he heard scrolls drop to the floor and roll down the steps. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Aang turned back to look at the scholar who entered, and he gave a sheepish grin. "I got a little lost," he said. "Can you help me?" "Absolutely not, kids shouldn't be here," the bespectacled man replied, an elder with pale blue eyes. He didn't look threatening, so Aang swung his staff at the door behind him instead of the scholar himself, slamming it shut so that the scholar was stuck in the atrium with him. The man gaped at the display of airbending. "Oh, you're the Avatar." "Yup," Aang said, tapping his chin to think of the best way to destroy this place. "What would happen if I closed all the vents in that big furnace?" The man stammered and pushed his glasses back up his nose with quivering fingers. Aang realized he wasn't an elder, but a young man who had just gone prematurely gray. Well, you see, that would be quite a terrible thing, because it might interfere with the reaction of cinnabar and quicksilver melting down in there, and, the only way for the heat to escape would be through the chimney, which normally wouldn't be catastrophic, but the loot lining the inside of the furnace is a new, experimental mixture for sealing and it might have unforeseen consequences, I would highly recommend. Great, Aang said, swinging his staff at the furnace so all the vents closed with a sudden gale sweeping through the atrium. Thanks. Oh, dear, the man said, wringing his spindly fingers. If I were anyone else I would, be waterbending at you right now. Aang raised an eyebrow. Well, are you a waterbender? No, Aang frowned. Shouldn't you be running out of here in fear since it'll explode any second now or something? Oh, that, would have happened already if it were going to, he said, scratching his head of wild, wiry gray hair. The blasting jelly and firework powder chambers are the rooms that, might potentially maybe have a higher likelihood of exploding. Perhaps. Aang matched his movement and scratched the back of his own head. Thanks, I guess. Why are you helping me? The man threw his hands up in the air. Because you're terrifying. You're the Avatar, and I'm a coward, through and through. That's why I'm here instead of, training other warriors or some such. That's what they call me. Nuktuk, coward of the south. Also a blubbermouth. Blabbermouth. Especially when I'm nervous. Aang tapped his staff on the floor and Nuktuk jumped about a foot in the air. Listen, I'm not going to. Down the hall and to the right, sneak by the Minkhound patrol, but don't worry because they can't smell you with all the funky stuff going on in here, and then cut through the herbal concoctions room, which you don't have to worry about because everyone in there's on break right now, and then you'll find your way to the firework powder room. He cringed and pointed a finger toward the hallway. Aang shrugged and went on his way. Okay, thank you. Aang landed on the wooden docks of the tattered fishing village with a gentle tap, twirling his glider and folding it back into his staff. Doc, or was it Shu, was the first to run up to him, eyes bulging. What happened over there? The old man spit out, pointing in the direction of the laboratory. Now, a plume of black smoke billowed into the air. I just got the Water Nation out of here for you, Aang said. Now your river can be cleaned. Let the water flow downriver and wash away any impurities. Aang just hoped that the painted lady would bring Azula and the other villagers back before then. You did that all by yourself? Doc asked, shocked. How? The other villagers crowded around them, listening with rapt attention. Well, I am the Avatar, Aang answered. And let's leave it at that. Where's Zuko? He asked, looking around. His swordsman friend was nowhere to be seen. Oh, he was searching for you all night, Doc answered. He still hasn't come back yet. Aang's brow furrowed and he frowned, turning to look into the sky. The sun had only just started to peek over the mountaintops. Was he still searching? He had probably taken Appa. Aang was only mildly surprised. It seemed that this Zuko kept his avid determination. Doc took off his small hat, unveiling another one that unfolded on top of his head. Okay, let's clean some river. I'm Bushy, Doc and Shu's brother and the river cleaner. Aang slapped his forehead. Hours later, Aang started to get desperate and very impatient. All of the villagers went out on their rowboats, scooping up as much sludge and other wastes from the river as they could. Aang helped, more so because he wanted to get Azula back, and fast, than to really help the village. He, Zuko, and Azula needed to get to Avatar Karuk's temple quickly, before the summer solstice started. He fleetingly thought about leaving Zuko and Azula while he did the dangerous work alone, but he knew the two very hot-headed siblings would want to be in the action. Then again, he remembered how much danger he was in when he went to Roku's temple with Sokka and Katara. He was prepared to face those dangers this time and counter them before they happened. Zuko finally arrived back at the village a few hours later, relieved to see Aang but concerned that his sister still wasn't there. He helped with the work with just as much fervor as Aang expected. It seemed that through the night, the young man's determination had not wavered. Aang was slightly unnerved over his protectiveness of Azula. He never imagined that the Zuko back home would ever feel that way towards his sister. Finally, nighttime fell. The river was noticeably clearer than it was before cleaning, but it still had a long way to go until it was perfectly blue again. As Aang stared into the river's depths, thinking about his next course of action, mist began to swirl around him. And then the unmistakable spirit form of the painted lady appeared before him, whispering two words, her voice echoing as if from underwater. Thank you. Aang smiled slightly as she faded away, swinging his feet off the edge of the dock. A moment later, several figures emerged from the mist, their feet pattering on the wooden planks. Azula was one of the first to come out and she came towards him. What was that? What took you so long? She immediately asked, lips pursed in annoyance. She inspected her nails the same exact way evil Azula did, and at that moment Aang felt anger bubbling in his gut like the cauldron full of cinnabar. Do you know how hard we worked to get you back? Do you know what I did? He exploded at her. She didn't even react to his outburst, perfectly in control of her anger, just as he knew her from his world. The fact that she didn't even seem hurt by his words took the wind out of his sails, a grim reminder that she wasn't the same as his other friends back home. Never mind. Forget it. Like the snap of a firebrand, her response stung. Oh, you cleaned up a river, did you? Boo-hoo. I'm sure that's much worse than spending a night and a day in the terrifying chaos of the spirit world. Zuko and the other villagers came running over, hearing the disturbance of the captured people returning home. Azula, Zuko shouted to his sister, running over to the two arguing benders. You're all right. Azula turned to him with a raised eyebrow. Ooh, was my brother Zuzu worried about me? She asked, and her voice took on the false sweetness of Lemonsap. Zuko's face fell from worry to vexation. Aang rubbed his temples, trying to keep his anger in check. Even with his older friends back in the real world, it was much easier for Aang to get angry than when he was younger. Guys, let's stop fooling around. We have to get out of here. The two siblings, ready to start bickering, turned to him. What? Zuko questioned. Where are we going? Azula asked, freezing her fingers from flicking her brother's forehead. The Water Nation, and we have to get there by tomorrow. Azula finished. Her movement and Zuko rubbed his head, scowling. Well, first, she said, a little sheepish. I need to excuse myself and find a bathroom. Hey, Aang, Zuko called to the Avatar. What? Did you ever hear the story of the moose lion that stole snacks from the better hunters? He didn't have any pride. And Zuko let out a chuckle, slapping his knee. Aang and Azula cringed. That was hysterical, Zuzu, Azula said to her brother, rolling her eyes. Uncle told me, he said with a lopsided grin. You know, because moose lions have prides. Aang smushed his cheek against his fist, leaning against the side of the saddle. Zuko, saber-toothed moose lions don't travel in prides. You're thinking of lion hares. Zuko crossed his arms and shrunk behind their pile of bedrolls. Oh, for some reason, Aang almost couldn't blame him for the terrible joke. They had been flying over open ocean for hours with nothing to break the monotony. Aang felt little dread for what he knew must await them ahead. He figured he'd learn some horrible new truth, but he wanted to speak to Karuk and demand to return home. He didn't know what his friends would do without him, or what was happening to his body after going into the spirit world, or if him being gone was holding them back. Of course, both Zuko and Azula jumped at the chance to go into Water Nation territory, but Azula, at least, seemed to regret it with the seemingly endless stretch of boring ocean all around them. With his earlier lack of sleep, Aang felt himself easily dozing off. We're right on his trail, grandmother, Sokka said to Kanna as he stood on the deck of the ship, staring straight ahead. After raiding the previously polluted fishing village, Sokka learned that the Avatar headed to Karuk's temple in the Water Nation, his own homeland. He was a little apprehensive about returning, he had to admit, but nothing was going to keep him from his goal. Do you think you're making a wise decision, Sokka? The old woman asked him. What do you know, woman? Sokka nearly growled at her. He was on edge and she knew it. Teenagers, she muttered under her breath. Sokka, you are going against your own decision to leave the Water Nation. You are treading on thin ice. Much of the Navy thinks you were banished or that you wrongfully abandoned your nation, they believe you are a traitor. I'll be fine unless they have direct orders to take me down, Sokka said, churlish. I don't know how that rumor spread, but even though things are weird with my father, he wouldn't take a direct attack on his heir lying down. No one's stupid enough to do that. You've thought this through, then. We are approaching the Navy's barricade, Lieutenant Quinto said to the two royals. Sokka stared straight ahead with his one blue eye at the impressive line of silver ships, deciding to let his next order be his answer. Quinto, let's pull out the windsailor. Is that a Water Navy barricade? Azula suddenly asked, leaning over Appa to stare down below. The look on Aang's face was uneasy. We need to fly higher. Come on Appa, yip, yip. Aang called to his bison. Appa answered with a low groan of approval, rising in altitude and causing the wind to whip their faces. Bato looked through the ship's mounted telescope, gazing into the sky. With his naked eye, he saw a white blot in the distance, but with the magnified view, he was able to spot the flying bison, and far below it, a Water Tribe warship. There's our esteemed prince, he said, his eyes thinning to slits. Come on, Sokka, you're normally smarter than this. You know I have to fire directly on the Avatar if he comes this way. A Marine approached him with a salute. Chief Bato. Bato turned to his captain. Fire on the Avatar. The captain's crisp salute loosened in. He fumbled with the coil of rope used to prepare the ship's mounted weapons. But sir, one of our own is out there. Then don't hit him, Bato replied. The captain nodded and issued the order, perhaps a little reluctantly. Waterbenders on the decks of each ship in the blockade gathered water from the ocean around them, freezing them into boulder-sized chunks of ice in the middle of the deck. Then, all as one, they catapulted the ice blocks into the air, letting the ice's own momentum carry it to the Avatar. Another unit of Marines readied the ballistae, normally for whaling, and fired on the bison with the intent to kill it. Aang, Zuko yelled, pointing at the ice boulders sailing through the air at them. I see them, he cried out, pulling on Appa's reins to dodge the rain of ice. Nearly 100 blocks half the size of Appa had been launched at them, reminding Aang disdainfully of a similar situation in the past. Azula and Zuko held onto Appa's saddle for their lives, eyes clenched shut. A particularly large chunk of ice headed right for them and Aang saw no easy way to dodge it. He sprang from Appa's head and slammed it with his staff, using his airbending to make it rocket down below, completely destroying one of the ships. He jumped off of the impact and back onto his bison, his gaze hard. Javelins speared through the air like enormous crossbow bolts, much more difficult and even more horrifying in their speed and deadliness. No amount of airbending would stop or divert those, so Aang focused all his efforts on twisting and weaving Appa through the assault. He pulled Appa higher into the sky, and thankfully the new weapons didn't have the capability of achieving that kind of height. The ice followed them even as they passed the naval blockade until they were out of their range. Aang stared ahead, his gaze solemn. The Water Nation was ahead. Zuko and Azula sighed with relief, but stiffened when they spotted something else behind them. What's that? Zuko asked, gaping. Some kind of kites following us. Sokka whooped as he flew through the air on his windsailor, over 100 feet in the sky like an airbender on a glider or a seabird in flight. Far below him, Kinto performed some high-speed waterbending on a catamaran, attached to Sokka with a rope and harness. His newest invention gave him speed and the maneuverability to dodge through the blockade's assault. This wasn't what he had in mind for the windsailor's first real test run, but it was equal parts exhilarating and terrifying, and best of all, it worked. One of the ice blocks aimed at the Avatar fell toward Sokka in its descent, but he let go of his control bar with one hand long enough to divert it with a single swipe, sending it crashing down on one of Bato's ships. Oops, Sokka said, unable to hold back from grinning. How clumsy of me. This plan necessitated leaving his grandmother and ship behind, but it couldn't be helped. It got him through the blockade and he planned to make use of it to reach the Avatar temple even faster than he could have dreamed. Almost an hour later, the Flying Bison, with its passengers, reached the southern islands of the Patola mountain range, where Avatar Karuk's temple lay. The Azure Temple was situated at the peak of a snowy mountain on an island that was made up of several. Light flurries of snow blanketed the mountains, a sharp contrast to the gray stone that was so dark it was almost black. Hardy grasses and reeds stuck out of the mountainside in defiance of the cold. Aang looked wistfully at the horizon, knowing that he was near the Southern Air Temple, as well as Kyoshi Island and even the Southern Water Tribe, where his first adventure started. As Appa landed, he took a deep breath, ready to face whatever awaited him. Inside the temple, he had the bison land on the side of the mountain where there was an outcropping of rock large enough for them all to land on comfortably. A small trail not far from them wound up the side of the mountain, leading to the water temple at the mountain's peak. Well, here we go, Zuko said, bracing himself. Are you guys ready? Aang asked them. Oh, please, how hard could this be? Azula scoffed. All right, Appa, Momo, you stay here, Aang said to the two creatures. The female lemur stared at him curiously, and Aang realized his blunder. Luckily, neither Zuko nor Azula noticed, too focused on their mission ahead. Sabashi, you stay here with Appa. Minutes later, Aang was ready to make Azula eat her words. It was an incredibly difficult hike up the mountain, as the snowstorm above increased and threatened to blow them all off the mountainside. The cold seeped into all of their clothing, and because of the fierce amount of wind, Azula was unable to keep a decent flame of warmth alive. Aang wondered how it could be so cold in the early days of summer and thought it might have to do with the spirituality of the temple. Eventually, the Avatar temple came into sight. The first part of it they saw was the crest at its top, like a beacon, a diamond shape carved from a stone that looked like ice. The multi-tiered roofs sloped down in the shape of several lilies piled on top of each other. Chimes rang like bells in the wind, decorated with a painted pattern to ward off evil spirits. They traveled the rest of the way up a glittering staircase of ice, and they were greeted by heavy doors also carved from frost that sealed the entrance into the temple. We should probably find a better way to get in here, Aang said. After a moment of thinking, he passed his staff to Azula and threw Zuko over his shoulder before he could shout in protest and leapt to the roof. The older boy let out an undignified shout that was swallowed by the blizzard, and Aang jumped back down to the ground to do the same for Azula, but she stepped back. "Don't even think about it," she said, falling into a defensive stance with one finger held out to him while she gripped his staff in her other hand. "Would you rather stay out here and freeze to death?" She huffed at him and straightened. "No." Without wasting any time, Aang scooped her over his shoulder like he did to Zuko and jumped up to the roof, where he placed her down and she almost slipped. "You know, I thought you airbenders were more graceful." "Look, I found a way in," Aang said, ignoring her and taking his staff back. On one side of the temple were dark blue shutters, which Aang tried feebly to pull open. They had been frozen shut, coated in a layer of rime that Azula melted away with hotter than normal flames. Several teeth-chattering minutes later, Aang tugged on them again, to no avail. "Here, let me," Zuko said, aiding him. He was able to pull them open with one hand. Aang frowned. He missed his own physical strength. He didn't thank Zuko. Instead, he jumped inside the temple and lightly rolled to his feet. The inside of the temple shared the blue theme with the outside. As Zuko and Azula crawled in after him, he admired the beautiful waterbending mosaics, interrupted by random panels of ice on the walls. He wondered what they were for. A moment later, he heard footsteps walking down one of the hallways adjacent to his. He motioned for Zuko and Azula to stay back as Aang gripped his staff, prepared to deal with whatever it was. He cautiously stepped forward and turned around the corner. He was surprised when he nearly bumped into an old woman. "Who are you?" she asked, giving him one wide eye of suspicion. "What are you doing in this sacred place?" "I am the Avatar. Bring me to Karuk," Aang demanded, holding out his staff. The woman, a priestess or one of the water sages, wore heavy robes lined with white fur and a matching cap with flaps that covered her ears. She expressed surprise upon seeing him, but raised a hand and sent ice spikes flying at Aang. Immediately after, she turned away from him and ran, leaving Aang to ward off her attack with a wall of wind. She ran down the hallways shouting out in her hoarse voice. "The Avatar is here! The Avatar has returned!" she screamed, setting off the alarm. More old women water sages emerged from the different hallways, attacking him with a coat of ice that stuck to the walls. Azula stepped in front of him and burned away the attacks. She scowled at the woman's retreating back. "Dumb old crones, aren't they supposed to support the Avatar?" Aang growled under his breath. He should have expected this. He ran down the cold corridors, dodging the waterbenders' attacks and warding them off to allow Zuko and Azula to pass. Aang turned the corners at a rapid pace, searching for the entrance to Karuk's chamber. He was able to stop himself just in time when he noticed the coating of ice on the floor. "Zuko, Azul, ah!" He tried to warn them, but the two siblings ignored him and sped right towards him, but before they could notice that he stopped, Aang jumped into the air as the two toppled to the icy floor, sliding across it and crashing into the wall on the other side of the hallway. Aang ran after them carefully with practiced, sure feet. Before he could reach them, a hand wrapped in water tribe furs reached out at the two and pulled them away. As Aang turned the corner, ready to stop the water sage, he readied his staff to fight. He saw the old woman with a grasp on Zuko and Azula. Aang was about to swing his weapon at her, but she held up a hand and stopped him. "Wait, I want to help," she said to him, her voice hushed. "Quickly, this way." Before Aang could even speak, she put her hand on one of the icy wall panels, melting the cold away. It revealed a door, which she opened. "Inside, before the others find us," she urged them. Aang sighed with relief. It seemed that there was a traitor among these sages, ranks, too. "I am Water Sage Yugoda," the woman said, revealing a kind, elderly face. Her gray hair was held back in braided hair loops. Something about the name sounded familiar, but Aang couldn't place where he had heard it. "Pleased to meet you. I am Avatar Aang," he said, bowing. "These are my friends, Zuko and Azula." "Aren't the sages supposed to help the Avatar?" Zuko asked her, annoyed. Yugoda's face fell. "Once, A long time ago, she answered. The others have become corrupt. But I am a distant relative of Avatar Karuk's wife, before she was taken away from him. She was my grandmother's youngest sister, she said with a distant smile. I'd like to speak with Avatar Karuk, Aang said to her. I thought that was why you have come, Yugoda replied. This way, please. She led them through a tunnel of ice with an uneven staircase that led up and deeper into the temple. Avatar Karuk's chamber was close, he could feel it. My father once told me that waterbender women weren't trained to fight. What's the deal with these water sages? Azula asked with a frown. We are the only exception to that rule, Yugoda said. We were sent to protect the temple of Avatar Karuk, when no man would want the job. They are too busy fighting this war. But I volunteered and moved here all the way from the Northern Water Tribe. Zuko whistled. You volunteered, because of your ancestor. I was born and raised in the Northern Water Tribe, Yugoda explained. But I've always wanted to fight with my waterbending, instead of only healing. Being a water sage helped me become what I've always wanted to be, she said with a gentle smile. Azula scoffed with something like derision. It's so backwards there. Your people cripple their own forces by half in forbidding women to fight. I never understood those rules. Yugoda shrugged. It has long been the tradition among our people. The princess of the Southern Water Tribe is really making an effort to let women learn all kinds of waterbending, Yugoda went on to explain proudly. She's really an inspiration to Water Nation women everywhere. Aang raised an eyebrow, wondering who the princess was. If she's around, she'd be the type to do that, I think. Well, good for her. Maybe I can see her someday. Abruptly, before the conversation could be continued any further, the narrow tunnel opened up to an expansive, icy chamber. There was old Water Tribe artwork on the walls of a very powerful waterbender, etched onto stretched, leathery animal skin. On the other wall, Aang spotted a giant, blue door that was covered in ice, keeping it frozen shut. Yugoda was the first to approach the door. Many places in the Water Nation are only accessible by waterbenders, she informed them, placing a hand on the frozen door. The ice melted away at her touch. Hurry, Avatar, get inside before the other sages come. They're bound to check up here soon. With Zuko's help, he was able to pull open the large, heavy door, and he stepped inside. Sokka barged into the water temple, frantic and determined. Where's the Avatar? I know he's here, he yelled as water sages hurried into the main chamber. They fell into bows at his feet. Prince Sokka, your arrival is so unexpected, one of them said. Tell me where the Avatar is. I know he's here, Sokka shouted at them. He searched among them, briefly, for a familiar face with her distinctive hair, but he had no time to search her out. He had to make sure the Avatar was in his clutches before Bato arrived. I'm sorry, but he's loose in the temple, the woman said. Where? He demanded. He's probably going to see Avatar Karuk right now. At that moment, unknown to Aang, the sunlight shone on the crystal at just the right angle, directing a beam of light to the statue of Avatar Karuk's forehead. The summer solstice had arrived. Aang opened his eyes as the blinding mist cleared all around him. All he saw was an expanse of white, a snowy wasteland. Snow gently fell down, getting caught in his rugged head of hair, which was getting longer every day. A gust of wind blew in front of him and Avatar Karuk appeared. He looked exactly the same as when Aang last saw him, young, and wearing full Water Tribe clothing with the head of a polar bear as his mask. Nice to finally meet you, kid, Karuk said. There's something important I need to tell you. Wait, Aang quickly stopped him. What do you mean, nice to finally meet me? We've met before. Karuk's tan face turned to one of confusion. We have, yeah, you, Yangchen, Roku, and Kyoshi were the ones who sent me to this place. I want to go home. Aang yelled at him, unable to bottle his anger. Meeting a version of Karuk who didn't recognize him, or at least, this version of him, was an eventuality he didn't expect. He couldn't have come all this way for nothing. I'm sorry, but what are you babbling about? Karuk asked him, scratching his head with his gloved hand. You sent me to this world. Aang bellowed. I want to go home, I need to help my friends. I miss Sokka, I miss Toph, and I miss Katara. As he mentioned their names, his body became racked with sobs. He fell to his knees in the snow. This couldn't be happening. Could this Karuk be different, too? I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about, Karuk admitted, and Aang knew it to be the truth as much as he knew himself. I wish I could help, but there's something else I need to tell you. Several of his soldiers followed him as Sokka strode into the chamber. The Avatar's firebender and the other Fire Nation boy tried to stop him, as well as the old waterbender, but they were quickly stopped by his soldiers and chained to the ice pillars in the center of the room. Sokka patrolled in front of the giant door that led to Karuk's chamber, furious and impatient. "Why won't it open?" he growled as his soldiers tugged at the door. "Avatar Karuk is forbidding us entry," one of the other water sages said. They all dutifully ignored the traitor in their midst. "Good to see you again so soon, Prince Sokka." The fallen prince's body froze. "What do you want, Bato?" he asked the man through clenched teeth, refusing to move around to meet his gaze. "I've come to receive the Avatar," he said, and Sokka knew he smirked with triumph without even looking. "Maybe even help you do it. I hope you haven't forgotten our ways of hunting for prey along with your family. Like a pack of wolves. I trust your time in exile hasn't made you forget even that." Sokka turned to face him, gritting his teeth. "You're not my family, Bato. Neither of you will ever get your hands on Aang." The firebender shouted out at them. "He's too strong for all of you. You won't stop him." "I'd like to see about that," Bato said, as more of his soldiers came into the chamber. Aang frowned from his position in the snow, wiping away his angered tears. He was frustrated that he let tears fall. He never cried anymore. He stiffened when Karuk mentioned something he needed to tell Aang. "Lay it on me." Karuk frowned. "I know it'll sound tough, but I know you can do it." "You ready? Just tell me." "That's what Roku always did," Aang said wearily. "He was blunt about that sort of thing." Karuk frowned. "Okay, I wasn't aware that Roku spoke to you. But at the end of the winter, a terrible thing awaits you. There is a second moon, Seryu's moon, that appears in the sky above our world. The power of the waterbenders will increase a whole lot more than it usually does every month. So I'll have to master all 4 elements and defeat the Water Lord before then, right?" Aang asked, shoulders falling. "The Water Emperor," Karuk corrected him. "But yes, you will. Don't worry too much, you've mastered all 4 elements several times in your past Li." "I've mastered them all once already," Aang told him, interrupting the Water Avatar's words. "I can do it again. I'm sorry that we're putting all of this on you at once, Aang. But you can defeat him and save the world." "I know it. How can I do that when I haven't even saved my own world?" Aang suddenly yelled out at him, standing up. "I failed my own friends. I didn't defeat the Fire Lord in time for Sozin's comet and everyone I knew and loved died. And I'd still be with them if you didn't send me here to this messed up world. How can you expect me to do it again?" Every inch of his body ached, but he felt unburdened. It was nice to vent his frustrations out on someone. "I don't know what you're talking about," Karuk yelled back at him. "It wasn't me that sent you here." Aang clenched his fists. "It was all of you. I can't believe this. You must be a different Karuk, then." Aang slumped to his knees in defeat. "I'll never be able to go home. I don't understand. What happened to you?" Karuk asked him. "Hurry, we don't have much time left. In my own world, the Fire Nation ruled over everything," Aang began, gulping down the pain he felt. He wouldn't forgive himself if he wavered or stuttered as he spoke to Karuk. Sozin's comet came, strengthening the firebenders to the point where they were unstoppable. They had a firm grip on the world, but my friends and I were able to travel around in secret and stop them. I journeyed to the spirit world to restore my avatar spirit when I had enough of the war, but I spoke to all of my past lives and Yangshan sent me here. Now, I'm fighting against my old friends and allying with my former enemies. I'm so lost and confused. Damn it." He sounded weak at the end, and it made him angry again. Karuk was silent for a long time. Aang began to think their time together would run out before he responded again. "I see," he said finally. "I don't know what to say to that." He paused and looked back to the door. "We don't have time left, but there are Water Nation soldiers outside, waiting to ambush you." Aang sighed. "Oh, and everything is basically a repeat of last time, but reversed," Aang added. "I've figured out that this timeline, or whatever it is, has been following my last adventures, but there have been some changes. I will speak to some of the older spirits about it," Karuk told him. "Now, I'm going to help you fight off your enemies." Aang nodded and closed his eyes. "Until we meet again." Azula tried to wriggle free of the chains binding her to the ice pole, but she couldn't move a muscle. She was irritated when she started to get worried for Aang. She knew he was strong, but she didn't know if he was strong enough to defeat all of these warriors. Bato paced in front of the heavy doors as they rumbled open, grinding across the floor. Sokka looked up, pulling water to coil around his wrists while he readied his boomerang in his other hand, and the other warriors took up similar fighting positions. Aang, look out! Zuko shouted. Two glowing orbs appeared inside the dark chamber, and Zuko and Azula remembered the Avatar state's power and exaltation with haunting clarity. Bato laughed as if it were no more than a simple thrill until a full-grown man stepped out of the chamber instead of Aang. The Water Tribe man in the Avatar state moved his arms above his head, melting the ice pillars that Zuko, Azula, and Yugoda were tied to, letting them free. Ice spikes plunged from out of the walls, and torrents of water rushed out at everyone in the room. Somehow, the three that were chained up weren't bothered by the torrent. The whole temple began to shake, and they all heard a distant rumbling from outside. Sokka and Bato's leather-clad warriors turned and fled from the temple, followed by the water sages who urged their prince and commander to leave. Come on, Zuzu, we need to get out of here, Azula yelled to her brother. Yugoda, come on. The winds picked up all around them, shaking the very foundations of the temple. Azula was determined to get out of there if only to save her own skin. Bato and Sokka were lost in the chaos. Yugoda urged them to follow the other water sages. The roof of the temple ripped off and was lost in the storm outside, but Karuk remained where he was, manipulating the storm around them. The snow and the cold whipped at Zuko and Azula like lashes. The very mountain they were on trembled, causing the snow to fall down in an avalanche. If we don't get out of here soon, the avalanche will destroy the temple. Zuko yelled to his sister over the roaring winds. He hesitated because of Aang. We can't just leave him here. I know, Azula shouted back. She wrenched her eyes shut, trying to think of something. For the first time, not a plan came to mind. She was utterly helpless and hated the feeling of it. They both saw a white form in the distance, battling against the winds. It's Appa. Zuko let out a bellow to get his attention, clutching onto the ruins of the walls for support. As the bison came closer with a furious roar, they noticed Sabi clinging to his saddle with her tiny arms. The Avatar was going to rip them all off the mountainside. Aang's going to kill us, Azula cried out, panicked. At her words, the Avatar's fury and anger seemed to be quenched and sated. A whirlwind surrounded Avatar Karuk, blocking him from their view, but when it dissipated, Aang stumbled to the ground in his place. He fell to his knees. Zuko and Azula hesitated going over to him while Appa was able to stabilize himself right outside the temple. The avalanche still continued to tear down the mountain. Azula tried to approach him, almost timid. Aang, her golden eyes were wide with concern for him. Aang's head turned up at them, his gray, hardened eyes locking onto Appa. Let's get out of here, he said to them, sprinting over to the two. Zuko grabbed his staff just as Aang snatched the backs of their shirts to jump onto Appa's back. They flew away just as the surge of snow swallowed the remains of the temple, letting it fall down the mountainside. The storm above cleared. Tell us everything, Azula said to Aang. You're all traitors. Bato bellowed at the water sages, handling them while Sokka departed for the island's docks, where his ship waited for him. All soft and weak, the lot of you. It was all Yugoda, sir. She's the traitor, one of the water sages pleaded. Let us go. Yugoda put her head down in apparent shame, even though Bato knew she helped the Avatar willingly. Shut up. Bato silenced her. All of you will be brought to Oniakto as prisoners. All you've done is prove that women can't be relied upon to handle things at the temple. He held the flame headpiece in his hand so that it reflected the light in the sky as his warriors led the women away. If he couldn't rely on Sokka's help, he'd have to make sure to stay several steps ahead of the prince. Congratulations, said Zuko, pressing a closed fist to his palm and bowing. You're a firebending master. Aang returned the bow and smiled. Thank you, Sifu Zuko. And just like that, he had mastered all four elements. The world was still in ruins, his past lives were out of reach, and the Avatar state might have been gone forever, but one part of his Avatar journey had been done right. He felt like he had accomplished something, even if it took about 3 years, far past his deadline of Sozin's comet. But that didn't matter anymore. Sokka jumped down from the fallen log he used as his vantage point to watch their training session. He bit his lip in his usual way that meant a snide remark had been brewing. Can you really say if he's mastered firebending? I thought you weren't even a master, Zuko. Aang laughed, but Zuko crossed his arms. Like you would know, Sokka. Katara emerged from the underbrush and came into the clearing with a drawstring bag in her arms and Toph at her heels. Oh, Sokka, Leave him alone, she said, and then she looked at Aang and he felt like he could shoot rockets from his feet. You know what, I think this calls for a celebration. Here, everyone, reach your hand into the bag for a surprise. She held it open, grinning expectantly. I mean, I already know. Shush, Toph, don't spoil it. All four of them did so and pulled out garishly painted, hand-carved masks one by one. Zuko even cringed when he got a blue demon mask that bore more than a passing resemblance to his old blue spirit mask. You got us masks? Aang asked. Yes, there's a festival in the nearby village. I think we could use some good cheer for once. Zuko groaned. Oh, yeah, the Fire Days festival. It's that time of year, isn't it? Aang frowned and a long-forgotten memory swam to the surface of his thoughts. Katara, is that a good idea? We went to that festival once and it didn't end well. It's a special occasion, she said, circling behind him to tie his mask to his face. The beginning of the era of Avatar Aang. Which deserves a moment of fun, if you ask me. I insist. Aang didn't have the heart to remind her that just mastering the elements didn't make him a fully realized avatar, but they went along to the village anyway. Despite being a colony, it felt like they stepped into the Fire Nation proper. Splashes of all different colors assaulted their vision from flags and banners and flames that burned different types of powders and came out in a rainbow. Citizens of all ages rushed by with streamers or sparklers in their hands and masks on their faces, laughing and cheering as if the world outside their town hadn't changed at all. Noodles cooked in street stalls and the smell of spices reached Aang's nose even through the mask. He had to dodge out of the way of a bearded dragon dancing through the streets, its golden paint shining in the firelight of all the lanterns. They passed a puppet show and firebending demonstrations. Sokka and Zuko shared a bag of fire flakes, but for the most part, Team Avatar didn't partake in the revelry. They enjoyed the anonymity, 5 ghosts drifting through the celebration, watching and wishing for better times. They found a bench on the outskirts of town far from the heart of the crowds that gave them a decent overhead view of the ceremonial torch in the center of town in the clear night sky. After the torch had been lit, an effigy and offering of flame to Fire Lord Azula and Phoenix King Ozai, fireworks whistled and bloomed in the sky. The booming sounds made Toph stiffen at Aang's side, pressed together as they all were, and he entwined his hand in hers to comfort her. She let out a grunt. I don't know what's so special about fireworks, she said. No different from regular old bombs to me. Aang wanted to say she was right, but it was important to Katara that they try to find small enjoyments like this. To keep smiling even when it hurt. They all fell silent, leaning into each other as they watched. They ignored it when someone twitched or shuddered or gasped and just held on tighter in response. The bench was just big enough for the 5 of them to sit side by side. No room for Suki or Haru or Iroh or anyone else who should have been there with them to ring in the beginning of a new era, who they missed so fervently regardless. Historians would only record the day as any other in the era of the Phoenix King. Behind the anonymity of his mask, Aang let the tears fall as explosions ripped apart the sky. Aang shot up from his sleep, his eyes wide with fear as sweat streamed down his face. His dark hair clung to his head, damp with sweat. His breaths came out in long gasps. What's wrong? Azula asked, startling him. Apparently, he had fallen asleep under the sun on the back of Appa's saddle. The wind blew his shawl over his head, tickling his face. Aang pushed it down and rubbed his eyes, loosening his tense muscles with a sigh. It was just a bad dream, he said to her. He sat back against the side of Appa's saddle, letting Zuko fly the bison for a while. Their detour to Karuk's temple had them essentially starting their journey over, returning to the outer islands of the Fire Nation as they went back on course to the Golden City. Aang briefly considered changing course to the Earth Kingdom, but Zuko had informed him that route would likely be dangerous, since it would require following the Earth Kingdom's shoreline to the northern reaches and most of it was likely to be under control of the water tribes. You've been having those very often lately, Azula pointed out to him, crossing her arms and staring inquisitively. What, are you worried about me? It's nothing, he said, dismissing her with a wave of his hand. You are worried that you'll fail the whole world and that it'll be flooded completely on the day of Seryu's moon, completely destroying all civilization as we know it, right? She asked, her voice precise and calculating. Aang stared at her with wide eyes, his mouth slightly hanging open. Even Zuko halted Appa for a moment to stare at her. Yeah, sure, Aang stuttered. The awkward moment passed and Appa continued flying. Still, it must be very difficult and daunting to have to learn all 4 elements before winter's end. Azula said, What was she hinting at? Yeah, and you're not helping, Aang said, rolling his eyes. And you're surprisingly not very nervous about it. But I was obviously able to tell that you were from your nightmares. You're hiding your feelings. What are you keeping from us? She crawled toward him with every sentence, her eyes widening. Desperate for information, Aang pushed himself against the edge of Appa's saddle. It's got to be something else besides this Seryu's moon business. Wow, she's really perceptive. She doesn't miss a thing. You miscalculated. I'm fine, Aang said to her, holding up his hands in a defensive position. Her face was uncomfortably close to his. Well, I guess since you so desperately need it, I can teach you some of the firebending I know, she said, pulling back from him and sitting back down. She spoke with an air that she was doing him a great favor and it was a hassle to her. Aang saw the opportunity to get away from dangerous ground and took it. Sure, that'd be good. Alright, that's settled then, she said, grinning. She clearly had some kind of ulterior motive, but Aang was too relieved to think about that at the moment. Zuzu, land this bison. We're going to have a quick firebending lesson. Aang didn't know why he couldn't bring himself to tell Azula that this wasn't the way things were supposed to be. He didn't think he could ever tell her, or Zuko, for that matter, that the Fire Nation ruled the world in another place, that they both once hunted for him, and that their enemy, Prince Sokka, was his best friend. Could he tell her that he kept seeing her as someone evil, someone who hunted him and his friends? Could he tell them that their father was a ruthless tyrant? Would they believe him? Would they shun him? Wait, Aang stopped himself. Why did he even care about getting acceptance from Azula? More importantly, he wondered if he was even going to be able to bend fire. Back when he first discovered he wouldn't be able to return back home easily, he tried to bend any element besides air with no luck. There seemed to be almost a sort of mental barrier that he couldn't pass no matter how hard he tried. At times, he had taken to wondering if he could even bend the other elements, but then he remembered that he was able to access the avatar state. Would getting an informal lesson help him relearn the information? What would he do if he couldn't do it? Aang looked long and hard at the spot that Zuko deemed appropriate for the quick firebending lesson. They situated themselves on a large patch of spongy, mossy ground in a clearing that was part of a wider, wilder jungle not unlike the one at Zuko and Azula's home. Aang wasn't very worried about losing control of his fire. Once he had it alive, he assumed he'd be able to control it like he used to. Besides, if anything got out of hand, there was a small pond nearby. They were a fair distance away from any forest, which was just on the outskirts of the pond, and a rocky crag shielded them from curious eyes. Zuko suspected that no waterbenders had been here in some time because the ground hadn't been dried out from their attacks. Aang braced himself for his first lesson with Azula. He found himself wondering how she would compare to Katara, Toph, and Zuko's lessons. We'll start by making a ball of fire in our hands, like this, the girl said, holding out her hand palm up. A flame danced in her grip like a lantern on a dark night. It was a very common and easy ability. Aang knew from experience, even though he had trouble when he first tried it. He held out his hand like she did, but nothing happened. He didn't expect it, anyway. He had tried this before. You're not even going to tell me how to. She interrupted him with a curt interjection. Make a flame. Aang rolled his eyes. But how? Do it. Zuko, watching from the side, snickered. You've got to be kidding me, Aang mumbled. She's not a good teacher at all. I can't make fire. You need to tell me how. You're hopeless. Fire comes from the breath, she said, rolling her eyes. Aang immediately knew the real reason why she volunteered to teach him what she knew. She enjoyed ordering him around for once, and being the one in charge. Aang complied anyway, taking a deep breath. He concentrated, but on what, he didn't know. There had to be something else he was forgetting. I can't do it. Something's wrong, Aang said after a moment. Zuko, she called her brother tersely. Get some firewood. Zuko jumped as if his seat had burned. Why me? Because you're the one watching, she said. Now go get it. I'll get it, Aang said, before Zuko stood. Aang walked to the edge of the forest to receive the tinder required for the fire. He hoped that it was for Azula's lesson and not for one of her own pointless reasons to annoy him. He had thought Toph was bad, but he preferred her lessons over Azula's any day. The wooden hull of the ship creaked as it rocked in the waves, and Sokka concentrated on the maps in front of him, trying to plan out the Avatar's route or current location. So far, he'd had no luck. He was the ship's navigator and it was his job to plan their destination, but ever since he returned to Fire Nation waters he couldn't find any clues as to the Avatar's whereabouts. He absently carved a piece of wood with his whittling knife to occupy his hands while his mind worked. They currently sailed along the coast of the Fire Nation's eastern archipelago. They had departed from Avatar Karuk's island with the utmost speed in an attempt to follow the young Avatar and avoid Bato. Part of him had to admit he was being childish, because Bato did have superior resources he could have used, but he wanted to prove he could do this on his own, without having to rely on his father or Bato. He cross-referenced his maps to the Avatar's routes that he had previously tracked, trying to discern a pattern. His movements seemed almost random, flitting from one island to another, with sightings across both the western and eastern skies. He'd been seen on Crescent Island and Jia Duan on the mainland. Ultimately, their destination seemed to be somewhere to the north, somewhere fortified and safe, like the Golden City. It had been his prevailing theory, but he knew if that was indeed where the Avatar had been heading he'd have a slim chance of capturing the boy once he achieved their protection. Assuming the Avatar resumed this route after the detour to Karuk's temple, a gamble, Sokka had to admit, but one he felt confident about. The eastern archipelago was the closest part of the Fire Nation from there, and thus where he must have made his first landfall again. The airbender never touched down on the same place twice. He tended to avoid towns and villages under Water Nation control, and when he did visit them, he caused enough of a ruckus to get noticed, like at the alchemical laboratories. He'd have to restock soon. Sokka searched his maps for the nearest neutral port in the eastern archipelago and grinned to himself when he spotted one. Kakili Island, known for its jumble of docks and jungles where ancient Fire Nation temples and cave systems lay in ruins, said to be cursed by spirits that had been angered by centuries of explorers violating their sanctity. Despite being a port town, the Water Nation had little interest in it. Part of it was superstition, but the predominant reason was an uneasy alliance with the pirate fleets in the area who frequented the island. Sokka was interrupted from the rest of his planning by a loud knock on the wooden door. The sudden sound made his hand slip and he cut his thumb on his wood-carving knife. "Come in," he said, letting out a hiss through clenched teeth. He shook the pain from his hand and sucked on the wound. His grandmother entered with a sad frown on her face. "Prince Sokka, we need to get to a port." "I agree," he said. "Kakili Island, it's close. The Avatar's got to be there." "Yes, but I ran out of my cookie ingredients, and I wanted to make some for the crew." Sokka examined his hand to make sure the bleeding had stopped and glanced at the piece of wood he had carved. He hadn't been thinking about what shape he was making, but it looked a little bit like a bear or a fish, small enough to fit in the palm of his hand. "I do not want to stop my search for the Avatar for your cookies. But it's important. Someone needs to make some good dessert around here," the old woman said. "It will be my gift to the crew for working so hard." I said no, we can't. If we're going to beat the Avatar to Kakili Island, I have to set a trap for him. There's not enough time for shopping, as tempting as it is. "I can't believe you talked me into this," Sokka said with a scowl, watching his crew lug tons of needless souvenirs onto the ship. All purchased at ludicrous prices from a pirate ship. "This is just junk." "No, it's not. I have plenty of new ingredients for cookies now," his grandmother protested with her hands on her hips. She looked up at him, her wrinkles pronounced in a deep frown. "There's also my sewing materials and reading scrolls. But I was very lucky to find new, rare pie show tiles." "Oh, and take a look at this," she said, holding up a tiny, white whistle. "It's shaped like some kind of animal, but it seems to be broken." "All of it's useless old lady stuff that we don't need," Sokka grumbled, crossing his arms. His eye caught a glimpse of something red and gold sticking out of one of the crates as it passed by him, and he plucked it from among the rest of the useless baubles, a firebending scroll. He bit his lip and smiled as an idea formed in his mind. "That girl with the Avatar is a firebending novice, right? And we've never seen him use anything other than airbending outside of his super glowy mode, either." He had a feeling that it was called something else when the Avatar's eyes and tattoos glowed, but his primary concern whenever that happened was hightailing it out of there instead of sussing out what it really was. "Think they might like this little gift." By the time he was back, Zuko had a sort of fire pit ready, so Aang threw the twigs inside. Azula lit it easily with a trail of fire from her wrists. The two siblings sat down next to the fire. "I'm ready to try again," Aang said. He stood next to the fire and took a deep breath. Azula copied him. "Listen, Aang," she said. Aang's eyes widened. Was she about to apologize again for her earlier actions? Azula and apologies didn't go well together. It unnerved him to see her act so human, even now, when he was finally getting to know her. She took a deep breath. I'm sorry for being too rough on you earlier. I wasn't really teaching you anything about firebending. As she said this, Zuko caught Aang's gaze and smiled. So, Zuko is the reason. For this, Aang thought, inwardly praising him. It seemed that he had some influence on his younger sister after all. It's okay, Aang said. I've had my fair share of rough teachers. He thought again about his first lessons of earthbending with Toph. Now, he figured that Azula was still aggravated over the loss of her mother's headpiece, but he had a strong suspicion that Sokka was the one who somehow stole it. All right, Azula said quickly, as if determined to forget about her apology, we'll continue the lesson now. With a flame already alive for you to try and control, this should make it easier. She put her hand near the fire and the crackling flames moved closer to her, bending to her will. You have to feel the heat of the fire outside of you and inside of you. You have to have the desire to control it. Firebending is all about control, she explained. With a slight movement of her hand, a piece of the fire went out to it, resting in her palm. Now, you try to do that. And then, it all made sense to him. As soon as Azula said those words and he saw the flame go into her hands, something seemed to click inside of his head. A long-distant memory had resurfaced, and he suddenly remembered how to control fire and the basics of firebending. It was as if a block on his mind was removed. He found that he still didn't remember some of the more elaborate attacks, but now firebending seemed so simple. Instead of taking the flame in his palm from their campfire, Aang punched the air, letting out a small blast of the element. Zuko fell back, surprised, and even Azula took a step away from him. What was that? The firebender asked. Wow, it turns out Azula's a good teacher after all. Zuko exclaimed, shock written all over his face. How did you do it so soon? Azula asked him. Her gaze was scrutinizing. She did not like to be surprised. I guess you are a great teacher, Aang said with a cheesy grin, in his opinion. Thank you, Sifu Azula. You were holding back the whole time, Azula said, ignoring him. That's the only thing that can explain it. The Avatar is the best bender in the world, isn't he? Zuko asked her. It's only reasonable that he can bend fire so easily. Aang felt himself appreciating the fact that Zuko stood up for him. What else can you do, Avatar? Azula asked. I want to see if that was just a fluke. She used both hands to make the campfire into a ball, pulling her hands up into the air and thrusting her palms out, sending it at him. Pure reflex came to Aang and he jabbed his fingers into it, pulling it apart in two different directions. Aang felt strengthened by the light of the sun on his back, a distantly familiar feeling. Aang grinned. If it's a challenge you want, you'll get it, he thought roguishly. He decided to perform his very first firebending move on her. He held a tiny flame above his head and bent his knees. He let the fire fall into his hands where he spread it out and let it grow, creating a ring of fire all around him. Instead of burning Azula's hand, however, she swiftly chopped it in half. She ran toward him with her next attack, her fist wreathed in flames. She sent the punch at him, but he blocked her arm with his forearm. For a moment, stormy gray eyes met her amber ones, but Aang ducked when she sent a punch at his face. Fire came to life between his fingers as he used his superior speed to get behind her, ready to attack again, but she bent down, twisting her leg up to kick him in the chin with the sole of her foot. Thankfully, she wasn't concentrating on firebending at that moment, but even so it knocked Aang to the ground. He rubbed his chin as Azula turned around, faintly surprised with her luck. That was pretty flexible of you, Aang said, sitting up with a frown. If I used my airbending you would have been done for. Azula smirked. Yeah, I know, but that wasn't the point of our little training session, was it? You're just not on par with me yet in firebending. Too bad. Try again next time. Aang's eyebrow twitched. You guys, stop fighting, Zuko said, chiding them like children. I was just checking through our things, and we're out of supplies. We have to find a town and buy some more. Aang picked up his staff and walked to the exit of the clearing with a slump in his step that wasn't there before. He couldn't place why, but the fact that Azula showed him up felt kind of irritating. Alright, let's go. Their route had brought them to a ramshackle port town composed of a series of crisscrossing docks extending into the sea from the jungle taking up most of the island. Homes floated on the surface of the water or elevated on wooden planks above the docks with enormous palm fronds sticking out of the top of thatched roofs. In addition to the floating homes, merchant ships docked on the outskirts of town and peddled their wares right on their decks and under the sun. Hawkers shouted to get people to come aboard and peruse. As a whole, the town made Aang think of a combination between the Jiang Wei fishing village and Ember Island. He didn't look at the clear seawater as they walked above it, didn't admire the gentle surf or the swaying seaweed forest under their feet. It had occurred to Aang that he was no stronger than he was the first time around in his world, and it made him wonder what might have changed in his world if he had been stronger and more focused on his training to begin with. He couldn't keep up with Azula's firebending. Was that because he was younger now? He had been 15 or 16, they'd lost track of the days before he came to this world, a master of all four elements. It had taken him too long to do so that time, but now he could train harder. Smarter. He could become a stronger avatar. Maybe make a difference this time. Hey, you kids, a street vendor yelled at the three of them, grabbing their attention. Aang turned to see a small, wiry man who looked just as suspicious as everyone else in the port city, trying to lure in customers for his shop on the boat behind him. Come to this shop, we have all kinds of interesting, exotic things. Wanna go, Aang? Zuko asked, turning to the younger boy. The store vendor came up and put his arm around Aang, and immediately the young boy was hit with his smelly, putrid breath. These guys weren't good news. You guys don't happen to be pirates, do you? Aang asked, unhappy about seeing these particular people again. He remembered his run-ins with them very well. It had been exciting at the time, but they'd been able to capture Aang with ease. We prefer to be called high-risk traders, the man said with a clever grin. So I've heard, Aang said with a sigh. Let's get out of here, guys. Zuko started to walk away with him, but Azula didn't move. Well, I want to go, the firebender said, walking onto the ship while waving her hand dismissively. See you later, boys. Aang slapped his forehead and Zuko grumbled to himself, crossing his arms. By the time the two of them went inside the shop, Azula had already been searching through the numerous shelves. Resignedly, the two boys took a look around for themselves. He found all kinds of items for sale tucked into nooks and crannies that he'd expect pirates to plunder. Old pieces of jewelry, strange statuettes, gems of dubious quality, weapons for ceremony rather than function, but one thing in particular caught his eye. Behind a glass case, an open scroll depicted a figure in black ink that moved through a firebending form, the flames themselves made from gold leaf that looked almost real in the light of the lanterns. The name of the ability was the Fire Funnel, and a scribbled note advertised that the rest of the forms could only be seen with the purchase of the scroll. Underneath the display scroll, on a shelf, he spotted a copy of it rolled up on a plush cushion as if the universe itself offered Aang the scroll. Nice, Aang said quietly to himself, snagging the scroll. Okay guys, let's go. I've seen enough here. I haven't looked at everything yet, Azula muttered to him. He let her catch a glimpse of the scroll with the emblem of the Fire Nation on it, and slipped it into his clothes. Her eyes widened. Okay, suddenly I've had enough of this place. Let's go, Zuzu. What? Why? Just come on. Aang ushered him quietly. He froze when the pirate captain appeared in front of him, blocking his way with crossed arms. The parrot on his shoulder cawed at him, and Sabi, on Aang's shoulder, cowered behind his head. Not going to buy anything? The pirate asked him, raising an eyebrow. Sorry, we don't have any money, Aang said to him with a straight face, looking him right in the eye. The pirate nodded and let him pass. Off you go, then, he said, gesturing for them to leave. Aang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked off of the boat with Azula, Zuko following behind at a hurried pace. What was that about? Zuko asked, once they were almost out of sight of the boat. Just keep walking, Aang said. Hey, you kids, get back here, the pirate vendor yelled to them. Run, Aang shouted to the other two. He took off at Zuko and Azula's speed, choosing not to abandon them with his airbending. He heard more pirates jumping off of the ship and drawing weapons behind them, their growls threatening and their feet hammering on wooden planks more than enough to urge the trio into flight. Looking back at the pirates, Aang didn't notice until it was too late that he plowed straight into Sokka. Prince Sokka's ship is docked here, Bato thought with a grin. He rubbed the golden artifact of the Fire Nation between his fingers. It was truly a beautiful thing, and he knew it would make an excellent gift for the young princess of the Southern Water Tribe. With this, he knew, he would be able to capture the Avatar. And since Prince Sokka is here, the Avatar must not be far. A troop of soldiers followed him off his ship. Sokka squeezed the bridge of his nose in annoyance as his grandmother held up the white, animal-shaped whistle admiringly. The Avatar's friends kept running in the direction of the jungle. You know, I just realized, his grandmother said to the Avatar, staring at the broken whistle with wide eyes. Is this meant to be the same shape as your bison? The Avatar wrested himself from Sokka's grip, blowing a mighty gust of wind from his gullet that tore the helms off of Sokka's men behind him and almost ripped Sokka off of his feet. He managed to pull up the water underneath the docks in an attempt to bind the airbender, but he leapt too high and hurled a fireball down at the dock. The wood went up in flames that separated Sokka from his grandmother, with her on the side closer to the Avatar, and even though Sokka extinguished them quickly, the Avatar had taken the time to make his retreat, speeding off in pursuit of his friends as little more than an orange and yellow blur. Yes, it is, he shouted back at them, presumably answering his grandmother's question. Thanks for this. Sokka paused for a moment and stared after them, annoyed at his failure to fully set his trap for them in time. He hadn't expected the Avatar to arrive so soon. He cupped his hands over his mouth and shouted after the Avatar. Enjoy your brand new firebending scroll. Now did they really have to take my whistle? Kanna asked him, pouting. Aang grinned childishly and pocketed the bison whistle, running right past the unrecognizable old woman that was with Sokka. He didn't care that he just ran right past his old friend. He knew Sokka would be joining the chase in a moment, if he was any bit as determined as Zuko used to be. The pirates continued to chase after him, Zuko, and Azula as they twisted throughout the spider web of docks, pushing past shoppers and street vendors with as much haste as they could manage. The pirates behind them bowled over all of the people. Aang's eyes widened as an old man pushed a cart full of cabbages right in their path, but Aang jumped over it with airbending as Zuko and Azula dashed around him. The old man sighed with relief, but Azula turned around quickly and released an arc of flame on the cart to bar the pirates' path, burning the load of cabbages. My cabbages! The old man shouted in agony. Sokka, Kanna, and the other pirate waterbenders put out the second fire, blocking their way in a hurry, but by the time the flames cleared, the Avatar was gone. Captain Second, how did you let the boy escape? Kanna asked the pirate captain. He was right on board. And you let him get away? Sokka exclaimed, turning to him. The crew of the Silver Moon was a group of independent water tribe soldiers that claimed villages under the name of the Water Nation, even if they were technically also pirates. The captain's voice came out gruff. I thought you had a plan to capture the kid. A trap of sorts. That kid is the Avatar. We need him, Sokka said. And yeah, but how was I supposed to know he'd show up so soon? I didn't have enough time to get it all ready. And he stole my whistle. Kanna interjected. The old woman was ignored. We can work together to get him back, the prince said, scratching his chin. We'll easily outnumber him. Maybe I don't need such a convoluted plan. He could adapt easily. This would only be a minor setback. They still had the real firebending scroll. Aang, you scared me for a second there. I never thought that stupid whistle would work. It barely made a sound. Zuko said with relief, recounting their tale as Appa landed back in their previous campsite. I thought we were surrounded. Bison have very sensitive ears, Aang said with a smile, patting Appa on the head. Good job, boy, the bison moaned in agreement. Let's take a look at that firebending scroll, Azula said directly, getting close to Aang as he struggled to get it from beneath his shirt. She tried to look over his shoulder as he unfurled it. I don't care that you stole it from pirates, they deserved it. Aang smiled to himself. Katara would have been proud of him. Give me some room to breathe. Aang complained to her, but she didn't move. Aang sighed and peered at the scroll's contents. He could already control the fire inside of him. All he needed to do was learn the more complex style of firebending all over again. Considering that Azula's lesson of the basics jogged his memory, he figured that it wouldn't be too hard. Okay, hold it up. Let me learn it first, and then I'll let you have a go, Azula said, taking a step back from Aang. Wait, Aang said, frowning. The parchment was nowhere near the quality he had been expecting, and when he opened it, he saw a crudely drawn stick figure in blotchy black ink with a massive tongue sticking out of its face. Below it, he saw a simple message. Fooled you. He threw the scroll up in the air, the paper rustling as it fell to the ground. It's a fake. A fake. What do you mean? Azula asked, brow furrowing. He stared at the mockery with contempt. Sokka planted this there to trap us. I know it, Zuko groaned. You mean we just did all that for nothing? Aang clenched his own hair between his fingers, annoyed and not completely surprised that Sokka had managed to outsmart them. He should have seen it coming. The scroll sat in such an obvious place, its cushion offering it up as temptation, while the open scroll above had been meant to just grab their attention. Wait, Aang said, this one may be fake, but there was a real scroll there. Right above it, on the wall. There's no way we're going back for that, Zuko said. They'll expect it. Azula clenched her fist as if in victory. Yes, but you got a good look at that real scroll, right, Aang? Can't you just imitate what you saw of it? Aang put his hands on his hips, trying to recall the memory of it. Well, it was only one form. The fire funnel, and I don't know, I didn't really study it that closely. Azula frowned. Are you serious? One glance should be all you need to take in every little detail. Sorry, my memory isn't as good as yours. She groaned and waved her hand at him. Fine, fine. Just remember what you can and we'll try to figure it out together. Aang rolled his eyes, but complied. He pictured the scroll in his mind, tried to imitate the form only instead of calling forth flames. He repeated his movements and Azula followed. It felt clumsy at first, and a little stiff, but with each repetition they eased into what felt like a proper firebending form. He hoped it wouldn't be a repeat of last time, with Katara. Azula took a solid stance, circling her arms to rest in front of her for a moment, and closed her eyes and concentrated. Zuko and Aang watched intently. She turned away from Aang and opened her eyes, a spark of gold shining through them. She slowly and steadily placed her right hand above her left, palms facing each other, and pulled them away with a snap. Fire roared to life and shot out of her hands in a steady wave, but Aang immediately knew that it wasn't the correct result when the flames fizzled out without taking shape. Azula knew this, too. She was livid. You obviously remember it wrong, she told him. It's not my fault. You could have looked at it, too. The fire is supposed to spiral, Aang noted. The fire spirals outward so that it can't be blocked easily by other benders. It was a penetrating, offensive attack. Aang found it odd that Azula couldn't perform the ability on her first try. He didn't think the girl could fail much of anything. Let me try. The Avatar stepped forward and adopted the firebending stance. His face was set and ready as he gathered the warmth inside of him, taking a deep breath. Firebending is all about the breath. He stepped forward, spun once, exhaled, and ripped his arms apart. The orange flames released, twisting through the air in a loose spiral that expanded as it burned further away from him. They dissipated in the air moments later. Aang smirked as he felt the heat on his face. He was one step ahead of Azula. You'll get it sooner or later, Aang said to her. Azula sent a narrow-eyed glare at him. Her amber eyes flicked open, the fire from their camp reflecting off of them. The girl sat straight up and took one look over her sleeping comrades, and with silent, sure footing, she walked out among the ring of trees and into the jungle that wasn't unlike the one in which she was raised. She moved a safe distance away from camp, intent on going where they wouldn't hear her and wake. She slowly inched away from them, and when she judged that she was safe, she turned to look in front of her to walk at a normal speed, but jumped slightly when she saw the large, round eyes of the lemur staring at her. Sabi purred. Quiet, Azula hissed at her, sending her scampering away. She resumed her stealthy walking through the overgrowth, thankful for the heavy moss that stifled the sound of her footsteps. She didn't care that training by a river in the early hours of the morning was probably a bad idea, but she was so intently focused on mastering the ability that she couldn't think of anything else. Just the thought of Aang surpassing her in bending irked her, when she had been firebending her whole life and he had just started. She felt like she lost control of the situation. Azula hated things that were out of her control. Where would they be, sir? Captain Second asked Sokka. They sailed along the river with one of Sokka's own patrol boats as the pirate ship followed close behind. Somewhere along here. Their bison couldn't have gone far, Sokka said, intently searching along the sides of the river. Do you think they'll give my whistle back? Kanna asked him hopefully. Wait a minute, Sokka said, eyes squinting as he scanned the forest. What's that? In the distance, right along the shoreline, he spotted smoke clouds rising above the trees, the telltale sign of a fire that burned on moist wood. Fire streamed from Azula's fists as she sighed with frustration. Why couldn't she get this move? She tried everything, but the fire refused to twist to her will. It was supposed to twirl into a funnel-like shape, but she couldn't get the fire to spin consistently. She moved her bangs out of her eyes with her fingers, but they fell right back into place. The sounds of leaf cicadas had begun to get on her nerves, frazzling her state of mind even further. She sucked in a deep breath and tried the fire funnel 3 times in quick succession, but the flames spun through the air and dissipated when they were out of her reach. On her fourth try, a gust of wind blew just as she led off the attack, blowing the fire in the completely wrong direction and setting one of the trees aflame. Azula cursed. She directed the fire out into the river for a reason. The fire quickly grew, lighting the whole tree up as a beacon for the world to see. Azula grasped at the flames, attempting to pull them back under her control, but one of the other mangroves caught them and its leaves quickly lit up, hot enough even despite the heavy moisture. She pulled some of the fire into a steady stream where she dissipated it into the air, but by that time, the smoke soon engulfed the area. Azula coughed. She didn't think her flames would burn this hot, especially not hot enough to catch the jungle on fire. Her anger had gotten away from her and she hated it. "Where's that little twerp when you need him?" she said under her breath. The heat rolled over her, making breathing difficult. She was covered in sweat. She had to get back to the others and warn them about the fire and made that her first priority. She tried to move forward, but a burning branch fell into her path, blocking off her escape. The only way to go was backwards, into the river. She was about to do so when a large wave of water washed over one of the trees, extinguishing the fire. Great. Could the situation get any worse? I think I'd prefer the forest fire. She took one of her more familiar firebending stances and turned her back on the fire as another wave of water crashed into the trees. There was a small group of Water Nation soldiers on the river's other banks, controlling the waves. They were trying to avoid hitting her. She had no time to think about that new development because strong hands enclosed around her neck. Her first reaction was to elbow the person's gut, making him let go of her with a grunt. She turned quickly to see one of the pirates from earlier. Pressurized fire came to life between her fingers and hit the man in the stomach, making him double over. She ran back towards the forest fire, which was slowly being put out, but another pirate blocked her path. She used both hands to shoot a jet of fire at him, knocking him backwards. She bit her lip. What did she get herself into this time? She had to get to Aang and Zuko. They needed to get out of here, and quickly. As she took her first step into the trees, another set of rough hands grabbed her wrists, and the next thing she knew, she was looking into the fierce, one-eyed gaze of Prince Sokka. He spoke to her, his voice rough. "I'll save you from the pirates." Azula glared at Sokka as he stood in front of her flanked by a group of his warriors and pirates. An old woman she might have seen before was also with him. They had Azula tightly bound against one of the unburned trees, surrounding her. "Now that you're here, tell me where the Avatar is," Sokka said. "Honestly, it'll be easier for all of us if you just talk." "Do you really think I'll give in that easily?" she asked. She would not bow to him and let him take Aang. "Listen," he said, lowering his voice to be almost husky and walking towards her, peering at her with his one blue eye. He walked around behind the firebender and put his hands on her shoulders. She refused to follow him with her eyes as cold chills went up her spine at his touch. "I've lost a lot in the past few years and my warrior's pride hinges on the Avatar's capture. Now, tell me where he is. You're smart. You and I could see eye to eye." She raised an eyebrow. "Putting me on a little guilt trip and trying to flirt with me won't work." "That's too bad. The Silver Moon crew will have to take him forcefully then," Sokka said, narrowing his eye at her. He pulled a scroll with a flame emblem from his clothes. "And I can even throw this wonderfully authentic firebending scroll into the trade. And this one's actually real, I can prove it. You will never conquer Aang. I told you that last time," Azula said to him. Her eyes lingered on the firebending scroll for only a moment. "Sokka, she has much faith in her friends. You would do well to take after her," the old woman said. "Be quiet," Sokka yelled to her. "I'll handle this. You'll ruin my image." Azula rolled her eyes. "I didn't know you were such a loser," she said. Sokka then sent a glare at his grandmother. "You probably don't even have friends." Sokka was about to retort when one of his soldiers notified him of another patrol boat approaching, a larger one coated in ice and flying the buffalo yak flag next to the water tribe insignia. Bato," Sokka said, clenching his fists. He turned to his warriors. "Go find the Avatar, now." "Yes, sir," one of them said, and they all dispersed into the trees. "Tell your men to find him," Sokka said to the pirate captain, pointing into the forest. The numerous pirates heard his order and trampled into the woods while Captain Second stayed with the prince. Azula counted the foes before her. First, there was Sokka, who was distracted by the oncoming warship. Second, the old lady, who she didn't think of as much of a threat. The pirate captain was the last one there. She knew she could escape undetected. It would be too easy for her, it just had to be done before the other warship and more soldiers arrived. She began to rapidly heat up her hands. The ship was approaching fast, and it was close enough so that she could see a Water Nation man standing on the deck, smirking knowingly at Sokka. He was obviously high-ranked, but Sokka looked at him with deep hatred. She forced more heat into her hands, lighting a small fire in her palm. The other man's ship docked and he confidently strode off of it with 2 lines of soldiers flanking him. The object that he was casually tossing up and down in his hand made Azula's insides freeze, and all thoughts of escape left her. "My headpiece," she shouted at him. "Why do you have it?" She tried to lunge forward at him, but the tight rope held her in place against the tree. "Ah, so this belongs to you," the man named Bato said, examining the girl. "It is out of place for a woman to demand things of a man she hardly knows, in the water tribes, at least." "Screw the water tribe, give that back," she nearly hissed, glaring daggers at him. "No, not until it fulfills its purpose," Bato said, striding over to her. "You're already here, but the Avatar was also supposed to be lured. I guess Prince Sokka couldn't perform the task correctly." He glanced over at the prince at the mention of his name. "What are you doing here?" Sokka demanded with barely contained anger. "I'm going to catch the Avatar. You stay out of this." "Are you so sure about that?" Bato asked him with a knowing grin. "Men, go search for the Avatar." Azula turned her amber gaze to the forest as more soldiers stormed inside, hoping that Aang and her brother would somehow escape. Zuko opened his eyes, hearing the uneven trample of feet on the forest floor. He sat up quickly, grabbing his broadswords. "Aang," he called to the younger boy. "I know," he said, sitting up from his sleep. Water from the darkness of the forest around them shot out at the Avatar, but he quickly sucked his staff into his hands and stood, making a full circle in the air and swinging his weapon, unleashing furious winds on the people in the trees. "Azula," Zuko shouted to his sister, looking over at her sleeping bag. He gasped when she noticed her absence. "Aang, she's missing." Aang rolled his eyes at Zuko's words. "I have a good feeling about where she is." Zuko looked over the top of the forest, where he could see the orange sun just beginning to rise, lighting up the sky. Aang quickly got up and rolled up his sleeping bag and the group's other things scattered around the camp while the enemy waterbenders were down. Zuko helped him by throwing all of it onto Appa's back. Sabi curled around one of the bison's horns, ready to leave the area. "Appa, get out of here," Aang shouted to his bison, once everything from their camp was gone. "We have to find Azula." The bison groaned and reluctantly flew into the air, just as more streams of water shot out at Aang. He blocked one of them with a punch of fire but was able to duck and dodge around the rest, pushing his fists together and expanding an air barrier outwards, throwing off the water. Zuko unsheathed his swords and followed Aang as he rushed off into the forest. Aang swung his staff at one warrior and held it behind him while he used his other hand to make a wheel formation and blast another away with torrents of wind. A pirate with a bladed staff and waterbending rushed to him, swinging his weapon to match Aang's glider. Aang slammed his staff into the ground, throwing the pirate into a tree with stunning force. Zuko, determined to not fall behind, dodged the spear point of one of the Water Nation soldiers by jumping into the trunk of a tree and pushing himself off of it with a strong kick, barreling into the soldier's side. The soldier, dazed, fell to the ground. Zuko dug his hands into the pouch on his belt and threw 3 of the needles Mai had given to him, pinning another soldier to a tree. He caught one of the pirates up on one of the branches, who was about to hit Aang with waterbending, by throwing kunai through his waterskin and dispatching him in close range after the initial distraction. The swordsman spotted a bulky pirate with an odd contraption in his hands aiming his weapon at Aang while his back had been turned. He tried shouting out a warning as the pirate aimed the hand cannons with a net suspended between them at Aang, but it failed to reach Aang in time and the net enclosed him from behind and trapped him against the ground. A moment later, a similar net rushed out at Zuko, knocking him down with its force. Aang immediately tried blasting himself free with fire, but it didn't do any good. "Nice try, but this is fireproof netting," the pirate said to him with a grin, dragging them off. Zuko felt hopeless. How was he going to save his sister now? The sun was getting steadily higher in the sky, but it had been less than an hour since the pirates and soldiers had gone off into the jungle to search. Now, the pirates were returning, and to Azula's chagrin, Aang and Zuko were with them, totally bound like her. Sokka looked satisfied, and even preened, as Captain Second strode over to them with a confident smirk. Bato looked disgruntled. "Keep the scroll," the pirate captain said, dismissing them all with a wave of his hand. "We've got the Avatar. He's much better than any piece of paper." "What?" Sokka yelled, infuriated. "You are disobeying direct orders." "I don't think the Water Emperor will mind when we turn in the Avatar to him," Second said. "The deal's off. We won." Bato's soldiers returned from the forest, looking a little worse for wear. They lined up behind him. "This isn't over," Bato said. He seemed almost as angry as Sokka. "You pirate rabble, I'll get the Avatar from you myself." "Oh," Kanna said quietly, inching away from the growing conflict. She put her hand on Sokka's shoulder. "Avoid direct conflict, grandson. Only the sneaky puffin lynx catches the snow mouse. I will find your warriors in the forest. We'll need them before we can leave this place." Azula listened to them with interest. When the old woman scurried off, Azula turned her attention back to the growing situation between the pirates and Bato's soldiers. She caught Aang's eye. As always, he didn't seem concerned. He knew a way out. He was waiting for something. The pirates hurried Aang and Zuko onto their ship as soon Bato ordered his soldiers to attack them. With their waterbending, the ship left the shore in seconds, going downriver. Bato's eyes thinned with anger. "Get back onto the ship, quickly, and chase them down," he ordered, pointing at his vessel. As they were all leaving, Sokka turned to Azula. It was just the two of them left at the riverside. "I'm going to propose a deal to you," he said quickly. "I know you want that flamed headpiece that Bato has. I'll help you get it. In return, you'll help me get the Avatar." "Agreed." Azula paused and stared him right in the eye, looking for any sign of deception or ulterior motives. Of course, he laid it all out on the table, but she had to make sure. She was not going to be manipulated. She was going to do the manipulating. "I don't have all day," Sokka said through clenched teeth. "Fine, I'll do it. But only if we get my headpiece first," she said. She needed to be sure about that. He jumped back and forth between his feet. Fine, we'll get your stupid headpiece." He was about to go untie her when Azula spread her arms out, letting the rope fall to the ground. "Use fireproof rope next time," she said, smirking. Sokka ignored her and stared out at the two ships in hot pursuit of each other. Waterbenders on board each were sending blocks of ice at each other, but it was doing nothing to harm the other ship. "Follow me," Sokka said, rushing out to the water. Azula ran after him and gripped his shoulders just in time for him to jump into the river, skating along the surface of it with his waterbending. A board of ice formed underneath them, mostly for Azula's benefit. They sped over to Bato's ship and Azula grinned, her hair being whipped by the wind. They gained on Bato's ship fast, and in one quick movement, Sokka shifted his arms to send them both sailing through the air, where they landed on the deck of the riverboat. Bato, who was at the front of the ship, turned to them. "You're working with this savage firebender to fight against me? Who'd have guessed you'd sink so low?" the man said, spreading his legs into a waterbending stance. Sokka copied his movement. "Gotta make up for you trying to steal my prey, you know." Azula hurled a blast of fire at Batby, careful not to slip on the icy deck. "You have something I want." Bato melted the ice along his deck and pulled up a sheet of water to block her attack. Sokka hit the man with a stream of water, knocking him into the balustrade, and then looked back at Azula. "I'm only helping you because I want to take him down myself." "That's fine with me," she said offhandedly to him, switching her target to one of Bato's soldiers, who was advancing on her. She swept her hand out, hitting him with a trail of flames. The burning man threw himself overboard as another spear-wielding soldier lunged at her. She knocked away the shaft of the spear with her foot and kicked a small ball of fire at him, tumbling him backward. A group of 3 more soldiers decided to attack her at once. At that moment, she thought of only one attack that could take them all down at once. She straightened her posture and took a deep breath, circling her hands in front of her to rest under her chest, holding them one above the other. Her palms faced each other. She focused on the soldiers and the flames within her and abruptly ripped her hands apart, and a rapid, spinning inferno leapt out at them from where her hands were moments before, storming right through their weak water defenses. She smirked when she noted the success of the fire funnel as the 3 burning men jumped overboard. Aang watched the disturbance on Bato's ship, spotting the fire funnel shoot off at a group of soldiers. Azula fought and sided with Sokka against a common enemy. Aang didn't think too much about seeing Bato for the first time. He realized that he was an enemy, and there was nothing else to it. Escaping safely was more important at the moment. Aang judged that the ruckus on Bado's ship was a sufficient distraction, so he hit the pirate holding him with a blast of air, knocking him out as he flew into the balustrade. Aang jumped high enough to hit the other pirate holding Zuko with an air-powered kick to the face, knocking him unconscious. Aang cut the rope binding his wrists with the knocked-out pirate's sword, freeing his hands. He picked up Zuko's broadswords to cut Zuko's own binds and returned the weapons to him. More pirates on deck noticed that the two escaped, but Aang airbended his staff over to him too quickly for the pirate to reach the two, swinging it out at him and knocking him overboard. Zuko parried the blades of another pirate and jabbed his enemy in the chest with his hilts, hammering him backward. The young swordsman sliced at another pirate, cutting him deeply enough to keep him from fighting but not enough to seriously wound him. Aang bended a funnel of air that pulled two pirates into it and flung them off the ship, hitting a third one immediately after with a fire funnel. Flames erupted from his staff as he swung it, causing havoc on the small pirate ship. The pirate captain himself stormed up to the two, challenging them to a sword fight. Zuko was the first to meet the challenge head-on, swinging his swords recklessly at him. The captain dodged the blows easily and punched him with the hilt of his sword, sending the fighter off to the side. Aang did not want the fight to last long, so he jabbed the nose of his staff into the ground and hit the pirate with a burst of air from the back of it, sending him reeling. Aang took the chance and hit him again with an uppercut, launching him up into the air, where Aang jumped up to meet him. Before the pirate could realize where he was, Aang slammed him into the water with airbending. He landed safely on the deck of the ship a moment later, pulling his new whistle from his pocket and calling Appa. Streams of water from both sides of the ship rose up to Sokka's hands, and he sent them as one to attack Bado. The enemy waterbender was knocked off of the ship and into the water, where Sokka raised his hands and sent a continuous flow of water upward, holding Bado suspended in front of the moving ship. He breathed outward, freezing the water and holding the clan chief in place. Sokka smirked in triumph. He had gotten much better. The next moment, Bado's ship crashed into the ice pillar that imprisoned Bado, ripping through the wooden bow. Bado just narrowly escaped being crushed by his own ship when Sokka barely managed to unfreeze him and let him fall into the river. Sokka and the firebender girl stumbled as the ship rocked even as she continued to fight Bado's warriors. She held up against them remarkably well, he had to admit. The Avatar's bison flew close to the ship a moment later, with the Avatar and the clumsy swordsman on his back. The firebender looked up at him and nodded, and winds surrounded her a moment later. The Avatar used his airbending to pull her up to him, where she landed safely on the bison's back. Azula called down to Sokka. "Sorry, the deal's off," she shouted, waving at him with two fingers and a coy smile. Sokka stared after her coldly as the Avatar flew away. He looked down at his feet once the Avatar's bison flew out of his sight. It was then that a glint of gold caught his eyes. Bado must have dropped it. Sokka picked up the firebender's flamed headpiece and clutched it in his grip, staring out at the horizon. The Avatar would yet be his. Azula sighed with relief as she stretched on Appa's back. Well, that was a long and eventful day, she mused. Yeah, all because of that firebending scroll, Aang said, sitting with them. That was a mean trick you played on Sokka, you know. Yeah, but it didn't matter, she said. I didn't really get what I wanted. What did you expect me to do, hand you over to him? You wanted your headpiece, didn't you? Where is it? Aang asked. I didn't get it, but it's fine, I didn't hold out on my part of the deal, either, she said, picking at her nails. Zuko crossed his arms. That was really dangerous, Azula. Yeah, I know, but no harm done, right? She asked, reclining against the back of the saddle. No, Aang said. He wished he could have been the one to fight alongside Sokka, but would his old friend ever want to? Too bad we don't have that firebending scroll, though. Who says we don't have it? Azula asked, waving it tauntingly at him. Zuko perked up. How'd you get your hands on that? I snagged it from Sokka before I left, she said. Now we can both learn more firebending together. She locked eyes with Aang. Let's see who can learn everything on the scroll first. Aang grinned at her. I'm impressed. You're on.